Without a doubt, Divine Dark Child, Heavenly Country's ancient assassin, Jun Dao, and others had set up a terrifying death trap for sure how, waiting for him to step inside and then kill him. A chill crept down Lu Yi's back. Before, he felt that those powers were crazy, so he didn't think about it too much, but now that he calmed down and thought about it, he immediately broke out into cold sweat. This was done on purpose. Even if one only has a bit of relationship to you, they will still crazily chase after and look for us. Surrounding and attacking the Snow Phoenix and others is for the sake of setting up a death trap. Lu Yi realized what was happening. By involving these people, Sure Hao will definitely look around to explore his surroundings. Once he arrived at those places, he would most likely meet his end. Those powers attacked Chao Yuxing, ambushed Qing Yi, and chased after Qin Hao. These were all people that had close relationships with Sure Hao. Once he learned of this, he definitely wouldn't be able to sit still. Luo Dao, Lani Chen, Lu Yi, and the others felt a wave of chilliness. These ancient kings were ridiculously powerful, difficult to say who would win even if they were to fight decisively one-on-one. Yet now they had this type of vicious plan. Their conviction to kill Sure Hao was just too powerful. Chao Yuxing is okay, and Qing Yi has cultivated immortal energy. Even if they are ambushed, they should be able to protect themselves, said the divine striking stone. Currently, the only one he was worried about was Sure Hao's little brother. Before there was any horrible news, he had to directly take action and reverse the situation. Hong! Green Feather City. An enormous sound rang through the air. Powerful energy fluctuations rippled through this little world. Sure Hao appeared, his fist smashing down, blowing apart the divine dark palace here. Underworld clans people who didn't withdraw were all eliminated. Green Spirit Realm, Great Sky Palace, a place where a group of people under Jun Dao were stationed at. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky, the void caving in. Everyone was erased, this place turning into ruins. Chi! A streak of brilliant sword light erupted, illuminating dustless realm. With the everlasting immortal sword in hand, Sure Hao split open a secret land that belonged to Divine Temple. Everyone was killed. Immediately afterwards, he arrived in Scarlet Flame Realm. A race that wasn't weak, the rock demon race that followed Heavenly Country were slaughtered until everything was broken and in disorder. Sure Hao held the everlasting immortal sword core in hand, sweeping through all different small worlds, unleashing a great purge. Group after group of powerful individuals fell, heads tumbling, blood splashing everywhere. This shocked all of Immortal Ancient. Within each little world, all creatures were shaken. One sword dazzling all realms. Huang appeared, moreover taking action so viciously, sweeping through underworld earth, Heavenly Country, Divine Temple, and all creatures related to them, not showing any mercy. Blood dyed every realm. Too tyrannical, sweeping through several dozen small worlds, massacring until all sides are shaken. Huang has been angered, truly never expected that he would still dare appear after those ancient freaks threatened to kill him. Killing to stop killing. This is his reply. Everyone was discussing this. Heavenly Country, Underworld Earth, Divine Temple, and other large powers all had strongholds in different small worlds. They had many people under them for the sake of gathering holy medicines, half-divine fruits, and other things. Their influence was spread all over. Even after gathering their troops this time, there were still some small worlds that had people left behind. Sure Hao looked for people to take action on just like that, not showing any mercy. Apart from this, all powers that had relations with Heavenly Country and Underworld Earth suffered ruthless attacks. Immediately, clouds moved in all directions. Sure Hao's killing intent swept through dozens of worlds, shaking all creatures. They all felt great alarm towards his berserk actions. Dealing with me is one thing, but you even chase after those related to me? Even if we occasionally interact, it was still enough of an excuse to be killed by you all. In that case, come. Let's see who is scared of who. This was Sure Hao's voice, spreading in all directions. Heavenly Country, Underworld Earth, and others took action against those at his side, so Sure Hao also chose to take action ruthlessly, cruelly giving his reply. Let's see who it is that can't take it first. After all, he hadn't established his own stronghold. nor did he try to rope in a large amount of followers. Comparatively speaking, the number of targets on his side were much fewer. Meanwhile, the other party was different, with strongholds in quite a few small worlds. Their enormous cities had palace halls, and even though most of them were hidden, they weren't as flexible as those by Xianxia's side, able to quickly escape. This was especially the case with a few races like the Rock Demon race, Poltergeist race, and others. They all suffered Xianxia's merciless pursuit. These followers gathered together so they were easily exposed. That day, with a sword in hand, Xianxia unleashed a great slaughter in all directions, sweeping through a total of 59 small worlds, crazily taking action, his iron-blooded methods shocking everyone. There were many small worlds in Immortal Ancient, difficult to count exactly how many. However, in just one day, a single person slaughtered in all directions, stirring up the greatest storm. Huang, you are too ruthless, unleashing an absolute bloodbath, massacring in all directions. We the masses are going to rise up in revolt. That day, Divine Temple's most powerful inheritor in the present world stood out, calling for all sides to stand out to destroy Huang, to kill this demon. Correct. Huang is the public enemy, absolutely unrestrained, slaughtering heroes from all sides. He has to be eliminated. Underworld Clan parroted these words, asking all experts to take action. Heavenly Country didn't say anything, because their reputation was too terrible. They were indiscriminate murderers to begin with, a terrifying organization. If they really did declare their position, it would instead display the opposite effects. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed, but it was a bit cold. You all dare to say that I massacre indiscriminately? Who did I kill? Weren't they all people under you? When did Underworld Earth and Heavenly Country, these dark and cruel ancient sects, represent the world? Only your people are allowed to chase those at my side murderously. I cannot retaliate. Xianxia's words de-emphasized the situation, but the killing intent he released seemed to be blasting them in the face, leaving all sides horrified, especially the powers that were close to Heavenly Country and Underworld Earth. Huang, you willfully slaughter the innocent, killing Dao friend fallen divine child, murdering heroes of all sides. The heavens will not forgive you. Jun Dao stood out. As an ancient king, he now moved to suppress Xianxia. Wasn't it fallen divine child the one who came to kill me? Now that he was killed by me instead, why am I turning into the victim? I don't want to waste my breath. Today I am standing here in Radiant Realm. If you have the guts, then just come at me. This was Xianxia's reply. He challenged several great powers, saying that he was waiting for them right in Radiant Realm. Do you think that we don't know that you set up formations there, waiting for us to enter your trap? It's too obvious. Not honest at all. Jun Dao said coldly. In reality, the conversation from long distances were all reported from the mouths of cultivators. Xianxia laughed coldly, not replying. It was because in the places he walked through, there were many people who had followed him, wishing to see him fight. They didn't see him set up any formations, so there was no need to say anything more. Soon after, the next piece of information made Xianxia's expression change. The Snow Phoenix was found, suffering an ambush, trapped in Gold Spirit Realm. It was rumored that Qin Hao was also hiding there. It should be fake information, right? Lani Chen said, feeling uncertain. They felt that this was likely information released by the other party to draw Xianxia over. They had prepared a killing field for him. The Divine Striking Stone, Little Rabbit, and others naturally advised Xianxia against acting rashly. It was too dangerous. However, soon after, Luo Dao, through special channels, obtained a piece of information. The Snow Phoenix was truly trapped in Gold Spirit Realm, chased inside. As for whether or not Qin Hao was there was no way of confirming that. There was no evidence. Luo Dao was an exceptional talent who came from an extremely powerful family, so he naturally had all types of connections. The information he received was truthful. Is there no choice but to jump into their trap? Lu Yi's face turned pale, because he saw Xianxia's face become cold. He might really head there. It is rumored the Heavenly Country and Underworld Clan's people only just chased inside, so it's unlikely of them to have set up too much. Luo Dao said. Is the information trustworthy? Lani Chen said. Should be. Luo Dao wasn't 100% certain, only knowing that the Snow Phoenix really did run inside. You all wait for my information. Sure Hao set his resolution. He was going to set out, but he was only bringing the divine striking stone, not allowing others to follow him. It was because the ancient kings were tyrannical, the others not being able to help much. Luo Dao and Lani Chen didn't force themselves, happily staying behind. They understood deeply that they would only slow Sure Hao down. Gold Spirit Realm. There was metal everywhere, forming mountain peaks, the surface bare. It was extremely unique. This place lacked plant life. Shiny metals could be found everywhere. A snow-white divine bird quickly moved through the sky. As it entered a distant mountain, its plume feathers were holy and pure, but they were sticky with blood. It had suffered a serious injury. This was precisely Xuelin. The information Luo Dao obtained was true. Xuelin suffered an ambush. Even though she broke out from the encirclement, she was still being chased after, blocked off from all sides. She was extremely indignant. She never offended these people, yet in the end, she encountered this type of disaster. She had previously been struck by a terrifying beam of light fired from Divine Dark Child's freakish body from far away. It was difficult to heal, extremely serious. However, Xuelin had phoenix blood, still an extraordinary creature in the end, unexpectedly escaping. Of course, she still used up several realm-shattering symbols, as well as a rare secret treasure. You cannot escape. People chased behind her. A purple-haired youth with lightning wings on his back fast to an inconceivable level, almost catching up to the injured Xuelin. He was Divine Temple's most powerful inheritor, Gu Meng, someone comparable to Immortal Palace's inheritor Di Chong, known as one of the higher realm's most powerful experts in this generation. Xuelin clenched her teeth. If she wasn't injured, why would she run like this? The main reason was because Divine Dark Child was too terrifying, his flesh containing great divine ability symbols from the previous world. That strike made her combat strength decrease sharply, her life-blood energy's exhaustion too great. If not for the phoenix blood being heaven-defying, allowing for rebirth, if it was any other exceptional talent, after suffering that unmatched divine ability, both body and spirit would be destroyed, difficult to resist. Huang killed my Divine Temple's holy beast gold-marked white tiger, so you'll have to do as compensation. Gu Meng's cold laughter sounded continuously. You are courting death. Xuelin was furious. As a descendant with phoenix blood, how could she tolerate this type of humiliation? If she wasn't injured, she would definitely take revenge. Gu Meng's laughter was extremely cold, killing intent engulfing the heavens. Don't you have friendly relations with Huang? He killed my sect's holy beast, so his friend will have to compensate for his actions, to become the temple-protecting divine bird. Show. While speaking, the lightning wings on his back erupted. A streak of golden light flew over, blasting towards Xuelin. Pooh! Even though Xuelin did her best to evade. After all, her condition was terrible, injuries severe. She was brushed by the attack, immediately causing blood to splash out, dyeing her snow-colored feathers. Rumbling sounds rang out from heaven and earth. Sure Hao arrived, entering Gold Spirit Realm. He opened his Kuan Peng wings, weaving through this small world. He opened his heavenly eyes, peering through mountains and rivers, searching for Xuelin and Qing Hao. Soon after, he frowned. He sensed Jun Dao's aura, and not long afterwards, he detected a wave of dark divine power that was exceptionally shocking. That was without a doubt Divine Dark Child. Sure Hao did everything he could to move his Kuan Peng wings, weaving between heaven and earth to look for those two. He was fighting time. Finally, his heavenly eyes displayed their use. Symbols shot out from his pupils, scouring the mountains and ravines, gazing into the distant mountain ranges scenery. Xuelin. She was there, flying close to the ground, her body sticky with blood. A figure that had lightning coiling about him chased behind her, pursuing her with extreme speed. Kill! Sure Hao released a low shout. He stirred up a tempest, turning into an unmatched war god. battle intent overflowed into the heavens as he dove over. Hao turned into a divine rainbow, Kuan Peng wings splitting the skies. His speed was just too fast, swooping over into the mountain range depths in an instant. Hong. His enormous wings contained endless lightning, and right now, they completely erupted, blasting forward. This was unmatched lightning power. Who is this? Divine Temple's most powerful inheritor turned around, and then he immediately gasped. Even though he had lightning wings behind him, when he saw the sea of lightning, his expression immediately changed. This was too powerful. Black and white-colored light flew over, intertwining. Lightning radiance overflowed, as if stellar streams were falling, surrounding this place. "Break!" he shouted loudly. As the illustrious disciple of Divine Temple, he grasped unmatched scriptures, so he naturally had neutralizing methods. In the void, endless metal energy surface, resonating with gold spirit realm, wishing to guide the sea of lightning to the side and use it for himself to attack the enemy. It had to be said that Gu Meng was a heaven-warping genius, one that was incomparably powerful. Otherwise, how could he overlook the higher realm's 3,000 provinces, someone comparable to Immortal Palace inheritor Di Chong? Hong Long Long, lightning surged, guided by the metal precious technique, rushing to the side. They began to form symbols about to be used. Chi! Suddenly, a strand of electricity erupted in the sea of lightning. All of the lightning that was guided exploded, producing thousands of enormous black cracks in the void. Gu Meng's fine hair stood on end. He naturally knew who it was that came. Even from so far away, there were still this type of methods, leaving him feeling extremely shocked. Hong! Following an enormous sound, lightning engulfed the sky, the power great to an unbelievable degree. Gu Meng flew out in reverse, not facing this head-on. He felt an exuberant power. His face became incomparably unpleasant, quickly evading to the side. As the holy child of Divine Temple, known as one of the most powerful individuals of the higher realms of his generation, he was actually retreating. In his world, this was unimaginable, almost never experiencing such a thing. However, when facing Huang, he could only do this. This was the best decision. Despite this being the case, he still seemed to be struck. He moved far into the distance, standing in the void, his hair carrying electrical arcs that released pi-pa sounds. This was caused by the aftershock. The snow phoenix stopped, revealing a look of shock. She originally already exhausted all of her energy, her injuries too severe, but now, when she turned around, she saw this scene. Hao arrived. The moment lightning was released, his body appeared, descending on the mountain peak, looking coldly at Divine Temple's most powerful inheritor. Gu Meng's mind trembled. He strengthened his will and stared at Hao, saying, "Huang, you are just a single person. Are you going to challenge several ancient kings?" Hao didn't say anything. Black hair scattered about, eyes deep as he stared at him. He then looked around him. Powerful battle intent surged from within him, making the void rumble. He was sensing his surroundings for formations and traps. A moment later, he said, "Ancient kings? I already killed one." His voice carried domineering confidence, completely without fear. He only coldly looked at Gu Meng. With a raise of his palm, resplendent radiance erupted, illuminating the heavens. In an instant, the clouds all around him completely scattered. This was his battle intent. A formless domain extended. All things went into hiding, avoiding this place. It was just a split second, yet Divine Temple's most powerful inheritor frowned, feeling a tremendous pressure, deeply understanding how terrifying his opponent was. He was even more formidable than in his imagination. "Huang, your grudge with my Divine Temple isn't that deep. It isn't impossible to dissolve." Gu Meng said. "Speak," Hao suddenly said, only saying this word, simple and direct. Gu Meng's brows stood on end. The other person was so forceful, treating him with this type of attitude. Huang is clearly not attaching any importance to him. He immediately felt a type of cold-killing intent. "You killed my Divine Temple's holy beast gold-marked white tiger. so you have to offer compensation. If you let me bring away the snow phoenix, then we'll call things off, Gu Meng said. When Xuelin heard this, all of her snow-white feathers expanded, crying out angrily. She turned into an exceptionally beautiful young lady, silver hair falling down her shoulders. Only, there was a bloody hole on her chest that continuously released blood. Gu Meng, your divine temple really is daring. Back then, it suffered a great loss under my clan ancestors' hands, so you are using this to humiliate my clan, Xuelin said coldly. Shihao gestured with his hands, telling her that she didn't have to be angry. He said, gold-marked white tiger meat quality isn't bad. Do you all have more? Are you provoking me? I offered kindly to reconcile things, yet you treat me like this, Gu Meng said coldly. When Shihao heard this, he immediately erupted into action, rushing forward murderously. Xuelin is my friend, yet you chased after her murderously, even daring to say to my face that you are going to capture her and turn her into some temple divine bird. Who is the one being humiliated here? Cease your tricks. Aren't you just stalling for time? Hong! Shihao's fist smashed over, making heaven and earth tremble. This type of power was too terrifying, making Gu Meng's expression immediately change. He immediately flew out in retreat, bringing out secret treasures to defend himself. Before, he was quite confident in himself, but when he encountered Shihao, he felt a bit uncertain. However, as long as he held on, it was enough. He didn't have to personally kill Shihao. Huang, you came. A thunderous voice sounded, shaking Gold Spirit Realm. A world-shocking killing intent vaguely rose from the distance, rushing into the sky, forming a black-colored demonic image that towered at the limits of the horizon. That was an incomparably terrifying figure. It didn't arrive here because the distance was too great, appearing extremely far away to carry out intimidation. That was Divine Dark Child. His display of power was too great, pressuring a part of Gold Spirit Realm. Kill! Gu Meng set his resolution, starting to attack with full force. Secret treasure appeared one after another to deal with Shihao, stall for time. Divine Dark Child still hadn't truly arrived, but his very presence in this realm was enough intimidation in itself. There were quite a few cultivators that followed into this realm. When they saw this scene, they all shuddered. That type of power, that type of might was too powerful, absolutely matchless. They felt an urge to bow down and worship him. If you have the guts, then just come. Towards this, Shihao only had these words. His feet remained in his original location without moving, but his right arm reached out, suppressing Gu Meng, eyes merciless. Kacha! The sounds of secret treasures cracking could be heard. A silver spear in the void was crushed. This made Divine Temple's most powerful inheritor's face change. The other party was too powerful, bare-handedly destroying true deity precious artifact so easily. Gu Meng released a great roar, displaying the 9 heavens 10th earth scripture, an incomparably mysterious technique. He refused to believe that this couldn't hinder Shihao. Back then, Immortal Palace's inheritor had previously exchanged several thousand moves with Shihao, while he himself wasn't weaker than Dichong. So regardless, it only made sense that he could hold on. A hint of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Shihao's lips. Does Jun Dao have a grudge against you? Never telling you the truth? Suddenly, resplendent scarlet multicolored light erupted. Sword radiance overflowing outwards, killing intent shocking all creatures in Gold Spirit Realm. It was too terrifying, the killing Dao energy here incomparable. Heavens! The ancient king, heavenly country's most terrifying individual appeared. At this moment, there was no need to say anything else. All of the cultivators that followed here knew how terrifying that sword was. Could easily kill true deities. That type of power, the angle the sword appeared at, the timing that was used, everything was the most optimal. This was all done to kill Shihao. Heavenly country's ancient freak arrived, already taking action. Chi! Suddenly, in the void, another streak of sword energy erupted, exceptionally tyrannical and accompanied by a rain of light, as if it was the light of ascension, hacking towards the center of the overflowing killing energy. Pong! It was as if the most dazzling fireworks blossomed. The killing energy disappeared, and everyone only saw a divine sword dripping with blood disappear with a flash, entering the void from its original position. They were positive that that was Heavenly Country's ancient king. The most shocking thing was that Xianxia now appeared on the scene, in his hands the everlasting immortal sword. Just now, he hacked out with sword light, attacking Heavenly Country's assassin. This was the true body? Everyone's minds were shaken. Hong! Suddenly, the void collapsed. A black figure appeared, shattering the sky with a slap, domineering and tyrannical. Heaven overflowing black mists rushed over, surrounding this place, attacking Xianxia's true body. Dong! Endless symbols erupted between the two, divine force fluctuations like a tide, too ferocious. It was clear that this was an incomparably powerful exchange of attacks. Everyone became dumbstruck again. This was Divine Dark Child. He came, but then who was the enormous figure towering in the horizon? Everyone became shaken up. The great confrontation here happened in an instant. Shocking developments continuously took place. Soon afterwards, everyone became clear-headed. Divine Temple's most powerful inheritor was just bait, only here to put on a play. Heavenly Country's ancient king was the one to deliver the killing blow. However, Xianxia's true body was actually in hiding, taking action at the decisive moment. Meanwhile, Divine Dark Child clearly did the same, the one in the horizon not his true body. His true body was here to display power at the critical moment. Dong dong. Heaven and earth shook violently. Divine Dark Child and Xianxia's true body fought an intense battle, releasing resplendent divine light. Black mists surged, surrounding the great earth. Not too far off, Gu Meng was furious. Huang was looking down on him too greatly, unexpectedly only using a spiritual body to deal with him, his true body not even meeting him face to face. Soon after, his heart became cold again. His eyes widened, looking at the battlefield. Around Huang's body, a strand of immortal energy appeared, mysterious and holy, circling about his body. Jun Dao, you lied to me. He clenched his teeth. No wonder Huang said that before. This time, he was completely treated like cannon fodder, all for the sake of drawing Huang's attention. Jun Dao had previously told him that Huang hadn't cultivated immortal energy yet. The outside world were all spreading unfounded rumors, saying that fallen divine child didn't succeed yet either. Now, he knew that those were clear lies. What about Heavenly Country's ancient freak? Tell him to drag himself out here too. Just attack me at the same time. Xianxia shouted. This made Gu Meng even more angry. Huang's true body never gave him a single look. Only Divine Dark Child and Heavenly Country's king existed in his mind. He left. Since his first strike failed, he definitely won't carry out a second try from the same place, said Divine Dark Child. He towered in the underworld mist, his body pitch black and indistinct. Only a pair of eyes were burning like flames, incomparably terrifying. Do you dare take action against me on your own? Xianxia laughed loudly. Why wouldn't I dare? I came here precisely to fight against you, Divine Dark Child said incredibly coldly, his voice ringing through the sky, cracks covering the void. Not far out, Gu Meng didn't say anything, turning around to leave. After saying that you will take my friend as a temple-protecting divine bird in front of my face, you still want to leave? Xianxia's spiritual body shouted. This time, he didn't hold back, taking action with full force. With a chong sound, a light sword appeared in his hands formed completely from symbols. It shone brilliantly, within it endless great Tao true meaning. Gu Meng didn't want to zealously continue fighting, wanting to immediately escape. It was because he felt an extremely cold sensation, as he had been used. When Divine Temple's ancient holy child heard that the gold-marked white tiger he raised was killed, he truly was angered. He was invited over, but he had some hesitation, not too willing to cooperate with those individuals. Gu Meng understood what happened. If he died today, Jun Dao and the others will definitely be able to invite ancient holy child, roping him into their group. He was furious, unwilling to accept this. He wanted to roar out loudly. However, Huang didn't pay this any attention. Sword light tore through heaven and earth like a rainbow, many times more powerful than before. Gu Meng couldn't hold on. Pooh! Gu Meng's head flew out, accompanied by large amounts of blood. He was full of despair and unwillingness. To be killed just like this, it was too fast, right? Was this the power one obtained after cultivating a strand of immortal energy? It was truly terrifying to an unimaginable level. Before he could think any more, the primordial spirit in his head was erased by the sword energy that invaded inside, obliterating both his body and Tao. Shua! Sure how spiritual body and true body merged to fight decisively against divine dark child. At the same time, he transmitted sound in all directions. Is there anyone else? If you wish to fight, then come at me. Everyone became shocked. What kind of power was this? The scene of Divine Temple's most powerful inheritor's head being removed was too shocking, as if it happened right before their eyes. Now, sure how transmitted sound like this, challenging enemies from all sides, not scared of being attacked by everyone at all. Worthy of being Huang, matchlessly powerful, someone with unrivaled confidence. Someone said with a sigh. That type of domineeringness and confidence came from deep down, not fearing all of the enemies in the world. A sword moved through the sky, cold light illuminating Gold Spirit Realm, killing Divine Temple's most powerful inheritor. How tyrannical was this? One has to understand that this was one of the most powerful geniuses of the 3,000 provinces, someone with heaven-warping talent that looked down on all of his peers. However now, Huang's removed his head with a single cut. Kacha! Cracks filled the void. The great battle up ahead was heaven-shocking. That place had long erupted into chaos. Divine Dark Child was facing Huang. What is that? Why is there a strand of white energy around his body? There were some who were suspicious as they watched the terrifying battle. Their mind was trembling, soul shaking. Heaven and earth split apart. The metal mountains below continuously melted. Even though they were far away, there were still some whose bodies were swept through by these two's bone texts, injuring them heavily. Those two individuals were extremely blurry, but there was one distinctive trait, and that was that both of them had a pure white strand of energy that came out from their bodies, making them look mysterious and powerful. Why is it that I feel like they far exceed us, as if they are heavenly deities, their power not something we can match at all? An exceptional talent spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Everyone became horrified, because this was a real feeling. The two people up ahead were just too terrifying, not even true deities able to stop them if they went up. They were powerful to a ridiculous degree. Immortal energy. They actually took that step. Someone cried out with shock. Even though quite a few people had guessed at this, when someone really shouted it out, it still left them deeply shocked. Heavens! They cultivated a strand of immortal energy. Actually succeeded, surpassing the ancients. This cry of alarm stirred up heaven-reaching waves. Everyone found it difficult to stay calm. Their eyes filled with shock and agitation. This was simply a miracle. This was the first time they saw immortal energy, causing their hearts to rise and fall greatly, their eyes full of fanatical expressions. For them, this was simply inconceivable. Last time when Sure How fought with fallen Divine Child, the battlefield they selected was a vicious place that was surrounded by baleful energy all day. So even if there was immortal energy, they wouldn't be able to see it. Meanwhile, that battle, even though many people had their suspicions, quite a few people suspecting that they took that step, cultivating a strand of immortal energy, in the end, they still didn't obtain any proof. Moreover, later on, Jun Dao asserted that Sure How and Fallen Divine Child didn't succeed, and that was why no one continued thinking about it. Now they saw it with their own eyes. It seems like Fallen Divine Child's death was now wronged, Jun Dao also mistaken. Huang had long taken that step, too terrifying. He actually succeeded. This place erupted with commotion, triggering huge waves. Towards Divine Dark Child, everyone still had some mental preparation, because his flesh was too extraordinary, an ancient corpse that had been buried in the archaic era, only awakening in the present. Needless to say, his previous life definitely had a tremendous background, It was to the extent where people speculated that he might be an expert from the last great era. After his death, he was buried in the earth, his flesh not destroyed, existing until now. Pong! In the void, the two people's speeds were too fast. The space around them exploded, turning into mists as they erupted. They attacked viciously, symbols blasting apart like exploding stars. Suddenly, someone took action secretly, Heavenly Country's most powerful assassin. Those who lived and reached this step were all the very best. This person was extraordinary, silently arriving at Xiao's back. Only when he took action did bone texts erupt. However, something shocking happened. That killing sword, even though the sword energy was like a rainbow, distorting the void, when it approached Xiao's body, it was stopped. A hazy strand of immortal energy turned into faint mist wisps, sticking to Xiao's body, merging into his soul, making him look sparkling and shining. The killing Dao divine sword that was dripping with blood trembled slightly, as if it was enduring tremendous pressure. The assassin's face changed. Originally, after the strike failed, he should have immediately withdrew into the distance. However, now that he got this close to Huang, he felt extremely unwilling to let things just end like this. He fiercely brandished the sword, thrusting it forward fiercely. Something that made him a bit fearful happened. The true deity magical sword was a dark red color, refined for who knew how many years, but now, it released a ka-cha sound, the tip breaking. Then, the dark red true deity magical sword broke apart inch by inch. Following his vicious thrust forward, it broke apart piece by piece into metal fragments. This was too terrifying, making this assassin indescribably shaken. Just how powerful did one become after cultivating a strand of immortal energy? There was simply no way of measuring it. For people like him to deal with Huang, it was clearly useless. Even with Huang's back to him, standing there, he still couldn't pierce through. Huang! The dark red true deity magical sword's bone text shattered, turning into an expanse of brilliant light before disappearing. Even a powerful weapon like this was destroyed. No! The assassin was horrified. The powerful pressure from that person's back made him feel suffocated. No matter how he backed up, it wasn't enough. His mouth and nose felt uncomfortable, the 7 apertures of his head releasing blood. At this moment, his consciousness became blurry, but he saw a reality. Huang didn't even turn around, from start to finish, never taking action against him. After cultivating a strand of immortal energy, it is just too terrifying. Not something normal deities could defend against at all. This was his final thought. Then, with a pu sound, his entire body exploded, a bloody mist rising upwards. Nothing else remained. Everyone was stupefied, their backs feeling ice-cold. A wave of chilliness spread through their bodies. They clearly saw that assassin suddenly appear, piercing towards Xiao's back, and then he was mysteriously frozen in place. During that time, Huang was fighting intensely against Divine Dark Child, trading blows fiercely, continuously changing positions. That assassin moved together with Huang, all the way until he turned into an expanse of bloody mist. Too terrifying, just like a scarecrow hanging from his body, suddenly exploding under the violent movement. When everyone snapped back to reality, they felt as if their scalps were numb. Just how terrifying did one become after taking that step? Xiao didn't attach much importance to him at all, directly dragging him with him as he moved until he exploded. I finally understand why it is difficult for even ancient kings to successfully cultivate a strand of immortal energy. It is definitely incomparably difficult. But once it is cultivated, it means that they could travel unhindered through the 9 heavens and 10th earth. Someone said with a sigh, feeling both jealousy and fear, looking at those two with complicated expressions. Pong! This time, Huang and Divine Dark Child both released a palm from the distance, releasing an exceptionally loud and oppressive sound. It was as if an immortal drum was playing, shaking many people until their blood and chi surged. Wah! A few individuals with weaker strength coughed out large amounts of blood, staggering in retreat, their faces full of horror and shock. They were already standing far away, but they were still injured by the power displayed by those two. Shi Hao's expression became serious. This was the first time he met someone like this, with a physical body that was unimaginable, definitely exceeding all normal limits. Divine Dark Child stood in the void, underworld mists surging around him. Only his eyes were shining like ghost flames, burning indistinctly. He was indescribably terrifying and powerful. His physical body exceeded those at this level, and when he was attacked, it would automatically release symbols to retaliate against the enemy. The beams of light impossible to defeat, terrifying and mysterious. Shi Hao struck out with a fist. Bone texts interweaved like stellar streams, mysterious symbols erupting. The divine might was world-shaking. However, Divine Dark Child didn't try to block it, instead rushing forward and directly attacking. Underworld mists surged, his body automatically shining. A streak of scarlet multicolored light flew out, erupting towards Shi Hao's fist. Shi Hao evaded to the side, moving his hand again, the 5 fingers on his left hand forming a dragon claw, 5 streaks of light flying out from them. If others were struck by these lights, their bodies would definitely become pierced through, leaving behind 5 bloody holes. However, Divine Dark Child's flesh released kungxiang sounds as if metal was being struck. Sparks flew everywhere, and that area released purple light, sweeping towards Shi Hao like a great sea. Pong! Shi Hao moved, displaying the earth to inches withdrawal technique. Then his entire body leapt up, his body spinning. His legs swept out, vaguely releasing sounds of dragon snake cries. In reality, there really was a true dragon and a golden snake coiling around, lashing at Divine Dark Child, the power domineering. Shi Hao's seemingly simple movements were all the most powerful loose moves, some of them originating from Origin Sky Secret Realm, others comprehended on his own. Wang! Divine Dark Child's shoulder that was attacked released dark light that turned into a demonic phoenix that was incomparably terrifying. Heaven and earth split apart, the void here caving in. The scene was astonishing. Meanwhile, below, golden mountains collapsed, several tens to over 100 mountain peaks breaking apart. They turned into metal fragments, and then into roiling metal liquid. This place was too sinister, the scene too terrifying. How was one even supposed to fight against Divine Dark Child? His flesh was too terrifying, every inch of his flesh seemingly having a type of precious technique sealed within. Once attacked, it would definitely erupt with bone texts. Even Shi Hao was startled. This was the first time he encountered this type of opponent. He unexpectedly couldn't inflict any damage. In the past, it was always him with the unmatched flesh, able to suppress his enemies purely with his body. However, today, he unexpectedly ended up encountering this type of monster whose body was unbreakable, undecaying, and even able to automatically release precious techniques. This wasn't controlled by the primordial spirit, but rather released instinctively by the body. At this moment, Shi Hao understood why Divine Dark Child's terrifying body wasn't destroyed after all this time, still able to display such power. He had an astonishing background in his previous life, one that was unimaginable. A single sleep lasting for an eternity, only having this tattered physical body left, in the end, still too inferior. Otherwise, how could an insect like you dance about in front of me like this? Divine Dark Child said deeply. This made many people tremble inwardly. He was domineering as expected, so arrogant even when facing Huang, carrying an expression of contempt. Shi Hao coldly said, "Just a corpse, yet still dares to act arrogant. What do you have? Just a newly born primordial spirit that doesn't have the slightest connection with the body you have from the previous life. His accomplishments have nothing to do with you, the only reason you can stand here because of luck, possessing a corpse shell that's not too shabby. Otherwise, you're nothing." While speaking, the two of them quickly flew through the air, weaving between heaven and earth. Over 10,000 moves had already been exchanged, the two of them just too fast. "It's useless. No one in Immortal Ancient can kill me. Fighting decisively against me only signifies your death," Divine Dark Child said coldly. Hong. He took action, moving extremely quickly, attacking Shi Hao. A faint strand of immortal energy moved around him, many parts of his body shining, precious techniques interweaving together. This unusual scene was heaven-shocking. Turns out to be like this. Sure how opened his heavenly eye, seeing the strand of immortal energy in the underworld mist. He nodded and then said, "So that's all. Kill!" Divine Dark Child shouted, his entire right arm turning into a black-colored divine sword, hacking downwards. His flesh turned into a sword core, dark energy surging. The strand of immortal energy you have on you wasn't cultivated by yourself at all, but rather produced automatically by that physical body. You dare act arrogant with this little bit of accomplishment. Sure how sneered. He spread his enormous Kuan Peng wings, splitting the skies as he moved. The dark sword core hacked down, formed from his right hand. It was incomparably sharp and powerful, heaven overflowing, dark light surging. Sure how shifted outwards, the Kuan Peng wings behind him spreading, covering the sky and clouds, enormous without end. They fanned over, stirring up yin and yang energies. After colliding, wisps of chaotic mists blasted outwards. Hong! This strike exploded the void. When the black-colored sword core and Kuan Peng wings intersected, sparks flew everywhere. Dang! Sword energy overflowed, ear-splitting sounds ringing through the air. Meanwhile, golden feathers covered the sky on Sure Hao's side, neutralizing everything. However, immediately afterwards, things became troublesome. Divine Dark Child's entire body shone, all types of precious techniques erupting and sweeping forward. It was because this time the power Sure Hao used was too great, the Kuan Peng wings like golden clouds, covering the sky and hiding the moon, attacking the other party's entire body. This was like poking at a hornet's nest, making his flesh instinctively release power, provoking an expanse of precious techniques. Everything linked up together, completely erupting. It was incomparably magnificent. It was clear that Sure Hao did this intentionally. He was probing Divine Dark Child's entire body, refusing to believe that this body had terrifying symbols sealed in every part. There had to be a weakness. Otherwise, if it was just attacks, he had other methods that haven't been used yet. Hong! Dark clouds surged, precious technique interweaving, unexpectedly producing scripture sounds. They originated from Divine Dark Child's body. It was extremely terrifying. Shwa! Sure Hao shifted horizontally, continuing to use precious techniques. Light surged, completely blasting outwards, submerging Divine Dark Child, inciting him a step further, making his body resplendent, as if it was burning. It had to be said that he was full of confidence, excited by this new opponent. What he was thinking was not how to quickly eliminate this opponent, but rather trying to understand everything about him. An archaic era ancient corpse, perhaps even originating from the previous great era. This made him quite interested. Sure Hao couldn't help but sigh. The other party's physical body was too terrifying, just its instinctive response able to obliterate groups of geniuses, automatically displaying precious techniques, sturdy and undecaying, innately undefeated. Many people saw that even if Divine Dark Child were to just stand there and not take action, allowing all of the spectators to attack him, it would still be difficult to take him down. Instead, they would be the ones massacred. And there were a few areas that didn't shine, without symbols and precious techniques rushing out. Could these be the comparatively weaker areas? Sure Hao said. This was the result of his comprehensive attack. When he saw that there were still a few areas that were dim on Divine Dark Child's body, not displaying any reaction, he speculated that these were the weak points. When he thought of this, Sure Hao stopped moving. He then transferred all of his body's power, attacking viciously. With a chong sound, it was as if he wore a layer of golden-colored armor. Around his body, countless golden feathers could be seen, all of them suspended in the void. They were just too resplendent, as if a divine treasury appeared in the world, shaking up Gold Spirit Realm. This was a derivation of the Kuan Peng technique, a powerful embodiment of its power. All of the feathers were divine swords, a total of 100,000 of them. They stood in Sure Hao's surroundings. Kill! Sure Hao roared. The streak of immortal energy around his body also moved. He crazily took action. 100,000 golden divine feathers quickly enlarged at this moment. All of them so large they seemed to be supporting heaven and earth, towering between this world, connecting the ground and sky. Every single one of these feather swords were enormous. When they shot forward together, they weren't piercing, but rather smashing at the enemy. Moreover, they were made of natural laws. They interweaved together, covering heaven and earth. With natural sword laws, they constructed a furnace. Sword furnace. 100,000 enormous swords, their radiance forming natural laws, constructing a furnace. This scene was mysterious and grand, sealing divine dark child within a furnace. Endless sword energy swirled about, entering the furnace, starting to attack. They were like sword radiance, but also like flames, burning here. This is too terrifying. The faces of the people watching in the distance became pale. A furnace made from swords, natural laws interweaving within them. This type of scene was truly world-shocking. Who could stop this? Many exceptional talents' bodies couldn't help but go taut, continuously backing up. They felt as if they were struggling against that furnace themselves. Dang dang dang. 10,000 swords were sent out. Within the enormous furnace, endless light rushed about, all of them striking divine dark child's body. Sparks flew in all directions. What? This powerful. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing. This body was terrifying. But could it stop this much sword energy? Without a doubt, for the Kuan-Peng technique to reach this level, it was enough to be called a fatal technique. Forget about any other transformations. Just this sword furnace alone would shock the world. Dong! Dong! Enormous sounds rang outwards. Everyone felt horrified. That sword furnace was transparent, so the scene inside could be seen. A figure was attacking, bombarding the sword furnace with his fists. He was enduring the sword radiance. Even though his body shone, using endless precious techniques to defend itself, he was still forced into a passive situation. He withstood it? Someone cried out with alarm. It was because after a moment had passed, divine dark child's body was unmatched, still not cut down. His entire body shone, and his fist's power became even greater, striking the sword furnace until it rang with wong wong sounds. The furnace was struck until it unexpectedly became bumpy, shape continuously changing. The scene was astonishing. Outside, Xianxia stood in the sky, 100,000 golden feather swords completely turning diagonally, their points pointing forward. He himself was within this forest of swords, mighty and still like a monarch. Kill! Xianxia released a light shout. The sword furnace suddenly changed, displaying natural laws, turning into sword energy to attack at the special areas on divine dark child's body. Those areas were dim, not shining. At the same time, Xianxia himself moved, because the sword energy furnace further confirmed the areas where the other party's body couldn't release precious techniques. It was time to move. Between heaven and earth, a roar sounded. It was as if great waves were surging. It was because as Xianxia swooped down, the 100,000 golden feather swords moved as well, all of them rushing at divine dark child. You think you can see through me? Able to kill me? Divine dark child laughed coldly. His entire body erupted with dark light. That strand of immortal energy merged with his body, making him look like a black sun. Shocking changes happened. On divine dark child's body, the areas that originally didn't shine lit up, becoming more resplendent than the sun. Chi. One of those regions released a streak of scarlet multicolored light. Symbols shone dazzlingly, ultimately forming a small bell that quickly rushed towards Xianxia. So fast. This was what everyone thought, their eyes completely unable to capture its trajectory, only seeing afterimages. Then, bell sounds rang through heaven and earth. Dang! That was a scarlet-colored small bell, not a real item, but rather formed from natural laws. The sound it released shook the cultivators in the sky until they fell, blood trickling out from all 7 apertures. Heavens! What kind of precious technique is this? Everyone became shocked, quickly escaping. This was too sinister. Even from this far away, they were still attacked indiscriminately. Chong. Immediately afterwards, the scarlet-colored little bell sounded once again. However, it wasn't bell waves that were released, but rather sword cries. The bell turned into a small sword, releasing strange ripples that frantically rushed at Sure Hao. This is soulfall technique, something that has been lost in inheritance for a long time. How terrifying. Divine Dark Child's flesh actually has this type of symbols. Back then, what kind of person was he? A few people with extensive knowledge and experiences cried out with alarm. When everyone heard this, all of their expressions changed. The soulfall technique was extremely strange, able to kill one's primordial spirit. It directly rushed into the divine consciousness, one's flesh shell unable to stop it. Just now, it was just a ripple, yet it already injured a few comparatively weaker cultivators, so one could imagine what kind of attack Huang was facing. This type of precious technique was the most terrifying. What was a primordial spirit? It was what supported one's life imprint. Once it scattered, that would be the end of everything, erased from existence. The small scarlet bell, in everyone's eyes, became the source of terror. Did you think the dim areas were weaknesses? You're wrong. Those are places where I can already release precious techniques from. The places that are the most powerful. Divine Dark Child laughed coldly, mocking Sure Hao. Sure Hao could tell even without him saying it. Soulfall technique and the other precious techniques were incredibly powerful, their operation unobstructed. The most powerful areas are just these? You want to hinder me with just a trifling soulfall technique? Sure Hao said indifferently. Everyone became shocked. Sure Hao stood there confidently. Divine Dark Child's precious techniques were unexpectedly all stopped by a barrier of light. Sure Hao supported his only heavenly passage, and then lightning and Kuan Peng force operated, concentrating on it. Symbols appeared one after another on his only heavenly passage, shining resplendently like stars. He had long wanted to carve symbols on his single heavenly passage. These were just the beginning of his efforts, yet it already displaying unmatched defensive power. Hong. Then Heaven Calamity Light was added as well. However, this was the extent of what he could do. This was all still in the experimental stage. Everything became unstable, his single heavenly passage becoming a bit distorted. Kill! Sure Hao shouted loudly. His single heavenly passage shone and burned, unexpectedly separating from him, flying forward. It surrounded the little bell and others, completely obliterating them. Moreover, his single heavenly passage turned into a symbol pillar of light, and then rushed at Divine Dark Child. Dong! Unfortunately, this person's body was too strange, surpassing the limits of those at his level. He only released a groan. Precious techniques were released, completely erupting, stopping this attack. Sure Hao took the initiative to attack. I refuse to believe that you can continue to remain unbreakable. His eyebrows stood up vertically, now angered. Come then, Huang. Others might fear you, but in my eyes you aren't anything. If not for sleeping all this time, 100,000 people like you would be killed with just a breath from me. Divine Dark Child taunted. At this moment, he revealed his true appearance, the underworld mist scattering. He wore black golden armor, his face pale white, possessing an abnormal beauty. Kill! He released a shout and then rushed over. Two figures weaved through heaven and earth, clashing intensely. Huang, by attacking my entire body, forcing my body to instinctively display power, are you trying to exhaust my power? However, I'll have to disappoint you. My physical body is unmatched. It will never become exhausted. Divine Dark Child ridiculed. I was just curious about your body, wanting to see if you have any parts useful as a reference, but was disappointed, so I won't waste any more time. Sure Hao said coldly. Peng peng. Precious techniques collided, shocking to the extreme. I want to see what kind of methods you have. Divine Dark Child was fearless. Even though you have many precious techniques, they are just engraved in your flesh, so I cannot study them. Even though your physical body is extraordinary, it is still a human corpse, so I can't cook and eat it. That means that nothing is good about it, just trash. Just die, Shurhao shouted. When these words sounded, not only did Divine Darkchild's eyes become cold, many spectators became stupefied as well. Chong! A sword appeared in Shurhao's hands. That was a sword body formed from a combination of the Reincarnation symbols, Heaven Calamity Light symbols, as well as the Third Innate Supreme Being technique. When this sword emerged, winds and clouds changed, the world losing color. Shurhao's strand of immortal energy also wound around it, making this sword even more extraordinary. His speed was too fast. The Kuan Peng's extreme speed, earth to inches withdrawal technique, and lightning wings merged together, exceeding normal reasoning, surrounding him as he attacked Divine Darkchild. Under dang-dang sounds, a few parts on Divine Darkchild's body unexpectedly released blood, to the extent where 2 areas were pierced through. Everyone became shocked. Even this type of powerful body was going to break apart? They didn't dare believe it. Your weakness is precisely those shining areas, the regions that could release precious technique, right? You can't hide it, Shurhao said coldly. Those regions had been damaged over time, becoming penetrable. Pooh! Divine Darkchild spat out a mouthful of dark blood, his body flying outwards, receiving serious injuries for the first time. Just a corpse, yet dares to act all arrogant in front of my face, ridiculously overconfident. Who do you even think you are? Shurhao shouted. When he swooped down again, the sword in his hand was exceptionally sharp. Following pu sounds, expanses of symbols were scattered out, striking at Divine Darkchild's vitals. Hong! Divine Darkchild was using great divine abilities, but it was still too difficult to defend himself. Everyone trembled. What kind of precious technique was this, unexpectedly making Divine Darkchild's body become weak so quickly, finding it a bit difficult to hold on? Shurhao was also astonished. His precious technique contained Heaven Calamity Light, Reincarnation, and other abilities, so as long as they struck their target, they would immediately break apart. Even though the body before him couldn't hold on, it still endured several hits, truly shocking. Ah! Divine Darkchild released a roar, attacking viciously. Chong! Shurhao brought out the everlasting immortal sword as well. I originally wanted to take a look to see what's so special about you. If I could use your body as a reference, but I was disappointed. It's better if you just go on your way a bit sooner. In his right hand was the sword core condensed from his own supreme being techniques, while his left held the everlasting immortal sword core. The 2 swords moved, their power unstoppable. Kill! Divine Darkchild shouted, continuously fighting. Even after reaching this step, he still exchanged another 500 moves with Shurhao. His body was incomparably bizarre, releasing bone texts from time to time. Pooh! Shurhao hacked off his right arm. The weakness there was glaring, something he had realized for a while. The broken arm released an expanse of black color, flying outwards. And Shurhao was shocked. After that broken arm flew out, it quickly flew in retreat, wishing to heal. This body was really too strange. You still want to connect it? Forget it. His swords both moved, cutting that arm into several pieces, as well as seriously injuring the main body. Pooh! Then, Shurhao bisected him at the waist. The upper half of his body flew outwards. Suddenly, the sound of scriptures sounded from the void. At the ends of heaven and earth, there was a blurry figure seated there. Indistinct scripture sounds rang through this place. At this moment, everyone's souls trembled, all of them scared, wishing to bow down in worship. Divine temples, 9 heavens 10th earth scripture, its ancient holy child, someone said with a trembling voice, knowing who it was that came. You are free to come at me. Those who dare fight against me, I'll cut down one after another. Shurhao shouted. He withstood the scripture sounds, not being disturbed by it. He rushed forward again, and with a pu sound, he cut open Divine Darkchild's chest. Only he frowned slightly. That body was too sinister. Even at this state, the broken limbs and other parts still wanted to gather again and reassemble. Pooh! Shurhao didn't bother worrying about that much. The swords in his hands joined together, cutting into Divine Dark Child's head, blood splashing high into the air. Sword energy was unstoppable, cold light illuminating all. Hao's sword removed Divine Dark Child's head. The headless upper half of his body flew outwards, black blood scattering outwards. How domineering was this? Even someone as powerful as Divine Dark Child had his head removed. How could this not make others shiver with fear? The spectators felt as if they were suffocating. Chi chi chi. Divine light poured down like a waterfall. The battle still hadn't ended. Divine Dark Child's flesh was incomparably strange, shining even though it had been chopped up, all types of symbols erupting. Dang dang dang. Between heaven and earth, the sound of metal ringing was deafening. Large amounts of precious techniques flew everywhere, covering the sky in divine light. All of this was released by Divine Dark Child's body, and they landed on the everlasting immortal sword. Hao remained fearless. He found Divine Dark Child's weakness, so he moved forward with the sword in hand. After a few cuts, black-colored blood splashed out again. Everyone had to admit that Divine Dark Child had a world-shocking flesh shell, some places even more terrifying than the six-zhang golden body. Not only was it undecaying, there was strange power surging. Deafening sounds rumbled. A river of blood appeared, shooting out from Divine Dark Child's heart. It quickly turned a dark red, and then later it returned to becoming black, covering heaven and earth, covering the area around Hao. Pong! Hao raised his hand. The Lightning Emperor's precious technique erupted, blasting outwards. Electrical arcs flooded out like a sea, blasting apart all of the black-colored blood, turning it into bloody mist. In addition, he advanced with the sword in hand, hacking horizontally and cleaving vertically. Sword light fired out, shining brilliantly like starry streams. Pooh! Divine Dark Child's ruined body was broken into pieces again. Moreover, in that instant, Hao quickly attacked with his sword, making Divine Dark Child's torso and other parts continuously break apart, cutting them into chunks. Wang! A silver mountain crushed down, making the void cave in. This was unexpectedly formed from a symbol, arriving from the horizon. The mysterious ancient holy child stood there, his body indistinct as he chanted scriptures. The bone texts originated from that direction. Dang! Hao moved his sword, striking the silver mountain that was formed from symbols, sending it flying outwards. In addition, something even more terrifying happened. In the void, a row of large mountains flew over, among them including those that were golden, those that released purple energy, those with dark light that overflowed into the heavens. All of their energies surged, making it feel as if a stellar sea was crushing down. These were 108 symbols, and when linked up together, they formed mountains. If one looked down from above, one would see what resembled a bracelet. Ancient Holy Child chanted scriptures. He himself did not arrive, using scriptures to hinder Hao, not allowing him to kill Divine Dark Child. That's the 9 Heavens 10th Earth scripture. Known as an unmatched divine text, everyone was shaken up. This ancient scripture was incomparable, obvious just from its name. Its reputation had shaken the past and present. This was only the opening part of the scriptures, Ancient Holy Child only reading 100 or so characters. Yet it was already like this, displaying the most powerful might, making one's soul throb and shake. Hao's eyes became cold. He held the everlasting immortal sword in his hands, not feeling any fear. Exceptional sword energy shot out, one hack, one streak, making all of the scripture scatter and explode in the void. Ancient Holy Child is so powerful. His true body didn't even come, yet there are already such heaven-defying methods. Someone said with a sigh, not knowing if his true body will descend to fight a great battle against Huang. It was clear that after Gu Meng's death, someone sent a message to Ancient Holy Child, provoking his anger. Huang, incredibly domineering, facing so many enemies and even daring to take on more than a single ancient freak. How valiant and heroic is this? Someone said. Everyone nodded. Regardless of the results of this battle, Huang's name was going to shake up Immortal Ancient. This was just too tyrannical. He stood there alone with the sword in hand, waiting for several ancient freaks to show up. What kind of courage was this? How many people dared to act like this? Chi. Sword radiance overflowed outwards. Xianxia never stopped moving, scattering those scriptures and hacking divine dark child's body into even smaller pieces, preventing him from recombining. Heavens! How many pieces was divine dark child's body chopped up into? It's now practically minced. Everyone simply couldn't believe that divine dark child, who was known for having unbreakable flesh, was actually being diced up by someone. Black blood splashed outwards. The scene so shocking everyone's faces turned pale. There was only a single head that continuously backed up, not being hacked apart, coldly watching the enemy. Great One! A group of Underworld Earth's experts appeared, shouting loudly. There were some who disregarded personal safety, rushing over to take action against Xianxia, wishing to rescue divine dark child. Pooh! Xianxia didn't say anything. His sword swept out, accompanied by pure white immortal energy, cleaving the group of Underworld clan experts that rushed over at the waists. They then broke apart inch by inch, turning into bloody mists. This was too powerful, just a single strike wiping out a group of experts. This was precisely why those who had taken that step were terrifying. Others simply couldn't match their power. With immortal energy, it was the same as transcending above, able to overlook the crowd. Xianxia shook his sword, continuously brandishing it tens of thousands of times in one go, chopping divine dark child's flesh into an unrecognizable degree and in an absolute mess. Moreover, sword radiance shot straight into his head, continuously hacking about. Dang! A terrifying sound erupted. When Xianxia's sword landed on his frontal bone, it unexpectedly produced this type of vibrating sound. His skull was without a doubt the most terrifying and sturdy part. Sparks flew everywhere, sword rainbows cascading down streak after streak. After a series of clashes, divine dark child's skull finally cracked as well. What, is divine dark child going to have his body and Tao erased? Everyone was horrified. There were some who said that there was no way his body was unbreakable, but what they saw today had long topped everyone's understanding. Kill! Xianxia shouted loudly. With the everlasting immortal sword in hand, he released the most terrifying strike. With a chi sound, immortal energy curled about, sword radiance roiling. With a pu chi sound, that head was finally completely cut open. Black blood gushed out, underworld mist pervading the air. It was incredibly strange. Not good. Xianxia's mind trembled, feeling all of his fine hairs standing on end. His instinctive divine senses were unimaginably sharp. There was danger coming. That is, everyone was shaken. At the limits of the horizon, the indistinct figure in the horizon was still chanting scriptures, but he also reached out a large hand, slapping it over in this direction. It was too terrifying. The mountain range below, when compared to that enormous hand, felt too small, incomparably insignificant. This arm stretched across the sky, originating from the horizon, surrounding everything. Ancient Holy Child took action, displaying the precious techniques recorded in the 9 Heavens 10th Earth scriptures to suppress Xianxia. The sky collapsed, black cracks extending everywhere. Xianxia's eyes became cold. He didn't back off, continuing to press forward. A streak of sword energy rushed into the heavens, hacking towards the terrifying large hand that covered the 9 Heavens and 10th Earth. Then, another sword hacked towards underworld mist, wishing to eliminate divine dark child's primordial spirit. Dang! In the darkness, sparks flew about in a glaring manner. The radiance scattered all of the mist. Xianxia's pupils quickly contracted. Within the splitting head, there wasn't a primordial spirit, but rather a black-colored small cauldron that was incomparably ancient. Shocking fluctuations were released from it. Immortal gold. It was a cauldron forged from immortal gold. This small cauldron wasn't large, and it had long become broken from the passage of time. It was covered in cracks and filled with an ancient aura. However, despite this being the case, it was still intimidating, as if he was facing the most terrifying prehistoric vicious beast. Wang! The little cauldron flashed, sending out primordial spirit energy. In addition, this cauldron's dark light erupted, releasing heaven overflowing fluctuations, shaking the world. What a terrifying cauldron! Its quality unimaginable. How was it brought into Immortal Ancient? Something isn't quite right. It's broken, only possessing fluctuations, difficult to condense complete symbols, unable to display any power. In the distance, everyone was greatly shaken. This was without a doubt a cauldron from the archaic era, previously buried together, now reappearing in this world. It was unexpectedly cast from dark immortal gold, its value inestimable. It would be hard for even immortals to find this type of unmatched, heavenly material. Dong! The large hand in the sky slapped down, smashing down towards Xianxia again. That was divine power displayed by the 9 heavens 10th earth scripture. At the same time, the primordial spirit in that little black cauldron shone, stirring the magical artifact as it moved, making the little cauldron smash towards Xianxia, its aura terrifying. Xianxia moved his sword horizontally, first blasting aside the large hand in the void, and then hacking towards the dark immortal gold little cauldron. Pooh! Blood blossomed, incomparably bright-colored. Xianxia moved sideways, but his body was still struck by a sword. His lower back had been pierced, the wound coming out from his chest. Blood flowed outwards. The one behind him shook the sword, wishing to blast him to pieces. Killing energy entered his body. It was too terrifying, immediately eliminating quite a bit of Xianxia's life force, originating from the sword and spreading in all directions. Hong! Xianxia's body began to burn like a great furnace, releasing resplendent symbols, attacking behind him. At the same time, his entire body rushed forward like a streak of lightning, immediately disappearing. He freed himself from that divine sword dripping with blood, standing in the distance. Bone texts and divine flames raged around his body, the blood on his chest red and glistening. It was a horrifying sight. Heavenly Country's ancient freak. Xianxia's face fell. Just now he had been misled. He had a feeling a long time ago, but he thought that the danger originated from ancient divine child's large hand, and then he thought that it might be the black-colored little cauldron. He never expected that it was Heavenly Country's king that was hiding in the darkness, delivering this fatal strike at the critical moment. The killing energy was too terrifying. It wreaked havoc in his body, simply about to tear through all of his body's muscles and arteries, crushing all of his bones, sucking his flesh's spiritual essence dry. Where do you think you are going? Xianxia's eyebrows stood vertically, his martial Dao heavenly eyes like 2 small suns, releasing symbols that lit up heaven and earth. He warped through the air, hacking towards the void, cutting off Heavenly Country King's path of retreat. Then, that indistinct figure appeared, standing there with the bleeding divine sword. Only then did everyone understand that Heavenly Country's ancient freak took action again. He violated his principles. It was rumored that if he failed once, he would retreat into the distance. I never expected that he would release a second attack. Heavenly Country, for the sake of killing Huang, attacked a second time today. Moreover, what was shocking was that he stood in the void, his body indistinct, fighting a great battle against Huang. Do you think my flesh is that easy to break? I won't die. I was just borrowing you to refine the soul, Divine Dark Child said coldly. At the same time, his broken body gathered piece by piece, all of them rushing towards Xianxia, turning into a flesh armor to cover his body. This was a sinister power. All of Divine Dark Child's flesh pieces flew over, about to wrap around Xianxia and assemble around his body. Dark refinement! Divine Dark Child shouted loudly. He was going to turn himself into a furnace to seal up the other party, refine him and absorb all of his vital energy. Don't try to stick gold to your face. Your flesh is indeed sturdy, but as long as one finds out its weak points, it's easy to hack apart, Xianxia said. While speaking, he fought against Heavenly Country's ancient freak. Sword light rose into the heaven, shining endlessly. Everyone was shaken. The supreme assassin was terrifying as expected. Burn! Xianxia released a loud shout. A strand of immortal energy rushed out from his body, carrying the remaining flames of 10,000 daos, burning ferociously, roasting divine dark child's flesh pieces that swarmed over. And, towards this, divine dark child became fearful, quickly evading. These 10,000 remnant flames were extremely terrifying. Dang! Sure how fought against Heavenly Country's king, while releasing sword energy to hack at divine dark child. This left many people stupefied. When had Heavenly Country's ancient freak ever confronted someone like this before? However, right now he was intercepted, now releasing the most powerful attacks. How formidable, worthy of being a terrifying freak that could make even 10 Crown King and Ning Chuan vigilant. Quite a few people's minds were shaken. Dang! The black little cauldron moved, releasing a streak of exceptional radiance, suppressing towards Sure Hao. Sure Hao's expression changed. He hacked apart the void, quickly escaping. Hong! The little cauldron displayed might, crushing that place, its power unimaginable. Quang Dang! The cauldron descended. Divine Dark Child's primordial spirit shook, falling out. It was clear that this cauldron had problems already damaged during the archaic era. After displaying this attack, it could no longer be controlled. Otherwise, if this was an unmatched supreme being cauldron, it couldn't have been brought into Immortal Ancient. Where do you think you are going? Sure Hao no longer worried about the Heavenly Country King at his side, abandoning him to chase after divine dark child. Hong! The pieces of flesh appeared, rushing towards divine dark child, surrounding his primordial spirit to recombine. Sure Hao brandished his sword, the radiance exceptional. Dang! His objective wasn't a person, but rather that cauldron. The everlasting immortal sword hacked out, seizing it from divine dark child's side, immediately seizing it over. Come back! Divine dark child shouted, calling out to the little cauldron. His flesh had recombined, piecing itself together. This was a mysterious body that had remained since the archaic era, undecaying and unbreakable. That cauldron was silent and still, not moving at all. Ha ha ha! Sure Hao laughed loudly, the little cauldron propped up by his hand. He revealed a look of mockery. The other party couldn't command this artifact even though he was the master. In reality, he didn't even try to suppress it, just holding it casually in his hand. This cauldron really was quite heavy. It looked like it was the size of a fist, but it was heavy in his hands. This wasn't due to the effects of bone texts, but rather that it truly weighed several hundreds of thousands of gene. It has always been said that black immortal gold is extremely heavy. Seems like this really is the case. Sure Hao said to himself. This was a tremendous gain. This fist-sized little cauldron containing unmatched immortal gold. Even if it was damaged right now, its material alone was enough to make the great sects of the higher realms' 3,000 provinces turn red with greed, willing to fight wars over it. Divine Dark Child's pupils contracted. The other party was acting so calm and composed, evaluating this little cauldron as if he was completely being forgotten. This was also a type of humiliation. His body shone. All types of precious techniques erupted, swirling with auspicious multicolored light. These lights gathered, forming an extremely terrifying sight. Suddenly, the little cauldron trembled with wong-wong sounds, wishing to return to divine Dark Child's side, as if it had a bit of connection with him. Sure Hao laughed loudly again. This cauldron only recognizes that flesh, completely showing disdain towards your primordial spirit. You still have the shame to try and control it. This was undisguised mockery. It made divine Dark Child look extremely bad. Since this is the case, I'll just accept it in your place. You aren't suitable for using it. Sure Hao's words weren't polite in the slightest as he spoke. This could be considered a reply to the other party calling him an insect earlier. His face carried a brilliant smile. The archaic era, such glorious years. Divine abilities. Come. Divine Dark Child calmly said. He recovered his cool. The space between his brows shone, and then a strange imprint appeared, releasing dazzling radiance. Just bring out whatever you have, so you don't feel any regret later. Sure Hao didn't seem concerned at all. Suddenly, he frowned. Where do you think you are going? Hao disappeared from his original location, rushing forward. His sword hacked out, cutting apart the void, and then he himself entered. Within the great void cracks, Kung Chong sounds ran out in a deafening manner. Cymbals rumbled, pouring out like rivers. Hao fought a great battle against Heavenly Country's king. With the two being so close, his divine senses were incomparably sharp, staring at this ancient freak the entire time. Going? You're wrong. I'm just not used to being exposed under the glaring sun. There'll be time to play with you, Heavenly Country's ancient king said. His voice was like a ravenous wolf, exceptionally ear-piercing and terrifying. Kill! A strange streak of light flew over. The space between Divine Darkchild's brows released light, forming an indistinct little world. Hao's mind was shaken. In this little world, there were actually ancient graves everywhere, cold and lonely, a desolate place. Bury sky, bury earth, bury man, Divine Darkchild shouted. When these 6 words sounded, heaven and earth trembled greatly, as if some heavenly law was touched. The void produced lightning, rumbling with noise. In the distance, everyone became stupefied, and then they shivered coldly, a layer of fine white hair appearing on their bodies. It was because this was a legendary secret art that was sinister and terrifying. 3 burial secret technique. Someone's face became white, saying this softly. This type of precious technique's power was bizarre, powerful, and terrifying. Rumored to have buried immortals before, only, for some reason, it was lost in inheritance, rarely seen by people of the later world. No one expected Divine Darkchild to display it. How could this not leave others feeling shocked? Even this type of precious technique appeared. Is this world going to be thrown into chaos? Dong. When facing this attack, Hao didn't feel any fear, fighting against this enemy head-on, stirring on his own supreme being techniques. A thunderous sound rang through the air, as if the drums of the heavens were rumbling. Pong! Fireworks immediately shone resplendently, enough to light up all of Gold's spirit realm. This is the 3 burial secret method? Nothing special. Hao laughed loudly in ridicule. That small world broke apart. All of the ancient graves cracked apart. There were creatures inside, wishing to crawl over and join the battle. But in the end, they all became dim, completely disappearing. In reality, Hao knew that this technique was terrifying, definitely domineering and tyrannical. Only, the symbols weren't complete, so Divine Darkchild couldn't fully display it. That was why it couldn't display its true demonic might. Chong, chong, chong. Suddenly, everything around them trembled. Banners appeared one after another in their surroundings, covering this place and encircling this entire battlefield, trapping Hao within. Dao appeared. The corners of his lips carried cold intent. Enough, the preparations have been finished. We can now slowly kill him. It was clear that he arrived a long time ago, having Divine Darkchild and the others stall Hao. He distributed the formation bases, magical banners he had prepared beforehand all over the surroundings, locking down everything. The great formations were now in place. The world's #1 stone is here, yet you all dare act so impudently? The divine striking stone appeared, opening its mouth and spewing out all types of multicolored light. It was as if a shooting star flew across, brilliant and beautiful. Formation banners fluttered about, opposing these great formations with equal harshness. Even if some of the formation effects are counteracted, so what? Now that we are all here, you think we'll let you leave? Dao sneered. He then looked into the heavens, making amends towards ancient holy child. We'll capture Huang first. After the matter, I am willing to offer my sincere apology. He also took action, joining this battle. However, he didn't approach, only attacking from the distance. It had to be said that Heavenly Country's king was too powerful. Even without relying on assassination, just his fighting prowess alone was already terrifying to the extreme. 99 Dao divine ability. Come forth, Divine Darkchild shouted. He actually broke apart on his own. A bit of his flesh flew off, and after wrapping around his primordial spirit, there were still 99 pieces. They shone brilliantly, all of them rushing over and surrounding Xianxia. Heavens! Several dozen divine abilities were sealed in the flesh. What a freak! How is one even supposed to stop this? Everyone cried out in alarm. What they were seeing was truly too shocking. These were the sturdiest parts of divine dark child that couldn't be hacked apart. The 99 parts that sealed precious techniques. Needless to say, his previous life had terrifying origins. A type of precious technique with each piece of flesh. All of them released in a concentrated manner. Not too hard to deal with. They aren't overlaid on top of each other to increase their power. Just using these unordinary flesh to attack the enemy. I'll let you see what true unmatched heavenly technique is like. How to combine different types of divine abilities. Xianxia laughed coldly. Then, he activated the 8th heaven art, activating all of his divine abilities to attack those pieces of flesh. This place immediately erupted, completely exploding. The 99 great divine abilities, even though great in number, they wasn't controlled by someone, but rather instinctively released by the flesh. That was why he could avoid them. Even Jun Dao and Heavenly Country's ancient freak withdrew, not wishing to be caught up in this. Ancient divine child didn't come over, sitting at the limits of the horizon, only continuing to chant scriptures, temporarily not taking action. As a result, his current greatest threat was Heavenly Country's king. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably, difficult to defend against. Ancient holy child, you still aren't going to take action? Divine dark child shouted. Fine. Following a rumbling sound, heaven and earth trembled. He still didn't come over, only chanting scriptures there. A mysterious aura surrounded this place. 9 heavens 10th earth scripture. At this time, when this unmatched heavenly technique appeared, endless symbols burned in the void, making this entire world completely different. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, there was a 9 heavens 10th earth. Only I am supreme power spreading, formless and without substance as it surged towards Xianxia. Kill! Jun Dao shouted, activating precious techniques from the distance. Silently, Heavenly Country's ancient freak attacked once again. Die! Divine Dark Child shouted. For great experts took action at the same time to suppress and kill Xianxia, the situation incredibly dangerous. Xianxia revealed a serious expression. The situation was extremely unfavorable. His pupils flickered, and soon after, he made his decision. He was going to attack the weakest one first. With a pung sound, the void shattered. He disappeared from his original location, direction rushing at Jun Dao. The most powerful precious techniques erupted, berserk attacks erupting. The skies began to burn, the heavens distorting, caving in. Oh! A snowflake blossomed. Xianxia suffered a blow. A string of blood drawn by the 9 heavens 10th earth scripture symbols. However, he suppressed Jun Dao until his expression changed. They continuously clashed, and with a pu sound, he was shaken up until his mouth coughed out blood. So, immediately afterwards, Xianxia disappeared once again, instantly arriving by divine dark child who had reassembled his body and was attacking him, frantically attacking. This was his true target. Blood splashed out from his shoulder, pierced by Heavenly Country ancient freak's strange sword energy. However, he was already in a completely berserk state, displaying all of his methods. His third type of supreme being symbols became more and more clear, engraving themselves on the everlasting immortal sword, its power running rampant. Everyone became stupefied. Xianxia was too tyrannical. It was unknown just how many injuries he took on while fighting Divine Dark Child, completely fighting with his life. Divine Dark Child had many pieces of flesh that were stripped off, forever disappearing, no longer appearing. They were all his weak points. This time, Xianxia ignored his unbreakable, undying flesh, directly attacking at the important areas. It was because from the start of the battle until now, he already saw through Divine Dark Child, understanding which areas had already decayed, which areas were still sturdy and unbreakable. Ancient Holy Child, Heavenly Country's king, you all still aren't going to kill him? Jun Dao shouted. This was a rare opportunity, Yet the two most powerful members weren't doing all that much. Heavenly Country's king was always like this, waiting for others to fight first. He only wanted to deliver a fatal blow at the critical time. Meanwhile, the ancient holy child that was chanting scriptures wasn't all that interested in a joint attack. An intense and chaotic battle erupted. Pooh! Jun Dao lost an arm. After it was cut off, it directly exploded. Pooh! Another streak of bloody light could be seen. Divine Dark Child received a serious blow. Right now, there were some areas where bones could even be seen, a bit frightening. Sure Hao took a huge gamble, taking a serious blow from the 9th heaven's 10th earth scriptures. He released the final attack, his sword piercing through Divine Dark Child between the brows, and then fiercely shook the sword. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. The primordial spirit between Divine Dark Child's brows shattered. However, that physical body's instinctive reaction was too powerful, directly struggling free, falling onto the great earth. Primordial spirit already pierced through. Just the flesh left. Can you even keep living? Sure Hao said with a soft voice. Chi. Heavenly Country's king launched a hidden attack. Suppress. At the limits of the horizon, ancient holy child chanted scriptures. The 9 heavens 10th earth scripture erupted, suppressing from all sides. Kill! Even the single-armed Jun Dao's expression became grave and stern, frantically attacking. Suddenly, with a hong sound, the void shattered. The surrounding formations were crushed, the endless void burning, and then splitting apart. The scene was horrifying. What is that? Many people cried out in alarm. In the void, everything was blurry, but one could still see an ancient medicinal garden. Shocking fragrance wafted out from within. Heavens! Immortal medicine garden appeared. The ancient medicine garden from the last great era has taken form. Everyone sensed that a tremendous opportunity had arrived. There had always been rumors that the most ancient and mysterious medicinal garden was drifting through the void, difficult to find, but would occasionally take form. What they were now seeing definitely matched this description. Sure Hao raised his head, appearing stupefied as well, deeply shaken. It was because he saw a strange scene. There was no need to describe the medicines, all of them incomparably resplendent, shing incredibly brilliantly. They were densely packed, and the medicinal fragrance was rich. The most shocking thing was that he saw a snow-white tortoise carrying a white-clothed woman. Immortal! There's an immortal! The others cried out, staring at that ancient and indistinct medicine garden. Others didn't know, but Sure Hao knew of its existence for quite some time. He had heard the Void Sky Divine Vine talk about it, saying that this was a long-life medicine that originated from the last great era, living all the way until now, hiding within the ancient medicine garden. Shio! Heavenly Country's king disappeared, entering the void's chaotic streams to enter that ancient medicine garden. Ancient Holy Child couldn't stay calm either, also rushing over. Sure Hao naturally wouldn't let this opportunity go. He also rushed into the void chaotic stream. Hong! This place rumbled. Experts of all races flocked over, rushing forward together, doing everything they could to enter that ancient immortal medicine garden. Immortal! The white turtle is carrying an immortal. This is an auspicious omen. There's actually a living immortal in this world. Truly unbelievable. Someone spoke while trembling with excitement and rushing forward. There were even more people who already knelt down in worship, shouting loudly towards the unmatched immortal to take them as disciples. What they saw made many people feel stupefied. Even the most powerful exceptional talents who previously wished to plunder from the ancient medicine garden recklessly were now a bit scared. It was because that white-clad immortal fairy released specks of light accompanied by immortal mists. Even from far away, they could still feel the immortal Dao aura. Heavens! It's not an illusion but real. Those people were shocked. In the darkness, even Jun Dao shivered inwardly, staring blankly. He couldn't help but stop moving, not daring to act rashly. That tortoise was snow-white like jade, sparkling and translucent, releasing holy radiance. On its back, a snow-clothed woman stood tall, her white clothes fluttering about. Her appearance was exceptional, beautiful, and perfect. A head of silver hair hung down, her eyes carrying watering mist. A rain of light scattered down around her, making her look extremely hazy, divine, and otherworldly. "We pay our respects to Love Life Immortal," a few people cried out. Even though they rushed into the great void crack, able to see that medicinal garden, they still didn't dare approach it. All of them were bowing down to it. A singing voice sounded, mellow and pleasant to listen to like the sounds of nature. It sounded from within that medicinal field. The old turtle crawled about, more snow-white and translucent than fine white jade, carrying the snow-clothed fairy as she moved. It was incredibly mysterious and unfathomable. The singing voice made one's heart feel at peace. All of the killing intent withdrew, everyone's hearts wavering. Many people's weapons fell onto the ground. The voice was melodious. That woman was peaceful, her silver hair scattering about, eyes deep with spiritual essence, her entire being indescribably elegant and refined as immortal mists curled around her. It was as if she would never fall into the world of mortals. Sure How couldn't help but sigh. Long life medicines truly were astonishing. He had previously seen this type of scene, but the one produced by the Void Sky Divine Vine was far inferior to this. This truly was like a true immortal because long life medicine was accompanied by immortal energy, and that was why it was so lifelike, making it hard for others to differentiate. After a short moment of being greatly moved, Sure How calmed down. This wasn't the first time he saw this type of medicine. He had seen one before in the lower realm. It was known as the first spiritual root. That stalk of long life medicine had 3 flowers, one of the flowers able to turn into a little person, sitting under the medicine body to comprehend the Tao. Another turn into a weapon that suspended above the little person's head, releasing Tao sounds. The last flower was mysterious, its effects unknown even now. This is the second stalk of long life medicine I've encountered. I wonder if I can get close to it. Sure How's eyes flickered with brilliance. He knew that even if he discovered it, he still might not be able to obtain it. This type of thing was intelligent, living since the ancient times. Even though it didn't have terrifying battle strength, its escaping methods were exceptional. Could fly through the sky or escape through the earth, difficult to catch. Chi, ancient holy child, moved. He didn't stop here, only watching for a moment. He then rushed into the ancient medicine garden that was left behind from a great era, wishing to break in. It was clear that the ancient kings weren't that affected. Their figures swayed, and then they disappeared. How could they be like this? Not even treating an immortal with respect. There were some who became shocked, revealing looks of confusion. The most powerful group of exceptional talents' eyes contracted, their minds realizing something. There were some who carefully thought and observed it, and then quite a few people moved, losing their heart of reverence. I know what it is. This is a legendary long life medicine. A supreme spiritual root only the most powerful immortal can possess. Suddenly, someone spoke up, revealing the truth. In that instant, many people were stunned, feeling a bit stupefied. Soon after, some who were knowledgeable about ancient history, understanding medicinal herbs, were shaken up. They woke up, saying, "It really is a long life medicine." There was a stone tablet unearthed from the last great era that had damaged recordings regarding its existence. Tortoise carrying immortal, heavens, it really is that medicine. Is this world going mad? Even something out of a legend appeared. White tortoise carrying immortal, known to not fall under 10,000 disasters, eternally undecaying, possessing long life. It actually really appeared before man again. When this sentence sounded, the crowd who were quiet erupted into noise, swarming into the great void crack like a flood, heading towards that ancient medicinal garden. Everyone's eyes became red. There were no immortals in the world. Nothing could be undecaying. Now that an unmatched wondrous medicine that could grant one long life appeared, who wouldn't be moved? If they truly ate this medicine, they could shine with the sun and moon, exist with heaven and earth, impervious to 10,000 disasters, from this become undying. Forget about then, even if the giants of the higher realms obtained news about this, they would fight to the death, struggle bloodily to the end. One could imagine that if this stalk of medicine appeared, it would be enough to throw all 3,000 provinces into chaos. Blood would flow like rivers, corpses piled high like mountains. Fortunately, it was inside Immortal Ancient, only those present able to fight over it. Pooh! Suddenly, more than 10 cultivators silently split apart, blood scattering outwards, the areas where their bones separated incomparably smooth, as if a blade had chopped through tofu. What is going on? This triggered huge panic. They didn't even see any enemies, yet more than 10 experts died. Heavenly Country. Is it Heavenly Country's king that is taking action? Someone trembled, suspecting this to be a possibility. Hung, if you don't understand, then don't speak randomly. My family's great one has long entered inside. Not even here. Someone spoke, taking form in the void, appearing behind a person's back. With a pu sound, his head tumbled down. If you have something to say, then just say it. Why does Dao Friend have to act so viciously? There were quite a few people on the side who couldn't continue watching this. Heavenly Country was just too domineering. An idiot like this, even if he entered, would still die. Instead of waiting, I might as well send him on his way. That figure became indistinct, his voice indistinct. Then, he vanished from his original location. It is caused by the void's chaotic streams, forming chaotic blades. Everyone, be careful. The one who voiced unfairness reminded the other cultivators, but in reality, many people already became aware of this. Chi. Sword radiance appeared from the void, incredibly sharp as it attacked at the one who was speaking. It was clear that the bleeding divine blade belonged to Heavenly Country, feeling quite unsatisfied towards that person's objection, wishing to kill him here. Pooh! Bloody light flashed. That person evaded, only his arm injured. He shifted out several dozen zhong and angrily shouted, "Does your Heavenly Country really believe yourselves to be the rulers of the world? At the very least, we can determine your life and death here. People like you don't have the qualifications of entering and causing inconvenience." Cold words sounded again. Many people became angry, staring into the void, but they didn't dare voice their anger. Otherwise, it would be them who was next. Noisy! Even a jumping clown dares to act domineeringly, committing outrages. Get lost! In the void, a cold voice sounded. A youth walked over, in his hands the everlasting immortal sword. He lightly swept over. All souls trembled, because the one who appeared before them was Huang. Just now, he fought against several ancient freaks alone. Even though he was wounded, that kind of divine bravery left many people terrified. Since he came, would he be scared of a trifling assassin? Not even their terrifying boss could kill him. Heavenly Country's assassins weren't that many left in number. A large half of them had been killed by Shi Hao. When this person saw Shi Hao, his expression naturally changed. He wanted to evade, but he discovered that his body couldn't even move. That sword brandished over, affecting the void, turning this area into a domain that locked everything down. Pooh! His head flew, primordial spirit erased, his headless corpse carrying large amounts of blood as it fell. Everyone stood there in a stupefied manner. A powerful assassin like this unexpectedly couldn't move, killed by Huang just like that. Just how terrifying and extraordinary was he? The battle between kings earlier was something that everyone still couldn't deeply understand. But now they understood. They weren't even on the same order of magnitude as Huang, the difference too great. After cultivating a strand of immortal energy, it meant that one would transcend above. For others, this was not a power that could be matched. The void here is unstable with many hidden cracks, releasing great void gaps from time to time. Even true deities would be hacked apart alive if they entered. As for whether or not to give up, it is up to you all to decide. Shi Hao reminded. Then, with a flash, he disappeared from this place. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, feeling hesitation. Ah! Miserable cries sounded up ahead. There were more than 50 people who were chopped apart at the waist. Then, another streak of great void cracks hacked down, dicing them up into pieces, not a single person able to survive. they felt a chill run down their bodies from head to toe. Even though the immortal medicine garden was right in front of them, even though their eyes were burning with greed, it was still too dangerous. Every step they took would be made in fear, hard to make it through. We should still leave. Nothing is more important than our own lives. There were many people who backed off, rushing out without even turning around. It was because they were scared that if they hesitated, they might not be able to resist the temptation. Of course, there were some that clenched their teeth, choosing to continue forward. It was because Immortal Medicine Garden was just too alluring. Even though they knew that they might die, they still wanted to take a gamble. What if they managed to succeed? That would be tremendous natural luck. The divine herbs and other things were shining brightly, just too resplendent and dazzling. In addition, there might be more than one long life medicine. This was an island that was suspended in the middle, drifting along with the void's chaotic streams. It was unknown just how long it had existed for. However, not even the void's great cracks could injure it, all types of symbols protecting it not allowed inside. The surface was verdant and lush with beautiful purples and brilliant reds. All of the unordinary plants incomparably brilliant and flowing with bright colors. They released auspicious multicolored light, exceptionally divine and dazzling. Chi! A silver line appeared, brushing past Xianxia's body, hacking off a strand of his hair. This place was just too dangerous. Even someone as powerful as him only narrowly avoided dangers. He was already approaching the island, but it became more and more dangerous. The void was unstable, some of the rushing chaotic streams comparable to an attack from heavenly deities. This made his expression change. The divine striking stone said, "This is power that gushed out from different dimensions. What kind of blasted place is this? It is connected to endless dimensional spaces. Definitely something arranged by a powerful individual from the last great era. How can others be allowed to easily approach a place like this? That individual must be borrowing the power released by dimensional space to obstruct others." Xianxia said. The divine striking stone nodded, and then became overjoyed. Nothing can resist the corrosion of time. The arrangements here are all over the place. An absolute mess. Something's wrong. There was a battle that happened, the blast waves entering this place, consequently destroying the arrangements here. Soon after, it came to this conclusion. Xianxia frowned. After arriving here and getting close to the Immortal Medicine Garden, he saw corpses float in the void one after another, drifting along with the garden. These creatures were of all different forms, because there was nothing else in the void, only icy coldness and darkness. Could freeze these corpses, and that was why many of them were preserved until now. Heavenly deity? Xianxia was shocked. He saw the corpses of natives here. These bodies definitely reached the heavenly deity realm. There are even more formidable ones. The divine striking stone said, its expression becoming grave. However, it then said, "Not much to worry about though, they've been left behind from countless years ago. The formations here have all pretty much been ruined." Xianxia produced a magical artifact. A bone blade flew out, but as soon as it approached, the true deity-level bone blade was crushed apart. Nothing left behind after experiencing the chaotic stream's attack. This is a dangerous place as expected. Xianxia's expression changed. There are many weak places where we can break in from. Look, there's corpses on that island as well, meaning that there were those that previously entered. The divine striking stone said. Xianxia nodded. He began to search for a place to land together with the divine striking stone. They moved around this island. Xianxia also opened his martial Dao heavenly eye, seeing through all things fabricated. But there were still dangers several times, experiencing brief encounters with the Grim Reaper. There are several places where we can go ashore. This route is comparatively safer. The divine striking stone said, hinting ahead. It advanced carefully with Xianxia, and in the end, they broke through the blockade of spatial chaotic streams, successfully landing on the island. There are so many medicinal herbs. There are so many divine ancient trees. As soon as they arrived, even Xianxia's eyes were about to stand up straight. 10,000 poison tree? The divine striking stone was shocked. staring at an ancient tree. No, that's an ancient heavenly deity tree. Rumored that its fruits would immediately allow one to become a heavenly deity. Xianxia was shocked. Holy medicines covered this island. Spiritual essence wafted into the air. Auspicious multicolored light surged. It was extremely brilliant. He saw an ancient tree between the trees. There was unexpectedly heavenly deity aura here. However, it disappeared with a flash, soon after concealing itself again. These medicinal fields can move? The divine striking stone was stunned. It seems like that ancient tree can run, Xianxia said. That tree was like a dragon, its ancient roots upright and strong, tree bark cracked like dragon scales. The entire tree was a greenish jade color, radiance rushing into the heavens. Only it immediately ran. Be careful. Dangers lurk with every step, divine sterling stone warned. As for the long life medicine, it had even more so long disappeared. That type of thing was exceptionally sharp, extraordinary, and refined, difficult to capture. Heavens, heavenly phoenix, the legendary undying phoenix. Suddenly, the divine striking stone cried out. It was the one warning Xianxia just now, yet in the end it was the first one to lose its cool. Phoenix nest. Xianxia was also shocked. An ancient nest rested right in front of them, standing tall on the stone cliffs. There were phoenix void images swirling about, phoenix blood energy rising in spirals. That place was mysterious and unfathomable. The divine striking stone immediately became excited, crying out, "There might be phoenix bloodstone, supreme treasure. Wait, don't tell me that there is a phoenix egg inside. Otherwise, why is there this type of auspicious phenomenon? We're rich." There was unexpectedly a phoenix nest in the ancient medicine garden. Forget about them. Even the most powerful individuals of the 3,000 realms would be stupefied if they came here. Not easy to deal with. It looks close, less than a few li, but if we really try to enter, it might be 9 deaths 1 life. The divine striking stone quickly calmed down, no longer being so agitated. They understood clearly that this medicinal garden was extremely dangerous. Even though the formations from back then have pretty much been ruined, it still wasn't a place ordinary people could carelessly enter. Xianxia didn't say anything, only staring forward. Several li out, medicinal herbs gathered densely, radiance pervading the air like watery mist. There were small mountains that weren't tall, less than several hundred zhang. The stone mountains were a dark brown in color. The ancient nest on the cliff was created from phoenix feather wood. This was not some weeds birds often used to make a nest, but rather a rare spiritual wood, something that had already gone extinct. This wood produced 5-colored brilliance, flickering about just like phoenix feathers. However, the passage of time erased everything. This wood became dim, but it still didn't decay. This in itself was enough to explain how extraordinary it was. There were many spiritual herbs around the ancient nest, and even more holy medicines were directly rooted in the immortal nest. Radiance overflowed, pouring out like water. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Immortal ancient was unordinary after all, the spiritual essence too rich, especially this immortal medicine garden, with everything that should be here being here. Compared to this place, the lower realm was just too barren. He had previously visited the Kuan Peng's nest, a place also full of medicinal herbs, but they were all spiritual medicines. Back then, he felt incredibly shaken. However, compared to the higher realms, the spiritual essence down there was just too sparse. If it had even half of this heaven and earth's essence, all of the spiritual medicines there would probably have evolved into holy medicines. The rumors that experts were like clouds in the higher realms was not without reason. A large portion of it was due to the environment. There's a stalk of divine medicine. Xianxia was shocked. He saw a stream of flowing light flash past. It was just within the cliff crack next to the nest. Long life medicine, heavenly deity tree, divine medicines. This medicine garden had too many good things, to the extent where Xianxia even began to doubt if there was more than a single stalk of long life medicines. There might even be a few. Fight for it. Catch one stalk. He turned around to look at the divine striking stone, but he discovered that it was covered in sweat. He rubbed his eyes, making sure that he didn't see incorrectly. Beads of sweat poured down from the divine striking stone's body. He reached out his hand to touch it, discovering that it was all sweet-smelling stone milk, a rare precious liquid. You can even produce milk in the future. Fill 10 gourds for me. Sure how wanted to exploit it. Don't provoke me. The divine striking stone was furious. It was staring at the road ahead, currently trying to think of a way through, already on the verge of collapse. Even as a stone, it began to sweat. Even though the formations here were incredibly tattered, they were still terrifying. The divine striking stone already felt a bit crazy after figuring out just a small bit, the mental drain severe. Already completely ruined, generally speaking all destroyed, quite thorough, said the divine striking stone. Isn't that great then? We can just directly enter then. Xianxia said. Even though these ruined formations are pretty much completely destroyed, don't forget what kind of place this is, who it is that arranged the formations. These are all ancient formations that exceed everything the two of us have seen. The divine striking stone said with a sigh. It was because what previously rested here was an unmatched taboo formation. A true immortal Tao ancient formation that transcended above all else. Once one entered inside, a single mistake would result in eternal damnation, even though it was already pretty much destroyed. Xianxia frowned. This was quite troublesome. The formations might not necessarily contain great destructive force, but trapping and erasing the two of them still shouldn't be too difficult. Not a formation from this great era at all. Even I feel completely helpless. This was the first time the divine striking stone felt so helpless. It was trying to analyze this place, but the best way it found was as dangerous could be, while the worst one was death after just a few dozen steps. Let's try to think of another way, Xianxia said. There's an ancient method called the formation scout technique. The divine striking stone said after thinking for a long time. And it is for us to leave first and then use wondrous formation banners to trigger this ancient formation, probing around to see if the path really is safe, it said. Formation scout technique was something that only worked on damaged formations. It was completely useless before true, perfectly intact formations. However, this wasn't without dangers. If the one who laid this formation had a ruthless heart, it would similarly prove fatal. When Xianxia heard this, he directly shook his head. How arrogant and proud are immortals. I don't think they would do that. As long as someone breaks through their formations, that means that one should be able to calmly enter, said the divine striking stone. The formations here were already damaged and could be considered broken through. Even though it wasn't the two of them who took action, the divine striking stone still suspected that there shouldn't be any nasty arrangements. Formation techniques rely on the heart, said the divine striking stone. Then that's good. Let's be careful, said Xianxia. He had a serious expression on his face, bringing out the 10,000 spirit diagram, acting extremely carefully. Ever since he entered Immortal Ancient, he had encountered quite a few dangers as well, but he rarely used this item. Only when he was dealing with the mysterious flute-playing male did he use it back at the vicious nest. Formation scout technique is something I discovered from pieces of rotten stone. I never used it before, so I don't know if it will be effective or not, said the divine striking stone. When Xianxia heard this, dark lines covered his forehead. This fella didn't seem all that reliable. The divine striking stone refined formation banners. Xianxia in itself had just too many divine materials on them, not worrying about materials at all. An hour later, several hundred small banners were refined. Xianxia and the divine striking stone escaped, leaving the island, standing between the void chaotic stream. These several hundred little banners seemed as if they grew legs, all of them moving. They followed a small path into the true phoenix's nest. Of course, the paths they walked were all routes the divine striking stone had already analyzed. After entering just a small distance, the little banner at the very front broke. A strand of sword energy rushed into the heavens, triggering the symbols in the void. They interweaved into a web. As expected, even the sky is covered. This is a space-restricted domain, cannot be crossed. The divine striking stone's expression became serious. As time went on, Streak after streak of divine radiance rushed up, shining incomparably brilliantly. Even though the sound wasn't that loud, it could definitely kill heavenly deities. Those fluctuations made others' heart rate speed up. Hao's expression changed. In this short amount of time, they already lost 9 little banners. If it were people that went in, it would mean that there were 9 deaths. The remaining little banners changed directions. Continuing forward, the distance between each of them great. From the distance, they looked like a dragon. In the end, this place could not remain peaceful. Even chaotic mist was drawn out. Lightning rumbled, as if heavenly judgment was descending. All types of symbols flickered. The divine striking stone was green in the face. They called these ruined formations, that not a single one was intact, yet it was still so terrifying. Of the several hundred little banners, more than half had already been lost. If it wasn't because they had the formation scout technique and entered as it had previously planned, even if it was given several hundred lives, it still wouldn't be enough. Even if we had several hundred opportunities, we would still be dead. Hao sighed. In the end, when they only had the final few formation banners, they reached the end, producing a safe path. Go! The opportunity has come, the divine striking stone said excitedly. When they arrived on the island again, they suddenly discovered that there was someone waving towards them. It was precisely Xuelin. The silver-haired young lady's body was tall and slender, incredibly beautiful. This place is extremely dangerous. Hao transmitted sound. I know, but I feel like there is something inside that resonates with me. It makes my phoenix blood stir, Xuelin said. Let her come. She might be essential to entering the phoenix nest, said the divine striking stone. Xuelin had phoenix blood flowing through her background extraordinary. This type of species was ancient and mysterious. Hao frowned. He feared that Xuelin might bring more dangers, but when he saw her continuously wave her hands, in the end, he agreed, bringing her with the divine striking stone. They gathered together, entering one behind the other along the path they had previously deduced. Every single one of them picked a whole basket of holy medicines, radiance surrounding them, making them all brilliant. Medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Soon afterwards, they arrived below the short mountain. This mountain didn't have formations, but they didn't dare rashly ascend it. It was because the phoenix nest was too extraordinary, surging with multicolored clouds, producing phoenix void images that circled about. Silver, use a bit of blood. I am going to arrange a blood guidance formation to give it a try, said the divine striking stone. Pong! Xuelin's temperament was noble, normally extremely graceful, but right now, it slapped outwards, sending it smashing into the ground. I was wrong. Phoenix Lady Xuelin, please provide us with your assistance. This is the nest of a true phoenix. I need to use your blood to scout around. The divine striking stone grimaced in pain. In the end, Xuelin offered a bit of blood. It was smeared over a few formation banners and then sent towards that ancient nest. Wang! This nest lit up. All types of symbols rushed out, leaving them stupefied. They simply didn't have time to react. They swept over along the formation symbols created from Xuelin's blood. We're finished. Kicked a metal board. I don't want to die. I still have a great secret, actually. I am... The divine striking stone cried out miserably. Suddenly, they were wrapped around by the symbols, not dying, but instead quickly brought into that ancient nest. This nest wasn't all that enormous, only 1,000 zhang or so in length, and it wasn't like how had expected it to be with pavilions and buildings, but just purely a bird nest. However, there were good things inside. There was a 5-color Dao stage less than 3 foot tall that directly moved Xuelin over, having her sit on top. She couldn't move at all. I feel the blood calling out to me. I am going to enter a state of Dao comprehension. Xuelin was incredibly shaken. This didn't make any sense. Right now, her heart wasn't calm. Yet she seemed to have developed new insights into the Phoenix clan's precious technique. She immediately closed her eyes, her entire body now shining. The inheritance in her blood, the imprint fragments that her ancestors left behind flickered about one after another like stars, making her snow-white body shine brilliantly. Then, phoenix flames surged, fiery light surrounding her. Phoenix bloodstone, there really was this type of thing. Awu. The divine striking stone cried out with joy. It saw several pieces of stone that were dark red like blood. Mists rose in spirals from them. It was rumored that the places where phoenixes resided had this type of wondrous stone. They were originally used by young phoenixes to sharpen their beak, but over time, they became dyed with their aura. In addition, when phoenixes evolve, it would oftentimes be quite intense, the rebirth process shedding feathers and blood. When they landed on these rocks, this type of thing was formed. There were 4 pieces in total, all of them scarlet red like jade. These were, without a doubt, great treasures, things that could be refined into precious artifacts. They had immeasurable bizarre power. The divine striking stone was scared that Xianxia would fight it over them, loudly crying out, "I want to cultivate immortal energy and take that step. Don't fight with me over them." Then, it devoured them in one gulp, choking until its eyes began to roll back. "You good for nothing." Xianxia wanted to kick his ass, feeling great disappointment in it. Who had ever heard of a stone weapon taking that step? With a chi-lu sound, the divine striking stone dodged. Xianxia felt helpless, in the end gathering all of the holy medicines in the phoenix nest. Then, he discovered a metallic glint shining within the nest. He quickly walked over. Within this nest formed from phoenix feather wood, between the cracks of the spiritual wood, Xianxia discovered a feather. This left him greatly moved. He picked this up, but he couldn't see anything special about it. Even though it was 5-colored, there weren't any symbols flickering about. However, when Xianxia moved it, it blasted apart the void, the scene terrifying. He gasped, truly worthy of being from a phoenix, a single feather that came from its body like this. It truly was a bit inconceivable. If this was refined into a 5-bird fan, then the power might be truly terrifying, Xianxia said to himself. Xuelin was comprehending the Tao, her body motionless. One could vaguely see the phoenix void images formed from the nest's multicolored mists unexpectedly circle around her, in the end even entering her body. Xianxia didn't disturb her. He arrived at the entrance of the nest, standing at the top of the short mountain to survey the immortal ancient garden. He saw the heavenly deity tree. It wasn't that far away. Apart from this, between the cracks of this short mountain, a streak of divine light flashed. There was a stalk of divine medicine there, the one that he had caught a hurried glance at before. Before Xianxia had time to think about his next plan of action, it unexpectedly transmitted sound, saying, "My family's great one wishes to have a chat with you." Xianxia was stunned. This medicine was talking to him? There was a master behind it? Who was it that made it recognize a master? "Who is your family's great one?" Xianxia asked. "Tortoise Immortal Great One asked me to pass this message." This stalk of divine medicine transmitted. White tortoise carrying immortal? Xianxia's face immediately looked like that of a ghost's. It was unexpectedly a stalk of long life medicine. It was like people wishing to have a chat with him. A stalk of medicine was being referred to as Great One, and it wished to have a chat with him. This left Xianxia feeling completely shocked. "Where is it? What does it wish to discuss with me?" Xianxia asked. Specks of dark light shone below the mountain. This messenger was quite extraordinary, enough to attract sighs of astonishment. This was a world-shocking divine medicine that looked like it was made of black gold. Its 9 leaves were extremely long, every single one like phoenix plume feathers. "My family's great one resides by the immortal spring, wishing to meet you face to face." The divine medicine transmitted sound. Of course, it was different from cultivators. It only released a strange ripple, but others could sense its meaning. This thing was comparable to Goddess Academy's Tribulation Crossing Divine Lotus. They were both rare divine objects, enough to make all sex eyes red. Yet now it was a little bro, just here to deliver a message. Xianxia's eyes were indistinct, thoughts running through his mind. If he could control this medicine garden, just how many good things would that be? Any stalk of medicine would be enough to trigger a commotion in the outside world. "What are you thinking about?" The black golden divine medicine broke out into a cold shiver. As a heaven and earth spiritual root, it was the most sensitive type of existence. Suddenly felt a bit of chilliness. Nothing. Your family's great one is too far. Can you have it come over here? Xianxia asked. He felt that the white tortoise carrying Immortal, taking the initiative to find him might not be a good thing. Long life medicine was extremely hard to capture. Something that could move through the sun, moon and void, but its true fighting strength wasn't great, only able to escape. Don't tell me that you want to guide me into some dangerous place, right? Xianxia muttered inwardly, not becoming careless because of news of a great natural luck. My family's great one occasionally gets wind chills, so it cannot move or set out. The black prosperity divine medicine said. Xianxia gave it a look of disdain. A stalk of medicine getting wind chills? Who are you trying to fool? Even the black prosperity divine medicine itself felt that it was a bit ridiculous. After an empty cough it said, "Cough. It's like this. We are all medicinal herbs, so we naturally feel some fear towards outsiders, scared that we'll be picked. That is why we have to be on guard, not daring to leave the residence too far." What is going on? After devouring the 4 phoenix bloodstones, the divine striking stone's stomach was all round, directly rolling its way over, appearing at the entrance of the phoenix nest. Can we head further inside? Xianxia asked. His heart was itching. A long life medicine was wobbling right in front of him, inviting him to meet with it, so he really didn't want to miss out on the opportunity. It's a bit difficult. This island is too mysterious with true immortal Tao formations. With my skills, there's no way we can enter the innermost depths. Even these damaged formations can kill heavenly deities and others. The divine striking stone said with a sigh, rarely displaying a bit of humbleness. When Xianxia heard this, he entered a momentary silence. Living was the most important thing. Heavenly treasure, even though they were excellent, were only good if one was alive to use them. Forgive me, but I cannot go with you. This island has the formations of an immortal, so I do not wish to randomly throw my life away. Xianxia said. There will definitely not be anything that will happen to you. There are only benefits for you this time. My family's great one only wishes to have a chat with an outsider. The decision to choose you is a great opportunity. The black prosperity divine medicine said. Many thanks for favoring me, but I must apologize. I cannot go. Xianxia was quite resolute, not wishing to risk dangers out of fear of losing his life. The black prosperity divine medicine immediately felt urgent when it heard this. Do you know what is in the depths of the island? There are immortal Tao magical treasures, long life things, exceptional medicines scattered about. Any one of them will bring you great benefits for the rest of your life. When Xianxia heard this, he revealed a look of shock, becoming even less anxious. He was the one that wasn't going, so why did this divine medicine become the one that became anxious instead? If you are worried, I am willing to become a hostage, staying by your side. There's no need to feel worried then, right? The black prosperity divine medicine said seriously. Xianxia was a bit speechless. It was actually going to serve as a hostage. What exactly is it? For it to go this far? He asked, feeling more and more curious. A stalk of divine medicine that could make the eyes of the great sects of all 3,000 provinces red unexpectedly assumed this type of stance. If the outside world knew of this, they would definitely become extremely jealous, at the same time feeling shocked. When did a divine medicine ever act this aggressively? Xianxia didn't say anything. He continuously stared at it. When the black prosperity divine medicine saw this, it became more and more pressed, saying, there aren't many opportunities. This island won't stay here for a long time. It will return into the void's chaotic streams. In addition, it added, how about this? If you still feel misgivings, then the heavenly deity tree can also be used as a hostage. There's nothing to worry about then, right? This time, Xianxia was a bit moved, and even the divine striking stone was stupefied. Meanwhile, Xuelin had just woken up from the 5-colored Tao platform in the phoenix nest. She was also incredibly shocked. The fruits it produced could immediately create a heavenly deity. If a great sect watched over this tree and collected its fruits, it would definitely become extremely prosperous. However, as soon as the Black Prosperity Divine Medicine's words sounded, the distant tree swayed, an old tree scampering off frantically, shouting noisily, "It has nothing to do with me!" The tree was a bluish-green jade in color, as if it was sculpted from divine jade. Green, multicolored light rushed into the sky. It was upright and strong, its roots moving about on the ground like tentacles. It was running away like a traitor. You, actually betraying Great One, not listening to her summoning. The Black Prosperity Divine Medicine was angered to the extreme. "Little Black, don't dirty me with your words. I am not betraying Great One. I just don't see that youngster as some good person. I fear that, after we are captured, we'll immediately be stolen. They'll run faster than rabbits, not willing to meet Great One at all." That old tree spoke with a muffled voice. Xianxia was speechless. He opened his mouth, wishing to say something, but in the end, he still didn't. He really did have those kind of thoughts inside, always feeling like there was a trap up ahead, that it wasn't too reasonable. If he could capture a heavenly deity tree and a stalk of Black Prosperity Divine Medicine and then immediately run, then there was no reason to risk things here. It's injured? The divine striking stone saw that despite being upright and strong, that ancient tree's trunk had a part that had a hole bore into it, almost causing it to split apart. There were natural laws flickering. Correct. It had been injured before. Otherwise, the heavenly deity tree will be different from other divine medicines, possessing powerful strength. The Black Prosperity Divine Medicine was extremely straightforward as it spoke. "Forgive me for leaving first." The old tree didn't stay here, feeling that Xianxia was dangerous. It disappeared, stirring up multicolored lights along the way, all of them released by holy medicines. This was almost a bit dreamlike. Stalks after stalk of divine medicines appeared, and they were able to talk to people. This didn't seem real. This didn't seem like a medicine garden, but more like a sect. This white tortoise carrying Immortal was extremely unordinary. What exactly did it wish to do? How can it come and go from the medicine garden, walking free and unhindered? Xianxia wondered. This is due to the methods of the Immortal only dealing with outsiders. It won't bring the spiritual plants inside any harm. It really is unimaginable. The divine striking stone said with a sigh. Xianxia was truly confused. He thought things over again and again, in the end deciding to agree, following the Black Prosperity Divine Medicine into the island. The Black Prosperity Divine Medicine had intelligence. As a stalk of divine medicine, he believed that it definitely wouldn't treat its own life as a joke. In addition, these types of divine spiritual roots normally weren't of the malevolent sort. "Are you really going to take the risk?" The divine striking stone was confused, staring at him. It felt that Xianxia was normally extremely slippery and lowly, someone similar to itself. Why did he suddenly act on an impulse? "It's fine, wait for me to come back," Xianxia said. "Whatever, I want to take a look too, see how the white tortoise carrying Immortal really thinks," said the divine striking stone. It wasn't that it didn't fear death, but after thinking for a bit, decided that they could proceed as well. After all, Xianxia still had some things on him, for example, the 10,000 spirit diagram and other things. If there really was danger, they might be able to display some strange effectiveness. Xianxia turned around to Xuelin and said, "Don't come with us and wait for us here." She nodded and said, "All right, if you all are in danger, I'll ignite the phoenix nest and raise this place to the ground." This nest was extraordinary and exceptionally shocking. There were symbols within it. Only those with the phoenix race bloodline could feel at ease here. Otherwise, normal people couldn't even go inside. "Focus on comprehending the Tao, we are leaving," Xianxia said. This was definitely a wonderful place, containing immeasurable meaning for Xuelin. To be able to appear here would affect her for the rest of her life. "I'm going to go into seclusion," Xuelin nodded. In the end, Xianxia didn't have the Black Prosperity Divine Medicine call over another stalk of divine medicine, instead following right behind it. "You understand the formations here?" The divine striking stone asked with amazement. The spiritual herb being able to come and go through this place was one thing, yet it could bring them around too. My family's great one understands. This is something that it had previously taught us. The Black Prosperity Divine Medicine said. Along the way, aside from the great medicinal fragrance, there were all types of mists, as well as collapsed palace halls. There were even waves of immortal energy wafting about, leaving others greatly shocked. What a great place! This might be the only immortal historical trace left. The divine striking stone sighed with amazement. Only those regions were too dangerous. It actually saw some formations that were relatively intact, and that was why there was immortal Tao energy pervading the air. This trip felt like something out of a dream. From time to time, they actually had to go through gates of light, other times through void passages. This island was clearly extremely shocking. Only after a long time had passed did they approach an ancient land. Beast roars could vaguely be heard from the distance, shaking up that entire region until the sky cracked. What kind of strange place is this? The divine striking stone was shocked. That ancient beast really was too powerful. However, why didn't they hear its voice in the island outside? Zheng zheng zheng. Then sword energy rushed into the heavens. Every strand of immortal energy accompanied by another strand of immortal energy. It was incredibly terrifying, making one shiver with fear. That type of power was too great. They vaguely saw small worlds being destroyed by the sword energy rising upwards. This can't be real, right? The smile on Xiao's face was a bit rigid. Don't treat it as real, but don't treat it as fake either. Who knows what else there is inside those remains. However, back then, the sword energy was much stronger than it is now. When a streak landed, it really could hack apart a large world. The Black Prosperity Divine Medicine said. They finally arrived. Everything ahead was hazy, chaotic mists drifting over from above the flowers and plants, making this place appear incredibly mysterious. In addition, there were a few broken bluestone paths and damaged buildings, giving one a feeling of past time. We've arrived. My family's great one is over there. The Black Prosperity Divine Medicine spoke, hinting forward. White mists surged, as if they arrived in an immortal's home. If I may, why did you ask to meet? Xiao asked. All things will wither away, the world soon to fade away. Everything will come to an end, entering eternal darkness. All the way until the reincarnation of a new great era is established. These words sounded from within the white mists, carrying an ancient aura, as well as a sorrowful sigh. Xiao was stupefied. Why did the other party bemoan the state of the universe when he just came, speaking these types of words? What exactly are you trying to say? Xiao asked. He was momentarily stunned, but he didn't truly lose himself. This world will soon no longer exist, just like the last great era. Everything reaching its end like a reincarnation. Even if a new great era is opened, when the time comes, it will still reach this step, eternally sinking into darkness. A sigh sounded from within the mists. Why did you seek me out? Xiao asked. Even though there were great waves stirring within him, he still looked calm on the surface. You, me, and many others wish to continue living. The reason I seeked you out is nothing more than this. The long life medicine said. And by finding me, the problem will be solved? Xiao didn't believe it. I merely wish to establish some good karma, as well as ask you to be magnanimous, letting a few wondrous medicines on this island go. There are some that have the opportunity to become divine medicines. It truly isn't easy to do so. Divine medicines were too rare, their existences countable. There were extremely rare treasures. A light breeze blew over. The chaotic mists up ahead scattered, revealing the true scene. Brilliant light surged. Xiao's eyes immediately stood up straight. What was that? It was a place of all life earth. He had previously obtained a bit of this precious earth from within a pot inside Jundao's cavern. Stored within was this type of unmatched precious earth. Just that little pot alone was enough to make the little rabbit roll all over the ground in excitement, saying that she was going to use that to achieve the Tao. However, it now looked like an entire area of a zhang was covered in this type of earth. They were like sand, each granule sparkling. There was chaotic energy all around, and heaven and earth foundation essence gathered over as well. I never completely destroy them, always saving the seeds after picking holy medicines, the roots left unharmed as well. Xianxia replied, his eyes not blinking as he stared at the earth. This was definitely heaven-shocking great natural luck. This all-life earth could be used to do many heaven-defying things. It was rumored that all-life earth could nurture everything. If an immortal lord died in battle and was buried in this earth, it would be preserved eternally, not decaying. After endless years had passed, the immortal might revive. How heaven-defying was this? This area of a zhang in size was enough to bury several creatures. Xiao's heart was beating heavily as he stared at the all-life earth. He opened his heavenly eyes to see things to the end. It was because there might be creatures sleeping below. However, he unexpectedly couldn't see through it. The chaotic mists drifted over, immortal energy swirled, making this place appear more and more holy. It is good that Dao friend has such thoughts. That voice sounded once again. Bo! The sound of the earth breaking through the ground sounded. Within that earth grew a plant that was entirely snow-white and accompanied by immortal mists. It scattered down a rain of light, appearing extraordinary and free from vulgarity. White tortoise carrying immortal. It appeared. Just now it was beneath the earth. What was there exactly in this all-life earth? Was there really only a stalk of medicine with nothing else buried underneath? Xiao's eyes were deep. He really wanted to take a look. However, he didn't act rashly. Since the white tortoise dared to appear so close to him, it definitely didn't fear anything. You only wished for me to do this much after seeking me out? Xiao asked. Multicolored light flashed, silver splendor scattering outwards. A beautiful person also broke out from the earth, stepping onto the white tortoise. White clothes fluttered about as if she was dancing. She looked at Xiao curiously. Regardless of whether it was the tortoise or the beauty, they were both snow-white like jade. If not for the fact that their bodies were extremely small, others would definitely mistaken that for a true immortal on the back of a tortoise. However, it was only a stalk of medicine. I still wish to rescue my Dao brother. This island has been imprisoned for an extremely long time, a bit over a great era, so perhaps it should see the light again. I wish for your assistance. That white tortoise spoke. This was the first time Xiao saw a stalk of long-life medicine under such close distance. Surprisingly, other than the wave of sweet fragrance he first smelled, all of the specks of radiance and fragrance were withdrawn into the snow-white medicine's body, not wasting the slightest bit. You already said that all things withered, this entire world about to be destroyed. What would leaving this place do? Wouldn't the results be the same? Xiao asked in response. It is different. If we escape, there will at least be a chance at life. The white tortoise released a sigh. The large eyes of the beauty on its back moved about. From start to now, she never uttered a word. Are you really a long-life medicine? Or are you an immortal that had been buried here from the last great era? Xiao was suspicious, asking like this. This white tortoise immediately called him Dao brother, making it seem a bit like a cultivator. He truly began to suspect if this was the result of an immortal corpse developing intelligence, turning into an undying medicine. It was because there was this type of rumors before. I am just a stalk of medicine, my lifespan quite ancient, said the white tortoise. Tell me a bit about the last great era. What exactly happened? Xiao's eyes shone. There were too many things he didn't understand inside and urgently wished to learn about. I am just a stalk of medicine that was trapped on the island. Dao brother, do you feel that I will know anything? The white tortoise's eyes sparkled. Xiao's gaze became indistinct, staring at it in disbelief. You are asking me for help, yet you can't even satisfy this small wish of mine. It won't even cost you anything to talk about it. I really don't know anything. The white tortoise sighed, his eyes revealing a bit of helplessness. I've lived for quite some time, but I feel like there was disaster halfway. My body damaged, losing many memories. You really aren't a fallen immortal that later became a stalk of long-life medicine? Xiao was shocked. Shouldn't be. The white tortoise refused. It then looked towards the beautiful fairy on its back. Her white clothes purer than snow, appearance perfect. At this moment, she also shook her head. Dao brother, if you undo the seal on this island, I can gift you exceptional treasures, said the white tortoise. For example? Shurhao asked. He was deeply perplexed by this medicine. There were many things he didn't understand about it, too mysterious. I can gift you immortal gold, the white tortoise calmly said. Which type? Shurhao didn't change his attitude, but the divine striking stone jumped out first. These were the rarest treasures of the world, yet they were going to just gift it out. Its eyes immediately shone, asking, Can you gift me world stone? Origin stone? We do not have. However, I have half a piece of heavenfault stone, something known to be able to repair the heavens. I wonder if you can chew through it. The white tortoise raised a claw, moving away some of the all-life earth, producing a green-colored rock. It was less than a foot in size, incomparably simple and unadorned. It was a faint green color. Gift it to you, the white tortoise said, pushing it over. Oh! The divine striking stone screamed. It looked at the immortal treasure that flew through the air, devouring it in one bite. Shurhao's eyes blinked. That really was heavenfault stone. He had previously seen it before in Origin Sky Secret Realm, because Origin Sky Supreme Being's battle clothes were precisely refined from this stone. Only no one could bring away that stone armor. Shurhao looked at the divine striking stone. He suddenly felt like this fella might really be able to produce immortal energy. It ate Origin Stone, All Magic Stone, Heaven's Mandate Stone. There were just too many good things. Dao brother, what do you think? The white tortoise asked Shurhao. I don't lack immortal gold, had some for a while. Shurhao said. Then how about I gift you a long life medicine? The white tortoise said. When this sentence was spoken, Shurhao's expression changed. The divine striking stone was also shocked, staring at it. What kind of sacred object was this? Who could resist this type of temptation? It was rumored that after eating long life medicine, one could become immune to all calamities. You are sure? Shurhao's voice became a bit unnatural. Actually, to achieve eternal life, depending on a medicine alone isn't enough. One needs to have the corresponding cultivation. Dao brother, do not be misled. The white tortoise shivered when it saw him stare at it, immediately shrinking its neck and speaking like this. Are you going to gift yourself to me? Shurhao asked. How could that be? The growth of a long life medicine is too slow. If I wish to cut my own body, only leaving the roots, how will I make it through the disaster? Escape the impending word destruction. The white tortoise shook its head. Then how will you gift it? Dao friend, I can hand over 2 jade jars. I can gift you 2 drops of long life liquid, said the white tortoise. That's too little. The divine striking stone was the first to stomp its feet, feeling that this white tortoise was too stingy. It's not that little, this is long life medicinal liquid. Forget about this era. Even when immortals were still alive, it would still be rarely seen. The white tortoise shook its head. Shurhao didn't say another word. He brought out 2 jumbo-sized jars and placed them at his feet. This left the old tortoise speechless. Dao brother, even if you put me inside of those, it wouldn't be able to fill the jars up, the white tortoise said. Shurhao didn't say anything, exchanging it for 2 little containers. Multicolored light flashed. The white tortoise used special methods to seize them. The all-life earth flickered with symbols. The divine striking stone shivered inwardly. There were immortal Dao symbols and formations. As expected, one couldn't act randomly here. The white tortoise stuck out its head and looked around. For some reason, it made one feel as if it was a bit lowly. Then, while facing the jar, he spat out a drop of saliva that dripped inside. Shurhao's forehead immediately became filled with dark lines. This white tortoise seemed like it needed its ass kicked. Couldn't it just produce a drop of liquid from any random place? Why did it have to spit inside? Even though they knew that this was a stock of medicine, only having fragrance, not filthy, Shurhao still wanted to smack it. If you spit out saliva for the second drop, then I don't want it. Shurhao glared at it. So picky. The white tortoise shook its head. It slowly turned its body around, aiming its bottom towards the other container. Get your ass over here. I promise I'll beat you within an inch of your life, Xianxia said. This white tortoise really wasn't kind and honest. Earlier, it was still bemoaning the state of the universe. Yet in the end, it behaved like this, making one go crazy, feeling like they weren't facing the same tortoise and medicine. You're thinking too much. Why would I do senseless things? The white tortoise remained calm, but it still raised its butt. You? With a beata sound, it laid an egg that was extremely small. It was only the size of a pigeon egg, entering the jade container. This is medicinal pill, can also be considered a tortoise pill, something that is comparable to 2 drops of long life liquid, said the white tortoise. Xiaoxia's expression was still unpleasant. This damn tortoise truly needed a spanking. Sigh, I'm being misunderstood. Since that is the case, I'll compensate Dao friend with a bit of immortal gold, the white tortoise said with a sigh. A shocking scene appeared behind all life Earth. Chaotic energy scattered, unexpectedly revealing a pond. It wasn't that large, barely able to fit a few people. That's an aging spring. Xianxia was shocked. He had previously seen this type of spring. Back then, he obtained 5 drops from the lower realm's 100 shattered mountains. The divine striking stone also appeared back then. Every drop of unaging spring could save 1 life, its value unimaginable. I cannot gift this spring to Dao friend. I still need it. In addition, I need this medicine garden as well, said the white tortoise. Pointed towards the bottom of the spring. There was a chain there. This is an immortal gold chain. If Dao friend can sever it, then it is yours, said the white tortoise. What kind of trick are you playing? That's immortal gold. Who can cut it? The divine striking stone cried out. This Dao friend's sword core should be able to do it, said the white tortoise. Xianxia revealed a strange expression. It seems like when the void split apart during his battle against Divine Dark Child and the others, this old tortoise saw the sword in his hands. Asking me to sever this immortal gold chain. Don't tell me that you are scheming something, right? Xianxia said. Sigh, I was seen through by Dao friend. Indeed. This is the main reason as to why I asked you to come over to have a chat. The old tortoise admitted calmly, no longer beating around the bush. Xianxia didn't say anything. If he did this, will there be any dangers? Dao friend, I always have this feeling that your sword is a bit strange, but I cannot think of why that is the case. Sigh, losing some old memories truly is quite the pitiful thing, the old tortoise said. Xianxia's mind was shaken. Could it be that this stalk of medicine had previously seen the everlasting immortal sword? This sword core, wasn't it excavated from a stone material? It was something from this great era. The divine chain in the undying spring contains radiant platinum. It might be useful for that sword of yours, said the old tortoise. Xianxia's mind was moved. He didn't try to cut it, instead placing the lightless sword on top of the precious chain. Something strange happened. The sword core shone on its own, becoming incomparably resplendent. A humanoid creature appeared on the sword. White immortal mists pervaded the air, accompanied by 7 colored specks of light. And the precious chain in the unaging spring revealed streak after streak of white light as it entered the sword core, and then it condensed into the white immortal mists coiling around that humanoid creature, making it appear more real. Hazy mists wafted out, creating a white expanse. Xianxia wasn't the only one that gasped. Even the divine striking stone was stupefied. This sword was too strange. Last time, it absorbed the essence of fallen divine child's 7-colored immortal gold, making the ascension light on the sword body develop a multicolored tint. Now, it absorbed the essence of radiant platinum, turning into white-colored immortal energy. This sword core, the white tortoise's expression changed as well. Meanwhile, the snow-clothed woman on its back spoke for the first time. It is a bit strange, but why is there no impression? Her voice was pleasant to listen to, like sounds of nature. Let's not worry about so much. Dao brother helped me cut the radiant immortal chain, so I will gift you a great natural luck, the white tortoise said. What natural luck? I saw that you previously activated 10,000 remnant flames, burned an ancient corpse. When he heard about all of this, Xiao's mind trembled. This fella had arrived a long time ago and witnessed his battle against Divine Darkchild. If my suspicions aren't wrong, you wish to use the heaven's 10,000 Tao to burn the body and cultivate a second strand of immortal energy. This path is too difficult. There was someone who tried to do this in Immortal Ancient Great Era, that person shocking the world under the heavens, known as Little Immortal King. However, in the end, he was still burned to death, said the White Tortoise. It told him that this path was too tyrannical and was impossible to succeed on. However, it said that there might be a way to remedy the situation. What kind of remedy? Xiao asked. I can send you into the human immortal palace. If you enter, your natural luck will be great, said the White Tortoise. Human immortal palace. Just this name alone made one's mind tremble. These 3 words were as heavy as a mountain. What kind of place is that? Xiao asked seriously. From what the White Tortoise had just said, it might be able to solve his issue of cultivating a second strand of immortal energy with the 10,000 Tao. If that was the case, then it was definitely extraordinary. A palace constructed in the medicine garden, what kind of place do you think it is? It is something constructed by a human immortal, but I feel like it can be called Medicine Immortal Palace, replied the White Tortoise. That was a cultivation land, as well as a medicine refinement place. The medicinal herbs this ancient garden produced all went there. It was quite obvious that most of them were refined there. After such a long time had passed, what will even remain? Could there be immortal Tao medicinal powder? Xiao asked. Don't look down on immortals, and definitely don't look down on that ancient stone palace. It is a place of seclusion, as well as a place for medicine refinement. The White Tortoise said. It also stated that long-life medicines had been refined there before. When it spoke up to this point, its eyes couldn't help but contract. It was because back then, its medicinal body had also been cut and sent there to be refined. Right at this moment, radiance flourished from within the unaging spring. The sword core in Xiao's hands erupted with the brilliance of 100 suns, becoming incomparably dazzling and sacred. Following a ka-cha sound, the spring water's precious chain broke apart and its radiance grew dim. It was made of a mix of divine golds, but all of the radiant platinum it contained disappeared, entering the sword core. When the resplendent immortal light receded, white mists appeared hazily on the sword core in Xiao's hands. It was incredibly divine. That was caused by the radiant platinum, which was also called radiant immortal gold. It absorbed another portion? The divine striking stone released a strange cry. It knew that the sword core had absorbed 7-colored immortal gold, turning the rain of light 7-colored. Now it absorbed platinum, making the clouds and mists appear more and more auspicious, hazy, becoming not much different from real immortal energy, flowing outwards. Xiao felt that things were strange. After weighing it in his hands, he felt that the sword core's weight didn't change at all, still appearing the same as before. This much radiant immortal gold definitely reached several hundreds of thousands of jin in weight. When it mixed together, none of its weight was reflected in this sword core. It is a bit strange, but I cannot remember anything. The woman on the White Tortoise sank into deep thought, but in the end, she shook her head. Ha ha! The White Tortoise laughed loudly, bringing the snow-clothed woman out from the earth. A precious chain around its body cracked apart with a ka-cha sound, falling off. This precious chain unexpectedly wrapped around it, making it unable to break free. After losing the radiant immortal gold, the magical chain began to decay, unable to trap it any longer. I am extremely grateful, finally free. The White Tortoise carried the snow-clothed immortal, moving back and forth, moving right and left. It was extremely excited after obtaining its freedom. In the past, it could move about as well. The magical chain had spatial natural laws, allowing for movement within a set distance around the island, but there was no way to leave that range. All things will start to wither, the world becoming desolate, everything changing. Divine medicine will decline, becoming half-divine medicines, and long-life medicines will degenerate as well, becoming inferior to their past selves. Only by completely freeing oneself from this world will it be enough. The white tortoise said to itself, as if it had just experienced a nightmare, breaking out in a cold shiver. What are you talking about? Shihao was shocked. Dao brother, if you have a way, then try to flee from the higher realms. Otherwise, everything will change, and it will be like hell itself. Even though there will be creatures alive after the great era's reincarnation, they won't be like before. Even immortal medicines and others will decline. Speak more clearly. Shihao was greatly shaken up. With a chong sound, his finger struck the sword, producing a cry like that of dragons and phoenixes. The white mists withdrew, recovering its dull and lightless appearance. The white tortoise was woken up, falling onto the ground. There was someone who foresaw that the world was going to change, that one has to escape this realm. Where else can you escape to? Shihao questioned closely. A place that truly allows for long life, the white tortoise said. However, as for how one can leave, how to look for such a place, it had no methods either unless one became an immortal. Shihao frowned. All types of signs were pointing towards unimaginable world chaos. The world is about to wither away. You are this sure? Shihao asked. I don't know, it is just a forecast from the predecessors. It might just be a great change of the environment, the world's natural laws changing greatly. However, it will definitely lead to the most terrifying great disorder, the white tortoise said. Shihao thought to himself for a bit. Regardless of what the future was like, what he could do now was only increase his own strength. If that day truly came, then he had to rely on himself to blast his way out from this world with his own fists. I am someone true to my words. Since you helped me escape, then I will gift you a great opportunity. However, whether you can enter or not will depend on your own destiny. Wait! Shihao saw Luo Dao, Lana Chen, the little rabbit, Lu Yi, and the others appear outside the island, hiding outside the chaotic spatial streams. They were worried about Shihao's battle with the ancient freaks, so they followed as well, wishing to see what exactly happened. None of them expected to see the ancient medicine garden's appearance. Can you bring them inside? Shihao asked. No problem. However, they are not allowed to bring disaster into the immortal medicine garden, said the white tortoise. Wah wah wah. When the little rabbit ascended onto the island, its little face became rosy with color, rolling all over the ground and crying loudly. There were so many medicinal herbs that it almost went unconscious from excitement. She cultivated the natural Tao, so the more medicines there were, the more beneficial it became to her. All of these medicinal herbs naturally left her intoxicated. The black prosperity divine medicine shivered inwardly. Letting a rabbit into this island, this was too much, right? This was truly inviting a disaster. Don't worry, I won't act randomly, only tasting half a leaf of each stalk of medicine. It'll be enough if I just eat a flower petal. The lunar jade hare puffed its little chest, making a solemn vow. Then, a golden butterfly emerged from a cocoon, dancing about lightly and gracefully, becoming incomparably excited as well. This was precisely the emperor butterfly. When the black prosperity divine medicine saw this, it immediately became stupefied, feeling a bit dispirited. The white tortoise remained quite calm, however. Since it let people inside, it was naturally confident because it was the only one that understood the arrangement of the formations here. If it wasn't the one controlling it, then those who entered would quickly be in danger. This island didn't look all that large, a single glance reaching the border, but there were a few regions that were mysteriously hidden, requiring spatial gates to enter worlds of their own. Shihao was brought over by the black prosperity divine medicine. They set off, traveling through several void passages, and only then did they arrive in an ancient place. There were no plants here. It was calm and silent. A stone forest rested before them, a place that had remained tranquil for millions and millions of years. This medicine palace is quite strange. If you all can enter, then there will be tremendous natural luck. However, if you are rejected, then that would result in death. You have to think things over carefully. The white tortoise's voice was serious as it transmitted over. It was a medicine palace made of stone, rumored to be opened by an immortal. However, it really looked too ordinary, not all that majestic or imposing as it rested in the stone forest. It looked rather ordinary. This palace hall was 2 zhang in height, the stones grayish in color. Everything looked simple and crude. It was to the extent where, instead of calling it a palace, it was better to call it a stone house. The workmanship was simple and crude without any radiance or aesthetic perception to speak of. Are you sure that this is an ancient immortal palace and not some random stone house you piled up with rocks out of boredom? Xianxia was suspicious, feeling that this old tortoise was a bit unreliable. What are you showing contempt for? You cannot look down on this place. It was previously the place of seclusion of a human immortal, as well as a place where long-life medicine was refined. Do you know how many unmatched experts' eyes became red with greed for this place? If they could have broken into this island, this place would have definitely been pillaged. Unfortunately, the passage of time erases all. However, the leftover traces should be enough to grant you benefits, said the old tortoise. It was rather irresponsible. After a simple introduction, it backed off. As for whether or not to really go inside, it was up to Xianxia to decide. Right, there were a few creatures that entered. Can you activate the formations to kill them? Xianxia asked. I can only guide others, cannot guide the formations. The white tortoise shook its head. Xianxia left behind the divine striking stone, entering the stone palace alone. As soon as he took a step inside, he had a feeling of stars shifting and time fragments flying in reverse. He vaguely saw Kuan Peng spreading its wings in the cosmos, stars shattered one after another. A true dragon soaring, piercing through the 9 heavens. He saw a large black hand crush a starry domain. Then he felt that the heavens became blurry and the earth turned dim, immediately falling into primal chaos, witnessing the grand view of the world being opened. Xianxia felt a wave of perplexity. What kind of place was this? Who was he? Why was his mind in such a daze? His head felt like it was splitting open. A loud roar woke him up. Everything he saw disappeared. Only the simple and ancient stone palace remained. Those were all ancient drawings carved into the enormous stones, long muddled by the passage of time. However, those scenes from just now truly appeared, making him feel suffocated. Xianxia walked into the palace step by step. There were definitely spatial natural laws here. It didn't look all that large from the outside, but the interior was exceptionally vast. This place didn't have any light, as if it was a cavern carved by primitive people. There were simple and plain stone engraved wall paintings and others. Skeletal remains. Along the way, he saw many bone remains, all of them long decaying, damaged under the passage of time. These are skeletal remains from creatures of the last great era? Xianxia was astonished. He saw many of them, some incomparably enormous like mountains, as they rested there. There were a few that were less than a foot tall, but the bones were still extremely sturdy. Wang! Suddenly, on that stone engraving, a creature shone, releasing ripples. It came. He had previously heard the white tortoise's introduction, knowing that his was a type of trial. If he couldn't make it through, then he would be just like the creatures below. This type of trial was focused, the power displayed relative to the power of the intruder. However, Xianxia's expression quickly changed. These ripples were accompanied by a strand of immortal energy, the greatest power of his cultivation realm, able to suppress ancient freaks who didn't take the final step yet. An attack that contained a strand of immortal energy. Xianxia understood why there were so many bones. So all of them died like that, even in immortal ancient great era, where the world's natural laws allowed people to become immortals. There weren't that many individuals at the divine flame realm who cultivated a strand of immortal energy. This was a great battle. Xianxia did everything he could to resist the power of this ripple. In the end, the stone diagram shone. That humanoid figure unexpectedly appeared, jumping over murderously at him. Pooh! After exchanging several hundred attacks, Xianxia's fist smashed through the other party's forehead, making that creature explode into a rain of light. Together with the streak of immortal energy, it returned into the stone wall again. He won this battle, but his shoulders suffered an attack. A bloody hole opened. This made him frown. The last great era was terrifying after all, making one fearful. The first trial already injured him. I am not familiar with his method of enlightenment. Apart from a few secret techniques that have similarities, their method of operating power and cultivation Tao are completely different from that of the present world. Xianxia sank into a state of contemplation. Immortal ancient great era's cultivation methods were a whole different system, not similar to that of this world at all. Only the divine abilities were similar. If I can cultivate Immortal Ancient's method, what kind of accomplishments will I have in the future? Xianxia said softly. With a different system, the battle felt unfamiliar as well. That was why during the first exchange he suffered a loss, almost dying. He continued forward. The stone palace was extremely dim, only having a few stone diagrams, plain and simple to the point where it could be considered crude. Wang! A vibrating sound rang through the air. A wall painting that was of an expanse of brilliant stars shone. At this moment, a large star unexpectedly flew out, suppressing above Xianxia's head. It was impossible to evade. He could only directly resist its power. Rise! His arms shone, suddenly rising. However, the wall painting flickered with radiance again. Another star appeared, gradually becoming larger and crushing down on Xianxia's head. The tremendous pressure made all of his bones creak. He resisted it again, feeling a bit drained. These strange stars were incredibly heavy. Hard to say just how heavy they were exactly. Pong! The third great star appeared, colliding with the other two, crushing down on Xianxia's head, immediately making the veins on his arms bulge. However, great stars continued to appear, and just like that, 9 of them crushed down on Xianxia's body, making him feel like he was about to explode. This was an extreme trial of the physical body, the powerful pressure making him feel as if he was suffocating. A 10th star appeared, dropping from above him. Hong! It was as if an entire starry sky crushed down. Blood trickled out from Xianxia's body. This type of power was too great. However, he still stuck it through. Then all of the stars dimmed, disappearing from this place. This is absolutely crazy. Even a body as powerful as mine almost can't hold on any longer. Who was this trial created for? Xianxia shivered inwardly. Suddenly, he recalled what the white tortoise had said previously, that aside from other experts, there were successors of true immortals who would come to this stone palace to comprehend the Tao, acquire medicines, as well as for training and cultivation. Immortal Ancient truly is terrifying, but it was still destroyed in the end. How powerful will my enemy be? Xianxia said to himself, his mind greatly shaken. The stone palace was peaceful, but Xianxia didn't dare act carelessly. He proceeded carefully. The 2 trials from before left him injured. Chi! Sure enough, not long afterwards, the stone wall shone again. This was a 3-eyed creature, its diagram traces dim. However, at this moment, it opened its vertical eye, releasing a streak of light. This light disregarded space, arriving in an instant, as if to pierce through Xianxia's skull. Soul attack! Xianxia's body shone, forming a screen of light to protect himself. However, this streak of light was too sinister, unexpectedly piercing through the effects of immortal Tao natural laws. In that instant, it arrived before his forehead, as if it was going to occupy his body. The third trial was a battle of the soul, a contest of primordial spirit. There were natural laws here that forcefully suppressed everything. The flesh, heaven and earth spiritual essence, and all others were frozen, only the primordial spirit able to contend against the Tao light. Xianxia was forced to use his primordial spirit. A resplendent little figure walked out from his frontal bone, its gaze possessing penetrative sharpness. Oh! The beam of light that rushed overturned into a bat. When it opened its mouth, ripples traveled outwards like water, fiercely battering over. One could clearly see the void distorting, and even Xianxia's restricted flesh was affected. His expression changed. His primordial spirit force surged. The little figure supported his only heavenly passage, carrying out this defense like a physical body. It rushed forward to suppress the golden bat. Pong! The two collided, erupting with sonorous sounds. Apart from this, there was also the most powerful yang force. Sure Hao shivered inwardly. His primordial spirit was definitely powerful and unmatched. After experiencing the lightning tribulation, it exceeded those of ordinary people. However, the other party's primordial spirit was unexpectedly able to match his own. It was clear that this bat-shaped primordial spirit had experienced lightning tribulation in Immortal Ancient. In that era, the world's natural laws made it so that all creatures had to endure tribulations, using them to sharpen oneself, making them powerful to the extreme. It completely unearthed the creature's potentials. Sure Hao didn't dare conceal anything during this battle. Using everything he had, Pong! He displayed the lightning Dao natural laws, suppressing the golden-colored bat. When the other party came at a slight disadvantage, it quickly turned into a white tiger, opening its mouth and releasing a roar. The spiritual fluctuations became even more intense, about to scatter his primordial spirit. Primordial spirit refinement. Sure Hao's expression changed. In Immortal Ancient Great Era, the cultivation system was profound and deep. This was a method used specifically to refine the primordial spirit, and right now it was displayed, attacking him. It was terrifying as expected. Pong! His fist displayed light. Heaven calamity lights symbols appeared, blasting outwards. As a result, the white tiger's roar ended. It rose into the air, turning into a phoenix. Burning flames were released towards him. This was the multicolored light of a primordial spirit, worth using as a reference. Sure Hao's eyes were deep, feeling that if he could obtain Immortal Ancient Era's cultivation method, then it would be truly great. His primordial spirit encountered danger several times during this battle, but he finally suppressed the other party. With a pung sound, that creature's primordial spirit scattered, turning into a rain of light that returned to the stone walls. Sure Hao gasped for breath. The three trials that appeared one after another left quite the toll on him. This was simply unimaginable. One has to understand that this was a true battle at the same level. Immortal Ancient Great Era was too terrifying. Outside the human immortal palace, a stone and a turtle were talking. Isn't this just some rotten stone house? Actually having the nerve to call itself the seclusion place of someone with eternal life? What is so special about this place? And what kind of stupid trials can it have? The divine striking stone asked as if he wasn't concerned at all. Rotten stone house? Only you would be able to say something like that. Not even the descendants of true immortals might be able to return alive. It is a place of self-improvement for the most stunning individuals. The white tortoise was upset. Based on what it said, one had to cultivate a strand of immortal energy at the very least in order to have the qualifications to accept the trials. Unless one could obtain the title of Little Immortal King, they wouldn't be able to come back out. You, swindler! Is this how you treat your benefactor? The divine striking stone felt anxious. Don't be so anxious. As long as the first three trials are passed, even if the later trials are failed, there is still a chance for resurrection, being transported back out, said the white tortoise. You? The divine striking stone was furious. I feel that he is too arrogant, needing a bit more sharpening on the road of cultivation. Take a few setbacks, only then can one forge ahead vigorously, said the white tortoise. Turtle, are you looking for a beating? The divine striking stone's expression was unkind. I am a long-life medicine. Watch your language, the white tortoise said. Then, it seemed to have thought of something. Its expression changed, saying, Not good. I overlooked something. This isn't Immortal Ancient Great Era anymore. The natural laws changed. There is no lightning tribulation anymore, so those at the same level might not be as powerful as their Immortal Ancient counterparts. He might die inside. Hurry and think of a way. The divine striking stone really wanted to turn into a large boulder and smash it to death. There's no way. As long as someone goes in, the outside world cannot interfere. The white tortoise wiped at the cold sweat covering its forehead, releasing an astonishing sweet fragrance. That was long-life liquid. In the end, It continuously searched around the stone palace's surroundings, discovering a green lamp that released a glimmer of light. "He is still alive," the white tortoise cried out with pleasant surprise, telling the divine striking stone that this was the sole lamp of the human immortal palace. As long as the one undergoing trials inside was still alive, it wouldn't go out. "I reckon that he should have only passed the first trial and currently struggling with the second. I hope he is able to retreat after realizing how hard it is, no longer continuing to take risks," said the white tortoise. "You dare look down on my brother? Turtle, how about the two of us have a go?" The divine striking stone said. "Get lost. I'm a long life medicine. I never fight." If others learned that a stalk of immortal medicine was arguing noisily with a strange stone, it would definitely leave them stupefied. "I hope nothing truly serious ends up happening," the divine striking stone muttered. "Hurry up and say your prayers. Hopefully he makes it out through the second trial alive, and then decides to back out," said the white tortoise. The fourth trial made sure how's fine hairs stand on end. He felt as if something was staring at him. Right at this moment, a humanoid diagram on the stone walls shone. A sphere of light appeared from within, shining brilliantly like a sun. Then, with a chi sound, it charged out. "What kind of blasted place is this?" Shurhao was shocked. That sphere of light was extremely strange. It rushed at his body, about to make its way in. "Dao Bell?" Suddenly, he thought of a few things Chao Yuxing and Qing Yi said. Their masters knew about many secrets, previously unearthing historical remains, seeing a few recordings on ancient jade books. Immortal Ancient's cultivation system was completely different from the current. An important part of it was that the creatures of the last great era all had a Dao Bell, relying on its inheritance to cultivate. "Comparing Dao seeds with me?" Shurhao was astonished. Then, without even thinking further, he produced the mysterious egg that had source energy swirling around it from between his brows. Honglong. This time it was quite straightforward. The immortal seed he obtained from the celestial clan's ancient mind displayed its use, blasting that sphere of light apart with overwhelming advantage. "It seems like even in Immortal Ancient, the immortal treasure seed I obtained is truly precious." Shurhao was shocked. The fourth trial was passed smoothly, succeeding without using up much effort. However, the fifth light, then the sixth trial, Shurhao saw blood. Every step was difficult, inflicting upon him injuries. On the following path, there were several times where he almost fell. His body was already in tatters. These trials were too difficult, miserable even after he cultivated a strand of immortal energy. There were a total of 10 trials. Shurhao went through them one after another, 9 deaths 1 life, rushing towards the end. He breathed heavily, eating a few holy medicines to restore his injured body. Being able to live through them was not easy. His entire body was covered in blood, with even his bones revealed. Truly never expected the so-called human immortal palace to be so difficult. "I almost died here." Finally, after a long period of rest, he recovered, walking over towards a shining ancient gate. That place was full of chaotic light mist. Outside, 1 stone and 1 turtle were waiting anxiously. "His endurance isn't bad, still holding on and not dying. I reckon that he is in the 3rd trial. If he really succeeds, then he'll be able to stay safe," said the white tortoise. "What you should be saying is that he already passed 6 or 7 trials," the divine striking stone said. "That's too hard. Even in our era, only a few people would succeed. It wouldn't be that many." The white tortoise shook its head. "You dare look down on this great era?" The divine striking stone was unconvinced. "I'm not. It's just that the natural laws of the present world are different. So it is truly difficult to produce the most terrifying experts." The white tortoise shook its head. The two of them argued, neither of them backing down. Suddenly, the white tortoise's eyes went straight, because that soul lamp's radiance flourished. It was fully aware of what this represented. He passed the trials, not weaker than little immortal king? Its eyes felt a bit dazed. Wasn't this path known as 10 deaths no life? Even in the immortal ancient great era, there weren't that many people who succeeded. In this era, under such a terrible cultivation environment, there was someone who succeeded? The white tortoise was stupefied. At the end of the 10 trials, a gate of light blocked the road. Shihao walked over calmly. He arrived at a private room that wasn't that large, roughly 10 zhang in size. There was nothing on the 4 walls. This is human immortal palace's place of seclusion? He thought, carefully sensing his surroundings. However, there was nothing special about this place. When he sat down, a sudden beam of light struck his body and a wave of fluctuations entered his mind. And only then did he understand how formidable this place was. 10 opportunities, using the body to take risks. Even if one goes crazy, even if one dies, they can still revive. Shihao was shocked. How shocking of a place was this? It was the same as having 10 lives, comprehending the Tao here as much as one likes. Even if he ends up injured, he can still live. This was a place of seclusion prepared for lunatics, allowing one to go all out while comprehending the Tao and experience one's methods without the fear of dying. That white tortoise didn't fool me. I've already treaded upon the road of burning the self with 10,000 Tao, a path that is difficult to live through. However, this place really did help my situation. Shihao was shaken up, and also extremely surprised. He had previously heard about similar precious lands in a few of the higher realms' ancient sects, but there was no way it would allow one to continuously revive 10 times. Having 3 times was already quite good. I never expected to obtain the same treatment as the great sect's most powerful disciples. Today, I can squander it away as much as I want, Shihao said to himself. After his excitement passed, he began to calm down, about to enter seclusion here. This place was extremely strange. When Shihao calmed down, time seemed to have come to a standstill, no longer flowing, as if it was frozen at that instant. How terrifying, how astonishing! Shihao sighed with amazement. He truly sensed the imprisonment of time fragments, everything stopping. Shihao produced his immortal seed, holding it in his hand. Source energy flowed about, and the natural laws of the heavens descended, linking up with the egg in his hands. This was like a placenta connected to heaven and earth. Heaven and earth as the furnace. 10,000 Tao as flames to burn the true self. Shihao's gaze became firm and persistent, sitting there to start his seclusion cultivation. The stone walls in this 10 zhang private room were rough, with nothing inside. This place was peaceful and quiet. Hong! Suddenly, fiery light flooded outwards. Countless symbols emerged, gathering together. It was like a flood as they rose and fell, waves surging forth, sweeping over. These were the symbols of the heavens' 10,000 Tao. Shihao was submerged underneath. In his hand was the immortal seed. He sat at the center, sealed within the 10 zhang private room, enduring the crushing power of the heavens' 10,000 Tao. Those symbols turned into fiery light, raging furiously, brilliant like the sun and moon exploded, beautiful like the rebirth of a phoenix, blood dyeing the starry sky. Cries rang through the air. This was a type of indescribable marvel, as well as a magnificent scene. Tens of thousands of symbols and patterns interweaved together, the countless Tao laws stretching across like chains, connected and interweaving together to form a Tao web. Bo! A light sound could be heard. A striking string of blood splashed out from between Shihao's brows, looking incredibly miserable. Then the surging symbols burned it away. This was the suffering he experienced while secluded here. His body couldn't move. 10,000 Tao added to his body, burning his true self, refining his soul and bones, the danger of dying at every corner. Hong! A rumbling sound rang through the air. In Shihao's surroundings, the void distorted. He formed a furnace, using the heaven and earth as a stove, the 10,000 Tao as flame. A cauldron furnace took form, the artifact's shape beautiful, containing a Tao aura. The opening of the cauldron was hazy, chaotic mists surging, sealing him within. Outside the furnace there were endless symbols. They turned into fiery light, burning this cauldron, forging his muscles and bones, burning his soul. They formed heavenly scripture meanings, displaying unmatched natural laws. In that instant, 10,000 Tao rang out. This place erupted into chaos. Within the stone palace, the fragments of time were restricted, and then it flowed again. The time here was extremely chaotic. In this place, time was interweaving, the years changing. Everything was different from the outside world, as if it formed a realm of its own. Inside the Tenjiang secret room, the 10,000 Tao rumbled. That cauldron was blasted until it was full of holes. Hao's entire body was scorched black as he endured the crushing of the heavens Tao, suffering from the hammering and burning of countless symbols. His body was about to shatter. His previous refinement of 3,000 Tao in the bluestone paths was already 9 deaths 1 life, many times almost dying. Now, it was immediately increased to 10,000 Tao, so one could well imagine the suffering he endured. It was many times harder than before. He took that step, cultivated a strand of immortal energy, and that was why his tolerance increased greatly. Otherwise, adding 10,000 Tao to the body would directly make his body explode, turn into scattered ashes. There wouldn't be any suspense at all. However, despite this being the case, even with the strand of immortal energy curling around his body, protecting him, it was still dangerous to the extreme. His life was like a candle flame in a storm, dimming and fluttering about to go out any second now. Hong! An enormous sound rang through the air. The furnace formed from heaven and earth smashed the void, splitting apart into pieces. Meanwhile, Hao also suffered a serious blow. Half of his body became like a sieve, pierced by countless symbols. His injuries absolutely terrifying. If the others saw his current state, their faces would definitely turn pale. What kind of suffering was this? Hao lowered the immortal seed. The source energy of all things withdrew, the world's natural laws growing dim. All of the surrounding great Tao symbols disappeared. Peace restored to this place. He produced holy medicines, ate them, and then silently treated his injuries. This was simply a torment from hell, not something normal people could endure at all. It was too difficult, with the risk of dying at any time. This place allowed for 10 chances of revival, but Hao didn't want to waste a single instance. That was why he ate holy medicines to treat his injuries. His path was too terrifying, so he couldn't squander away any opportunities. In reality, different people had different paths. The environments they needed were thus different. For example, the little rabbit who cultivated the natural Tao wouldn't do something so vicious like this. She didn't have to worry about having her body and bones shattered, the torture of her body burned into ashes. Hao's path was different. He chose an extremely difficult Tao, one that would allow for the cultivation of 2 strands of immortal energy. How could such a thing be easy to accomplish? It was because, strictly speaking, a path only allowed for the cultivation of a single strand of immortal energy. The recovery process this time took more than 10 days. As for how much time passed in the outside world, he had no idea. Only then did his injuries heal. Then Hao sat down in cultivation again. He produced a cauldron furnace, using 10,000 Tao to burn his soul, forge his muscles and bones. Just like this, he continuously attacked at his limit, continuously deriving and inferring. He already lost track of how much time had passed. He already had to take time to recover many times, but afterwards, he would continue to cultivate in meditation. Finally, in the final time, he didn't grasp the opportunity well. That cauldron furnace exploded, and he himself was drowned out by 10,000 streaks of fiery light. Even when he tried to throw aside the immortal seed, it was still too late. The 10,000 flames swarmed over his body, hacking down like over 10,000 immortal blades. They all entered his body, difficult to resist. Even the immortal energy and supreme being blood were burned. He sat there, not evading because it was already too late. He could only resist it and experience the 10,000 Tao's process of burning his soul, hacking at his flesh, studying the method and comprehending the Tao. Pang! After an unknown amount of time had passed, he immediately exploded. His primordial spirit and flesh shell both turned into flowing light, and then turned to dust. At the final moment, Hao developed a strange sensation. After death, everything returned to nothing, not a single thing in existence, forever sinking into eternal darkness. After who knew how much time had passed, in this nothingness, his spiritual awareness gathered once again. Specks of blood and everything else moved over, gathering together. I am alive. These 3 words were as heavy as divine peaks, higher than the dome of heaven. He experienced an indescribable stillness, as well as joy and other emotions towards life. Without experiencing death, how can one understand the brilliance of life? There was a new type of understanding in his heart. He wanted to speak, but when he opened his mouth, nothing came out. He could only silently experience it within his mind. Blood condensed, producing flesh and constructing bones. His flesh shell reappeared. Spiritual light appeared all over the place, condensing into divine awareness, producing the soul and others. The primordial spirit was reconstructed, appearing in this world. Xianxia revived. An aura of new life swept over him. He seemed to have arrived from the archaic years, stepped over into this world from the archaic years, traveling through eternal darkness alone, experiencing a reincarnation, reappearing at this time. Xianxia was completely quiet and without sound, silently sitting there like a boulder. He recovered from his sudden moment of enlightenment, but he still didn't move, because he saw an image on the rough walls of the Tenjiang private room. That was a bright and handsome youngster, his natural talents exceptional, far above his peers. He rarely encountered opponents, known by others as Little Immortal King. He had long cultivated a strand of immortal energy, but he wasn't satisfied, wishing to take another step and become the most powerful in this world. He chose this path similar to Xianxia's, also using 10,000 Dao to burn the body. It was full of endless suffering and repeated torment. He endured it all, not backing off. In the end, with a pu sound, Little Immortal King exploded, his body becoming a bloody mess, primordial spirit scattered. Then, everything was burned into ashes. Was it worth it? This path is too dangerous, impossible to succeed on. Someone asked Little Immortal King. This also took place in this secret room. That youngster's body reassembled, becoming alive once again. It was clear that he had the same experience as Xianxia, already dying once. There is no worth or not worth. This is my conviction, my path, my Tao. His eyes were deep, his mind calm and resolute, will unwavering. He continued down this path. Then the scene disappeared. Xianxia woke up. He silently experienced everything. There was a youngster from the last great era just like him, coming here to comprehend the Tao, borrowing the Tenjiang private room, using 10,000 Dao to burn his body. Just now, he saw the scene of Little Immortal King being burned. Xianxia carefully thought to himself for a long time. He compared the 2 processes, continuously thinking to himself. Then, he began to cultivate in isolation again. In the outside world, time flowed on, but not too much time passed. However, in the private room, Xianxia seemed to have already lived an entire lifetime while seated in meditation. During this process, he had to stop many times, eating holy medicines to treat his wounded body along the way, not allowing his body to die that easily. However, after many instances of this, he was still killed by the 10,000 Dao. Fiery light flooded outwards, turning him into a piece of charred coal, dying for a second time. It was another dark journey, and then a revival. This was like reincarnation. It was unknown where his body went, and only after waking up did he realize that he had died, but now revived. This type of experience, this type of torment, if it was an ordinary person, their Tao heart would have long collapsed, difficult to stay steady. Meanwhile, Xianxia treated it like precious experience, regarding it as a millstone for self-sharpening. He was going to grow through this. Scenes appeared on the rough stone walls again. Are you still going to continue? If you continue on, your Tao foundation will be shaken. This path is too difficult, impossible to succeed. You are walking a road of self-destruction. Little Immortal King, that handsome young man, was still resolute, his gaze steady. Aside from this route, what else do I have to compete against those people? I won't be weaker than others. They had opportunities, natural luck, their paths impossible to duplicate. It is difficult for you to forge an unmatched path. This is only a broken road. How will I know if I don't continue? I can't even compare to them, so how can I enter the boundless battlefield? If I don't become the most powerful, how can I change the battle situation? You are too stubborn. My father has already died in battle, his blood not even turning cold yet. His name shook this world, but he was still not a match. If our generation cannot exceed our limits, then we will all die. There is already no path of retreat. I am going to follow in my father's footsteps into the battlefield to fight until the end of this great era. Xianxia began to think to himself, finding it difficult to stay calm. In the end, he released a sigh and shook his head, no longer thinking about the last great era's matters. Instead, he began to think about little immortal king's gains and losses during this instance of seclusion Dao comprehension, comparing it with his own. Xianxia entered isolation cultivation for a third time. Fiery light overflowed into the heavens, turning into mountains and rivers, forming the sun, moon, and stars. Everything smashed downwards. He had to stop again and again. Along the way, he ate holy medicines, using them to replenish his life, but in the end, he still died. Then little immortal king reappeared. He didn't waver, cultivating bitterly at the end of immortal ancient great era, wishing to rise up, hoping that this would change everything. The fourth reincarnation, fifth, all the way until the ninth reincarnation, Xianxia already died 9 times. This road was too difficult. The void furnace was blasted through. His flesh and primordial spirit burned into ashes. It was terrifying to the extreme. During this period of time, he had seen little immortal king's experiences as well, exploding and dying just like him, unable to transcend above and cultivate a second strand of immortal energy. On the rough stone walls, the scenes appeared once again. Change to a different path. Perhaps you can still cultivate a second strand of Dao immortal energy. There are some who have succeeded, their power similarly incomparable. Someone urged, I already made my decision. There's no way to turn back. Little immortal king calmly replied, You can turn back. Why do you have to burn yourself with 10,000 Dao to rise up? It will be hard for you to stay in this world if you continue like this. You will definitely fail. This is my path, my Dao. If the day comes when this heaven and earth change, the natural laws change, the universe becomes completely different. If I don't transcend, what kind of result will there be? Little immortal king's words were overcast. Xianxia's gaze became resplendent as he stared at this scene. He didn't say anything, but he realized something. There was only one final revival opportunity left. He entered seclusion for the 10th time, closing his eyes. The last chance, Xianxia said quietly. He closed his eyes, holding the immortal seed in hand. His mind became clear-headed, his heart at peace. Immediately afterwards, an enormous sound rang through the air. 10,000 Dao symbols appeared, descending from the void. It was as if divine chains appeared one after another, releasing brilliance and linking up together, as if they were knitting a web around Xianxia, wrapping around him. Raging flames ravaged the earth, great Dao sounds rumbling. The heaven and earth furnace appeared. Xianxia sat within, experiencing the most miserable refinement. He only had one final opportunity. He was incomparably serious. If he failed, would he still be able to continue? It was because once this opportunity was used up, he would truly be facing death the next time. When that time came, how many people in this world had the courage to continue? This was especially true with how rough this path was. People from past and present deduced that it was a swamp, an impossible path, a broken road. Hong! Tens of thousands of symbols appeared, forming waterfalls as they all smashed down onto the cauldron. They then burned furiously, the scene terrifying. Nothing could be seen in the Tenjiang private room other than the resplendent fiery light. Only the great Dao rumbling sound remained, raging about to destroy everything. How many people would continue down a path with no fear of life or death? Intense flames burned the cauldron, refining the soul and bones. Xianxia endured for quite some time, not moving like a statue, as if he had become an unmoving true immortal. He experienced this 9 times, dying 9 times and also reviving 9 times. He traveled extremely far along this path, and that was why he could endure it and continue forward. 9 deaths and then 9 rebirths. For him, this was the most precious wealth of his life. Even if he ultimately failed, not cultivating a second strand of immortal energy, his benefits were still tremendous. As long as he could live, then all of those benefits would display themselves. Only by experiencing death would one feel the brilliance of life, better understand life and death. The Tao heart fading away, darkness eternal, unknown where he was, the process like reincarnation. Yet there were no traces left behind. All of these things were the most treasured experiences for a cultivator. Let alone other things. Just the experience of life and death allowed his reincarnation precious technique to take a qualitative leap, the power becoming more and more powerful. Following a rumbling sound, the Tenjiang's secret room unexpectedly evolved into a world. This type of scene was the most terrifying, as if a mustard seed formed a world. Inside this Tenjiang's secret room, natural laws evolved and great Tao symbols interweaved, forming a magnificent expanse of rivers and mountains. They burned fiercely, smashing into Hao and the cauldron furnace. Dang! The heaven and earth furnace swayed from this strike. Hao inside was violently shaken, his body becoming unstable. Meanwhile, this was only the beginning. In the void, light emerged, starry radiance flickering about. One could see a large star smashing down from outer space, carrying a long tail light as it streaked across the sky, charging towards the great earth. Dong! Following this sound, the heaven and earth cauldron caved in and distorted, producing many cracks. Hao inside shook, blood flowing out from his mouth and nose. Then, in the heavens, great stars appeared one after another, all of them produced by different Tao order symbols. They formed comets and smashed downwards. Immediately after, the scenery changed once again. There were vicious birds and beasts everywhere in the heavens above and earth below. Flames raged about them, carrying great Tao fire as they rushed over, smashing the cauldron furnace until it cracked. Then all living things between heaven and earth, one stalk of grass, one tree, appeared. They released zhang sounds, some releasing sword energy, others the force of natural laws. Fiery light poured out in torrents. The world's 10,000 Tao crushed downwards, completely unpredictable. Pong! In the end, the furnace split apart. Hao resisted it with his flesh, burning his true self. His entire body shone, and then it gradually became scorched black, experiencing the most terrifying suffering. Then he stopped. He ate holy medicines to treat his injuries because he almost died. Just like that, he hovered at the brink of death again and again, using holy medicines to continue his life, wishing to take the crucial final step and cultivate the second strand of immortal energy. However, he was always just a bit off. He was powerful enough, but he just couldn't succeed. He became silent. Great Tao symbols covered his body, forcing their way into his soul to kill him. Hao's entire body split apart, and even his primordial spirit was like this. This path was too difficult. He already reached the critical point, but he still didn't see the second strand of immortal energy appear. He had a type of feeling that he wasn't too far off, but he still couldn't touch it. The 10,000 streaks of flames were applied to his body. If it was anyone else, they would have died a long time ago, burned to ashes by the flames. However, right now he was still firm and strong, enduring the burning, not willing to give up. This was the final opportunity. He sat in the Tenjiang's secret room, endless time passing, undergoing the terrifying roasting to complete the final spurt. Kacha! Following a clear, cracking sound, the cauldron furnace shattered, completely disappearing. His physical body also began to split up into pieces. Time flowed on. Hao couldn't hold on any longer. With a pu sound, the space between his brows split apart. His primordial spirit hacked apart by 10,000 Tao. The final chance, he still failed, unable to cultivate a second strand of immortal energy on this path. It was silent, darkness and void everywhere. Only after an unknown amount of time had passed did he revive, his body reconstructed, surviving. His body was incomparably silent as he sat there. Hao reflected on what happened. Just how far away was he from seeing that second strand of immortal energy? The rough stone walls displayed the scenes from the past again. Little Immortal King was unwilling to accept this result. My path, my Tao. Why can't I see the light? Only darkness. Dying again and again. It's already been 10 times. How can I continue from here? Unable to transcend my predecessors. How can I follow in my father's footsteps to fight in that battlefield? Shed the final blood? I wish to enter that underworld and fight. That youth was unyielding. He raised his head towards the sky, his gaze deep, fists clenched. Already failed. It has been proved that this road is impassable. Just stop here. Someone advised. I still haven't failed. I am still alive, still able to walk, still able to continue. The handsome young man wasn't dispirited, still insisting on persevering and continuing. If I don't become the most powerful and step on the unmatched path, what is the use in heading towards that battlefield? Father's blood has already flowed to its end, so I will rise up. The scene became blurry, completely becoming dim. Hao stared at the rough stone walls, and then he released a light sigh. He withdrew his thoughts, reflecting on the scenes of Little Immortal King's final breakthrough attempt. He closed his eyes, verifying it with his own path. In the end, he rose. 10 deaths. No life. He died 10 times here, but still didn't cultivate a second strand of immortal energy. However, he felt like it already wasn't far, capturing that trajectory, about to seize it. Suddenly, his body felt cold, recalling Little Immortal King's situation. The white tortoise had previously said that this stunning individual failed, dying on his path. Back then, Little Immortal King was incomparably resolute, not willing to abandon this path, wishing to walk it to its end. Hao thought to himself. Did Little Immortal King and himself have the same frame of mind, both of them believing that they weren't far, about to succeed? If that was the case, if he continued, he might very well become the second Little Immortal King, ultimately dying. However, I really don't have any way out. Hao sighed. He left this private room, leaving this place. In the end, he saw a second Tao gate. He walked through it. In that instant, medicinal fragrance wafted about. This place filled with flowing light and color. This was still a stone room, but it was not a place of seclusion, but rather a medicine refinement place. On the stone walls were mysterious patterns, as if there was long life liquid flowing. Medicinal nature essence. Hao was shocked. He knew that there were a few ancient cauldrons, furnaces, pots, and other things that refined medicinal pills all year round, and as such would acquire a mysterious medicinal nature. As it accumulated over time, it would remain in the artifact's walls. It was clear that this strange stone room had medicinal nature essence, because there were special natural law seals in place to prevent them from scattering. Hao took a deep breath. He sat down, absorbing the medicinal nature essence, wishing to bring some with him. These things, if refined with holy medicines and others, could greatly increase medicinal efficacy. However, he could only collect part of it, and then he couldn't acquire any more. They were all sealed inside of a jade container. Right at this moment, the stone room trembled. The rough stone walls displayed scenes once again. He saw that tall and straight young man, Little Immortal King. He knew that their paths were similar, and that was why he could sense the imprints left behind on the stone walls from the past. However, this time, what he saw wasn't a living person, but rather an ice-cold body that was carried into the medicine refinement land. It wasn't moving. Did he fall after failing to comprehend the Tao? Hao stared at this scene. That body was full of life, as if it was still alive. However, from what the one who was carrying the corpse was saying, he was already dead. Hao silently stood there for a long time. That scene had long disappeared, but he was still staring at the rough stone walls. My path. How am I supposed to continue? He sighed. All signs were pointing towards the fact that this was a dead end. If he continued, he would definitely die. The Little Immortal King from the path was dead set on continuing. completely immersing himself in the 10,000 fiery light, wishing to succeed on this path. In the end, he entered eternal sleep, never to revive again. He preserved his body, not being burned to ashes. What exactly happened? Xianxia said softly. This place became quiet again, without any sound. Only after a long time had passed did Xianxia open his mouth and say, "Am I scared? Frozen in fear because of his situation? That has to be it. After seeing inevitable defeat, impending death, I am now hesitating, wavering, doubtful, not daring to continue." He began to reflect on his own path. He is little immortal king. I am Huang. I am not him. Xiao's voice became gentle, allowing himself to calm down again. He failed, but that doesn't mean that I will also be defeated. Someone had previously advised him against it, but little immortal king was still fearless, daring to continue down this path, his mind full of decisiveness. He was going to travel on his own unrivaled Tao, emerge from an unmatched route, and then enter the battlefield to shed blood, to face immortal ancients' great enemies. Xiao's gaze became clear. How can I be scared? He set his conviction, not willing to give up midway. At this moment, his heart became as steady as iron and stone, unmovable. However, he didn't wish to die tragically, nor would he give away his life for no reason. He was going to enter seclusion, reflect for a long time, truly comprehending everything this path consisted of. What he wanted was success, not death. Then he walked out from this palace. Holy shit! You are perfectly okay. Coming out alive? The white tortoise released a cry of alarm. It already thought that even if Xiao returned alive, he would still be covered in injuries. How difficult were those 10 trials? There were dangers at every turn. It was hard to imagine if any experts could still emerge after the Great Era's cultivation circumstances changed. After continuously making my way through 10 trials, I entered seclusion cultivation. Unfortunately, after dying 10 times, I still wasn't able to cultivate a second strand of immortal energy. Xiao sighed. You are a freak. You really reached that place. The white tortoise was shocked. You know my path. Did you hear any rumors before? Xiao asked. There are a few, but all of them were to advise descendants not to take that path, because that is a road of 10 deaths, no life, said the white tortoise, and then it spoke about a few rumors. Xiao nodded, and then he told it that he was going to pick some holy medicines. He wanted to enter seclusion cultivation again, to obtain a result in a few days. Success was success, failure was failure. He was going to attack at the limit again to see the results. You have to think it through carefully. Even the one with the title Little Immortal King failed. Taking this path might result in 10 deaths, no life. The white tortoise warned. On his body, that half-foot-tall snow-clothed woman also blinked her large eyes. Spiritual energy moved about, immortal energy swirling around her as she nodded seriously. Xiao nodded his head seriously. He had no other choice. In this world, one couldn't take whatever path they wanted. Until now, this was the only path he came up with after pondering and thinking bitterly. Immortal ancient great era had true immortals alive, a place where everyone had free expression. All Tao resonated, a period that flourished with greatness. In that type of great era, immortals weren't something out of a fantasy, but rather existing with the word. They naturally left behind all types of paths for descendants to use as references for their journey ahead. What about this world? The descendants could only rely on themselves to think of something. For sure, how to be able to tread on this path and cultivate a strand of immortal energy was already heaven-defying. Quite impressive. What else could he ask for? Was he supposed to give this up and seek a different path? That wasn't realistic at all. The white tortoise understood what he was thinking. After a soft sigh, it said, Little Immortal King had that type of opportunity, able to give up this path and take a different one. Yet he didn't do so. It was because Little Immortal King was shouldering too much. Only by displaying the greatest potential, becoming the most powerful individual, could he enter that boundless battlefield. Only then would he have the qualifications to turn the world around. Otherwise, in the end, he would just be shedding blood for no reason, dying tragically on the battlefield. When Shurhao heard this, he linked these words with the scenes he saw on the rough stone walls. His heart was moved. That individual called Little Immortal King truly wasn't simple. Naturally, he wouldn't be much weaker compared to those from the homeland of immortals. The white tortoise nodded. Are there any other places like this? Shurhao's gaze was sharp as he asked. I do not know. I wish to escape this place and flee from the 3,000 provinces, enter a different long life place. However, I don't know how I am going to do this. The white tortoise was distressed. Shurhao's mind was greatly shaken, his emotions rising and falling. However, no matter how he inquired into it, there was still no valuable information. The divine striking stone rubbed its fists and wiped its palms, eager to kick the old tortoise's ass. However, it was quite slippery, fleeing into an immortal Tao ruined formation left behind from Immortal Ancient, sticking its head out and looking around but not coming out. There are no more immortals in the later world, no living long-life individuals. Could it really be, as Little Immortal King said, that the world changed, the world's natural laws becoming different, the effects great, not even immortals able to continue existing? Shurhao said softly. He felt that Little Immortal King was quite bold and valiant, understanding various later world astonishing changes, and that was why he was so harsh on himself. However, in the end, he still ultimately failed. For many creatures, the effects are tremendous, harming even immortals, but it wasn't enough to completely erase them from existence. The main reason is because there were enemies they couldn't prevail over. The white tortoise interrupted. Shurhao began to pick medicines for the sake of his seclusion cultivation. He had no choice. He didn't obtain any other inheritances from immortal Tao traces, so he could only search about himself, forge ahead on this path. There was no way of temporarily deviating from this road. It was because this path, forget about in the outside world, even in Immortal Ancient, he already comprehended for 2 years, a deep imprint was already left within him that was difficult to change. I wish to know, are there any other paths that are comparable to burning the body with 10,000 Tao and making the true self transcend? Shurhao asked while picking medicines. It was because he thought of the scenes he saw while inside the Tenjong private room. Little Immortal King had said that only by walking on this path could he match the others. There are the path of immortals, true immortal Tao methods. Outsiders cannot understand them, the white tortoise said. Shurhao frowned, having it explained further. You know that I was heavily injured, the damage reaching the foundation, losing many old memories. I've already forgotten about many things, the white tortoise said helplessly with a sigh. This made Shurhao skeptical, wondering if it was an immortal king that died in battle, buried under all life earth, and then after endless years, developed intelligence and turned into a long-life medicine. It was because there really were these records that after an immortal fell, it ultimately turned into an exceptional immortal medicine. I know a bit. The woman on the white tortoise's back was quiet and exquisite, only half a foot tall, but she was devastatingly beautiful, as if a true immortal shrunk in size and turned into her current form. Shurhao urgently asked for guidance. He really wished to know. For example, using the world tree as an immortal seed, allowing it to take root in the body, grow, and give rise to endless Tao laws. When he heard this, not only was Shurhao shocked, even the divine striking stone sucked in a cold breath of air. A tree that was a world of its own, it was impossible to measure how extraordinary that was. There were others that obtain a seed of the initial stages of the cosmos, merging that with the body. The natural luck of all living things were derived into an unmatched Tao path. The snow-clothed woman's voice carried a type of attraction, extremely pleasant to listen to. However, in Shurhao's ears, these struck down like thunder. Such great opportunities were unimaginable. Immortal ancient great eras people were blessed by the heavens after all, the environment just too great. Apart from this, the methods of immortals are unimaginable. After a long time had passed, Shurhao had a stupefied expression on his face, because he was truly shocked. Freak's immortal ancient great era is so splendid and dazzling, but it was still destroyed in the end. Truly unimaginable. The divine striking stone grimaced. Can these types of immortal seeds and inheritances still be found in this great era? Xianxia said softly. Perhaps, after all, immortal ancient great era was destroyed, all life falling, drying up and withering away, but those things are inextinguishable, able to continue as an inheritance. The white tortoise spoke, giving voice to this speculation. Based on its suspicions, the greatest natural luck of this ancient place might have those things. Xiao's eyes became clear, not saying anything. He prepared to enter isolation. However, a sentence from the white tortoise made him stop his steps. He couldn't enter that stone palace again. That place was sealed up. Even though he knew that even if he could enter, the Tenjiang private room couldn't be used again, the opportunity only available that one time, he still felt like that place was peaceful and safe. However, now it seemed like that thought proved fruitless. This island cannot remain here for too long. It will enter the void chaotic streams soon and move again, said the white tortoise. Not even it knew where it was headed. It was clear that Xiao couldn't stop here. You aren't going to consider traveling with me? He asked. The white tortoise shrunk its neck, and then fiercely shook its head, saying, I don't want to be eaten by you. It hid inside the immortal Dao damaged formation, not coming out even if it was beaten to death. Based on what it said, this was going to be this ancient land's final time of opening. Once it closed again, no one knew what was going to happen. Perhaps a realm wall would be torn open, falling into the home of immortals. It was waiting for an opportunity. Of course, the worst result it predicted was that it wouldn't enter a long life place, but instead perhaps join together with the outer world's vast uninhabited region. We're about to leave already. You don't have any gifts for me? Xiao asked. You brat, you already extorted and blackmailed so many things from me, like the radiant immortal gold, 2 drops of long life liquid, the opportunity to enter the stone palace. What else do you want? The white tortoise glared. Xiao shot it a look of disdain. As a turtle, you should be honest. The immortal gold was to save you, the 2 drops of long life liquid, you even dare speak about it. With how big you are, producing an entire bowl of soup is even enough. Yet you only gave me 2 drops, ridiculously stingy. Also, this stone palace. I was clearly the one who fought my way inside on my own. You still want to create a pot of soup? The white tortoise disappeared with a sound, truly terrified. Hey, regardless, you have to gift me a bit of divine medicine, right? For example, that black prosperity medicine and heavenly deity tree. Xiao shouted behind it. That rabbit and butterfly already brought huge disasters onto them. Yet you still have the nerve to ask for them? The old tortoise spoke. You have to gift me a few leaves of the black prosperity medicine, Xiao said. Only 1 leaf, the old tortoise said. The black prosperity medicine wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Not long ago, the lunar jade hare already took a bite out of it, chewing away a phoenix feather-shaped leaf. That emperor butterfly also flew over and took a bite. Now, the young man also wanted some. It only had 9 leaves on it. Xiao obtained the black prosperity divine medicine's essence, sealing it within a jade bottle, and then he looked for the heavenly deity tree. You can forget about that ancient tree. It suffered a serious injury, now only producing a few flowers. There are no fruits yet, said the white tortoise. In the distance, a butterfly danced about elegantly on the heavenly deity tree. The emperor butterfly fluttered about, absorbing the pollen essence, obtaining great benefits. In the end, the old tree ran. Right. There seems to be other divine medicines on this island, right? Xiao asked. Hey, brat, you really are too much. Even though you helped me greatly, however. The white tortoise's voice came to a grunting stop. It was because a miserable cry sounded from the distance. A rabbit carried a stalk of divine medicine, currently chewing on it. Another stalk of divine medicine was panicking. The emperor butterfly also flew over quickly. Xiao was stupefied. Could it be that this rabbit really was suitable for picking medicine? One has to understand that divine medicine were all intelligent, able to flee extremely quickly. Let go, let go! The white tortoise shouted. Eventually, he hurriedly chased them out like a priest chasing out demons. I'm so full. I want to live in this island for a long time, the lunar jade hare shouted, its large ruby-like eyes swirling about, not wishing to leave. Go, hurry and get out of here. You already picked 10 baskets of medicine. The white tortoise drove them out. I only picked a leaf from each one, a flower petal, not that much at all. The little rabbit was furious, mumbling noisily about how it was the one most suitable to be the gardener to protect the medicine garden. I hate rabbits, the white tortoise roared. Wang! The void trembled. That phoenix nest in the distance shone, 5 streaks of light reaching into the sky. 10 colors appeared hazily while accompanied by chaotic mists. The true phoenix nest at the top of the cliff shrunk, ultimately turning into the size of a fist. With a so sound, it landed in Xuelin's hands. The white tortoise stared blankly, shouting, You group of robbers, don't let me ever meet you again. This left even sure how shocked. That phoenix nest might have an inheritance. Formidable. This was the phoenix race's thing to begin with. Now that it was brought away by a descendant, it's only proper and to be expected, said the divine striking stone. That's Divine Temple's ancient holy child. He left, Xuelin said, staring into the distance, almost throwing the phoenix nest out. When she considered that this was the void chaotic stream zone, a dangerous and unstable place, she ultimately didn't act out. I also saw them. They were picking medicines at the outermost region. That assassin boss even tried to act viciously against me, the little rabbit said. There were ancient formations on the island, not just anyone being able to enter. The other experts, even if they could get closer, they could only pick medicines at the outermost region. They couldn't truly enter. Sure Hao looked around for Heavenly Country's ancient freak and the others. He wanted to run into them and end things. Unfortunately, he was disappointed not meeting them. However, as soon as he came out, he heard rumors. Jun Dao announced to the world that Huang obtained great natural luck, obtaining long-life medicine from the ancient medicine garden. This triggered a huge commotion. At the same time, there were those from Divine Temple who echoed this, saying that they bore witness. Huang not only obtained the white tortoise carrying Immortal, he even found the true phoenix nest, moreover bringing it out. Courting death. Sure Hao's eyes immediately became cold. This was making him a public enemy, wishing to have the world against him. He came out. Huang came out from the immortal medicine garden. Sure Hao appeared, triggering a huge commotion. It was because not long ago, people had heard that he obtained great natural luck, already possessing a stock of long-life medicine. Towards this type of rumor, regardless of whether it was true or false, it would trigger a huge uproar. Meanwhile, Jun Dao and Divine Temple's people even more so directly stated that he obtained it, so there had to be a reason for them doing so. In the void, black cracks covered everything densely, the time-space chaotic streams appearing. A single mishap and one's body would be torn and their bones crushed. Nearby, there were many ruined corpses, all of them belonging to experts. They all died miserably because they tried to approach the ancient medicine garden. Everyone saw Huang's calm gait. He released a sphere of light, surrounding Xuelin and the others, walking out as if he was walking on flat land, successfully leaving that terrifying place. Many people's eyes burned passionately, staring at Sure Hao. Chi! Sure Hao pointed outwards. A sky-shocking rainbow rushed over, and with a pu sound, a person was pierced through their forehead. That was an extremely powerful cultivator, yet he was killed on the spot. There was a finger-sized hole between his brows that gushed with blood. In that instant, everyone felt as if they were frozen. Huang was Huang. Just now, that person revealed hostility, displaying faint killing intent. As a result, he was killed by Huang first. Huang, you are going too far. By relying on your powerful cultivation, you act completely unrestrained. Massacring the innocent like this, are you really going to act regardless of law or natural morality? Someone shouted, hiding in the crowd. Do you think you are unmatched under the sky, killing whoever you want? You should ask yourself, did the Dao friends here agree to this? Another person also spoke up, not revealing his true self, inciting the crowd from a hidden location. Huang, do not think that there is no one who can stop you. You've incited public anger, everyone under the sky against you. This is enough to burn you to ashes, leaving nothing behind. A third person spoke in an impassioned manner. A few people stirred about restlessly. This place could not remain calm. Regardless of who it was, once they obtained a long life medicine and the true Phoenix inheritance, they would become the focal point of attention. The eyes of others would become red with greed. Let alone the fact that everyone personally saw him walk out from Immortal Medicine Garden, so he definitely had shocking gains. Many people's breathing became hurried. Sure Hao released a cold snort. With a chong sound, he pulled out the everlasting immortal sword. Right now, he didn't try to act low-key at all. The brilliant sword radiance illuminated the heavens, suppressing all of the noise. Chi! He raised his hand. The sword core released penetrating radiance, hacking a single person within the crowd apart. Blood traces appeared from between the brows, extending all the way to the legs. That person immediately released a look of horror, never expecting that he had been found. With a pu sound, he split apart starting from his forehead, cleaved in half by the streak of sword light. Blood dyed that place, the corpse separating as it fell. He didn't even have the time to release a miserably cry, dying just like that. In his surroundings, other people released a cry of alarm. This sword left many people's bodies feeling cold. Sure Hao didn't stop, still taking action. With a chong sound, his right hand held the sword core. His left softly flicked the sword body, releasing a ripple. This ripple passed over everyone, only rushing at a beautiful woman. No! She rushed into the sky, but in the end, she couldn't escape, still swept through by the ripple. With a pu sound, she was blasted apart, bloody mist spreading outwards, body and soul destroyed. Not far out, a creature's face was pale, turning around and leaving. It was because at this time it saw Sure Hao glance over, knowing that it was also discovered. It has nothing to do with me. It hurriedly ran. Chi! This time, Sure Hao directly brandished the sword, sweeping out a terrifying beam of light, pierced through the sky, immediately cutting the creature at its waist. Blood splashed outwards. The sword radiance was too brilliant, impossible to overcome. It invaded the broken body, causing the damaged body and primordial spirit to explode. Keep making noise to sow dissension. Sure Hao only had this sentence. Killing intent surged. He used action as his response. The crowd that was originally noisy immediately became quiet. Huang's reputation was forged through battle. Those people wished to stir things up in the darkness, but they all ended up being killed. Before trying to incite disharmony, it is best if you up your cultivation first so that I can't detect it. A strand of immortal energy has to be cultivated at the very least to hide the body first. Sure Hao calmly said. Many people broke out in cold sweat. What did this mean? His divine awareness was this sharp? Only by cultivating a strand of immortal energy would one be able to avoid it. This was a bit absurd. Heavenly country, divine temple, great sky border. I'll remember this. From here on out, for those belonging to these sects, if I see one, I will kill one. If I see two, I will kill a pair. These were Sure Hao's words, ice cold and without a trace of emotion. Great Sky Border was precisely Jun Dao's sect. Shou! He tore through the sky like a divine arrow, disappearing from this place. Huang obtained the white tortoise carrying immortal long life medicine. Did everyone hear about it? Many people were discussing this in Immortal Ancient's small worlds. This was naturally the result created by Jun Dao and Divine Temple's people. Many people didn't believe it, but some were still skeptical. The most terrifying thing was that all of the natives were startled, a few of them starting to pay attention to this matter. However, in the same day, with a sword in hand, Sure Hao unleashed a great slaughter alone, massacring all who belonged to Divine Temple, Heavenly Country and Great Sky Border without discrimination. This triggered a huge commotion, stirring up a storm. It was because those powers had foundations established in the various small world's enormous cities. Even though they withdrew, there was no way they could completely disappear. Sure Hao deliberately searched for them, so he naturally found some. In that day, heads tumbled, landing on the ground. Blood splattered out. All sides were shaken. Sure Hao was originally going to enter seclusion cultivation after leaving the ancient medicine garden, never expecting that there were some who wished to harm him, wishing for him to become a public enemy. As a result, he unleashed a bloody massacre, not showing any mercy. Heavenly Country's executioner, Divine Temple's ancient holy child, and Jun Dao, do you dare fight? Sure Hao released these words to each realm. He was using the sword to speak, using actions to express his stance. There was no other explanation needed. 3 days later, only then did he stop departing. This event shook up all of Immortal Ancient. Even a few ancient freaks were shocked. Dragon Girl, Chang Gongyan, Duan Hong, Li Fanming and others came out from seclusion specifically to learn about the situation. The natives were also moving. He really obtained long-life medicine? In a certain ancient land, an aged voice asked. This was an extremely large tribe. This creature was extremely terrifying. You all don't have to worry about me. I need to comprehend calmly alone. Sure Hao was going to enter isolation. There was a risk of life and death, but he didn't talk about it, instead sending those close to him away, telling them not to stay with him. You want us to head for the centaur race? The little rabbit widened her large eyes. I previously gifted the Willow Deity's branch to them, establishing some good karma with Immortal Ancients races. You all should leave, Sure Hao said. Then they left, each going on their own way. Cold Realm is no longer suitable for cultivating in seclusion, Sure Hao said softly. Even though that place might have a great supreme treasure, Yuchan knew about that place, so she would definitely leak information out. If he really did go into seclusion cultivation there, then there was a worry for his life. The only ones remaining at his side were the Divine Striking Stone and Emperor Butterfly. However, he also planned to have those two leave. He was going into isolation. It was going to be extremely dangerous this time, unknown what the results will be. He needed to quietly experience it himself, using all of his efforts to break through. I am temporarily unable to figure this thing out, so I won't bring it with me, Sure Hao said. He produced a little cauldron that was pitch black like ink and full of cracks. This was the little cauldron he obtained from Divine Dark Child. It was mysterious and profound, seemingly a divine object from the archaic era. It was forged from black immortal gold, the material alone already world-shocking. Sure Hao had previously observed and inspected it. This cauldron was extremely strange, and the opening was like a black hole, deep and immeasurable, difficult to see clearly. With his seclusion at hand, he didn't want to hold on to this thing. In the end, he buried it in the magma within a volcano and had the Divine Striking Stone set up a formation over it. Then, he left to find a place to go into seclusion. He left behind many diversions to throw others off. All right, you two should leave. Don't stay here, Sure Hao said. He had the Divine Striking Stone and Emperor Butterfly leave. This time, he was incomparably serious. It was because Jun Dao and Divine Temple's people spread rumors. This might truly incite a few unimaginably powerful creatures among the natives. Even heavenly deities and sect master-level figures might be included among them. Within an ancient mountain range, there were many structures, all of them bronze. There was a mysterious brilliance surrounding this place. This was a tribe that wasn't that large. There were clearly experts overseeing this place. If the geniuses of the outside world came, they would definitely be shocked because the layout was just too strange. It was extremely similar to the outside world's Immortal Palace. At the center was an enormous bronze palace. A sound similar to that of a ravenous wolf could be heard. Di Kuan, it has been several eras since we've met. Did you spend your time in slumber as well? How is your current state? If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. It was because the one who spoke was Heavenly Country's ancient freak. What did you come here for? Another person with a thunderous voice spoke, shaking up the entire bronze palace. Immortal Palace's inheritor has died. Heavenly Country's king said, "What does that have to do with me? I've already taken root in Immortal Ancient." The one named Di Kuan said, "The one who died is named Di Chong." Heavenly Country's ancient freak's name was Lang Hao. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it was still uncomfortable to listen to. Di Xing. Sure Hao went into seclusion. No one knew where he was. Not even he himself knew the name of this little world. There were great formations around him. He sat at the center, comprehending the great Tao, studying his own Tao. Before his eyes, little immortal kings and his own path both appeared. Everything he saw in the Tenjiang private room emerged before him. He studied the two to compare them. He sat there for many days. He was like a wooden sculpture, silent and without activity, as if he died in a seated posture. This continued until the day he held the immortal seed in his hands. A great flame erupted from his body, source energy swirling around him. Heaven and earth Tao laws descended. The peace was disturbed. Tao flames refined a golden body, burned the true self. Not only his body, but even his primordial spirit was engulfed in the fiery light. During these days, Immortal Ancient was not peaceful. Many people were searching for Huang, wishing to find him. Who can offer any clues? I will gift them the 10 divine fruit box. I can offer 3 world-shocking precious techniques. There were some who offered a reward for information regarding Sure Hao. As long as they were given accurate information, there was shocking reward to be obtained. Did Divine Temple, Heavenly Country, and Great Sky Borders people go crazy? Why are they in such a rush, searching everywhere for Huang? Even if there are grudges, there is no need to be in such a hurry, right? I heard that Huang is attacking at a breakthrough point, unknown what he is cultivating. They won't allow him to take another step. The small worlds could not stay calm. People from all directions moved, all of them frantically searching for Sure Hao. The mountain region was majestic, mountain ridges rising and falling like sleeping dragons. Those tall peaks were like ancient elephants as they laid in disarray. Within a mountain body, an enormous cave was opened up, magical formations everywhere. These were arranged by the divine striking stone, consisting of a combination of many killing formations, creating a dangerous place to protect the white limestone center Tao Earth. Sure Hao sat there, 10,000 Tao burning his body. The cauldron furnace created by heaven and earth long burned until it was rumbling with zhang sounds, as if there were hammers slamming down on it. Magical chains linked up one after another, winding about the surroundings. This was no longer a self-sharpening, but rather a trial of life and death. If he wanted to transcend above and step on his own path, then what he had to face was the most terrifying punishment. This was a great pressure from heaven and earth itself. After half a month passed, Sure Hao emerged, 9 deaths 1 life. The heaven and earth furnace was burned through, and he had to use his body to resist the Tao. His body was burned until it became transparent, blood continuously flowing out. This wasn't the first time he experienced this, but it had never been as dangerous as it was right now, because once he died, there was no way out. He was not inside the Tenjiang private room, unable to revive again. Do I have to use the revival grass? His eyes grew dim, surrounded by fiery light. He felt like his life was flowing away, gradually walking towards defeat. Compared to before, the amount of time he endured for was just too much longer. He refined himself using the most terrifying and difficult type of refinement. It was like the 100 refinements of true gold, becoming bright and dazzling in the raging flames. Only when his stamina was exhausted, he truly felt extremely weak, as if he might suddenly die. At the same time, he felt that he wasn't that far from success. The light seemed to be just up ahead, to the extent where he could even vaguely see 2 strands of immortal energy. Did little immortal king have this type of illusion as well, and because of that throw himself forwards like a moth to a flame? In the end, like brilliant fireworks, he entered the darkness after the magnificence. Sure Hao woke up. He didn't obstinately hold on to this enlightenment feeling, instead withdrawing. All types of divine chains of order disappeared, the source energy receding, entering a deathly stillness. He silently treated his injuries in the mountain depths. His bones burned until they broke, his foundation declining. He used a bit of revival grass and holy medicines to slowly recover his vitality. Then, he initiated another round of cultivation. Just like that, each time, when he was about to succeed, he would become weak to the extreme, difficult to proceed even an inch further, unable to truly condense the second strand of immortal energy. His entire body was about to collapse. I am going to die, but I don't want to. Regardless of when it was, Xianxia always remained extremely clear-headed, not falling into the joy of near success, because he knew he was still a bit off. If he recklessly continued, he would most likely die. Just like that, he hovered around the end of the road many times, just that bit away from stepping over the heavenly moat and transcending above. But he would always end in failure after cool-headedly stopping himself. After who knew how many tries, the consumption of holy medicines and other things was great, some medicinal baskets already empty. Was I too careful, lacking the bravery to cut off my means of retreat? Xianxia asked himself. He stopped and carefully thought to himself exactly what the reason was, why he was always burned until his bones broke and tendons snapped, ultimately failing at the last spurt. Perhaps it really was because he lacked the courage, Xianxia reflected. However, this was Dao comprehension. He didn't want to die. Going to take a risk. 10,000 Dao rumbled. Xianxia remained unmoving, and after who knew how many days had passed, the heaven and earth furnace shattered. He himself was also covered in wounds, his entire body burnt black. He had no way out, still forging forward. Only at the final moments when everything before his eyes became dark, and he vaguely saw the second strand of immortal energy appear, did he clench his teeth to wake up. However, following a Wung sound, his primordial spirit almost scattered, and his flesh split apart, almost completely breaking apart. In that instant, Xianxia sank into darkness, about to lose consciousness. It was as if nothing existed any longer. I cannot die. He felt as if he himself was incarcerated in a dark prison, about to be cut off from the world. Even though it wasn't the first time he experienced death, each time it was a bit different, especially this time. Perhaps it was because there was no chance of revival after this death that it felt especially profound. In that instant, he seemed to have seen a great world with an endless starry sky. There were countless living stars, innumerable creatures, 100 worlds rising and falling. All of this seemed to last for ages as they passed him. Return! Xianxia shouted loudly. Immediately afterwards, his consciousness returned to his body, completely awakening. His entire body was in great pain. His primordial spirit felt like it was cut by blades. It was as if he was divided into many pieces. He was still alive, his body still in this world, not falling. Xianxia quickly ate divine medicine, and then produced the octatic treasure unicorn, the first time using these two types of rare treasures to treat his terrifyingly injured body. His injuries were extremely grave, almost dying. However, when Xianxia revived, he didn't immediately pay attention to his body, but instead reflected over everything he just saw. He muttered to himself, could there truly be reincarnation in this world? He began to suspect that after one died and entered eternal darkness, could it be that they would reincarnate, experience countless mortal worlds? In the Tenjiang private room, he died 10 times, each time directly entering the void's darkness. When he revived, he seemed to have lost something, with a blank space in his memories. This time, he didn't completely lose consciousness, returning from the darkness. He saw the rise and fall of the world of the living, as if a single dream took him through all of time. There is no reincarnation. Those are just the fragments of time that I was able to witness after entering eternal silence, Xianxia said to himself. His will was resolute. His gaze gradually became resplendent. Again, just like that, after reviving, Xianxia began again, drawing closer and closer to success each time, sometimes even seeing a strand of immortal energy condensing. In addition, he began to test some things, wishing to place his primordial spirit in the immortal seed and improve a step further. However, this path was different. The immortal seed was too different. impossible to pierce through. There was no way for it to support a primordial spirit. This cultivation realm is still not enough. This immortal seed might still be extremely useful in the future. Sure how lingered about the border of life and death, wandering about the 10,000 Tao. Eventually, he had lost track of how many times his body and primordial spirit were burned. However, the benefits were also great. He was becoming stronger. The amount of time he could resist the 10,000 Tao flames of the underworld was becoming longer and longer. It was to the extent where sometimes he felt a type of enjoyment while bathed in the 10,000 Tao, and as such, he no longer focused on opposing it, but was instead able to peacefully coexist and transcend above. Of course, this was only sometimes. Most of the time, he was resisting it, struggling to make it through while hovering between life and death. Am I going to succeed? The closer he got to this point, the more careful Sure Hao became, because the final critical moment was the most dangerous. Hong! Raging flames burned his body once again. What Sure Hao saw was not suppressing to kill or terrifying symbols, but instead beautiful sceneries one after another. Endless mountains could be seen, chaotic energy flowing out from them. He was sitting at the center of it all. Stellar rivers shone resplendently, circling around him. The heaven and earth opened. He was surrounded by the life force of all spirits. The demonic beasts were endless, immortal birds crying. He was in the plains. A stalk of grass, a tree, a grain of sand, a sea, all things between heaven and earth appeared, immersing him within. A type of Tao, a world, an expanse of void swamp. He wanted to rush out, but no matter what he did, he couldn't struggle free. He turned into a divine bird, rushing towards the starry skies. With a shake of his wings, brilliant feathers flew outwards, shooting down countless great stars. He turned into a stalk of grass, windswept and battered by rain, endured the cold weather and frozen earth. Other creatures ate at him, tormenting him again and again, but he tenaciously grew and survived. He became a wisp of sunset glow, the final twilight, resting within the horizon's remaining warmth. There was dark red, but even more hot blood surging. Sure Hao went on a mental journey into the great emptiness, striving to make it through the Tao flames. His flesh and primordial spirit were being burned, with endless things to appreciate. In that instant, it was as if he experienced many great worlds. The second strand of immortal energy was going to take form. In that short moment, in that instant of wake, he saw a faint strand of pure white energy forming around his body, about to take form. Persevere through. I wish to transcend. Sure Hao endured the pain and suffering. He felt like dawn was already not far, that he couldn't pass up this opportunity. Hong, after who knew how much time had passed, his ruined body split into 4 pieces, because the pressure he endured was too great. 10,000 Tao, even though they had times of peaceful coexistence, generally speaking, were still ruthless. At this moment, it completely exploded. It was precisely at this time that Sure Hao saw the second strand of immortal energy. It was pure white like jade, hazy and mysterious, taking form. However, it was already hard for him to hold on. With a wung sound, Sure Hao entered a momentary silence. His primordial spirit left his body, entering the void, falling into the prison of eternal darkness, walking the road of death. I already succeeded in the cultivation of a second strand of immortal energy. I cannot die now. Sure Hao roared within his heart, frantically struggling. He didn't want to lose consciousness. Otherwise, it would be eternal rest, forever returning to nothingness, unable to live again. He felt unwilling. He struggled with everything he had, wishing to not lose consciousness, to stay clear-headed and make it through this. In that instant, he thought of Stone Village, that warm home. How many people were waiting for him? He had to show filial respect for Grandpa Chief, drink with his uncles, had to see Dazhuang, Ermeng, Pihu, Harry Ball, and the others. He also thought about his mother and father, as well as the fire mulberry tree forest, Hualinger waving towards him within the rustling trees. He also saw Qingyi as well as many other people. I am going to return. I cannot fall here. Sure Hao struggled. This time it was more vicious than before. He felt like he was going to become muddle-headed, entering a dark stillness. "Return!" he roared. He moved quickly, but this was eternal darkness, a journey of nothingness, a prison that was difficult to break out of. Suddenly, he was shocked. Apart from the many time fragments he saw like before, he seemed to have experienced a cycle. He saw a similar cage, one after another, all of them flowing along the long river of this world, heading forward in the void. Those were dark prisons, sealed places. With a hurried glance, he saw a few specks of light that were especially resplendent. They were sealed within the enormous cages, the auras terrifying and heaven overflowing, an ancient aura released from them. Who is that? What kind of creature is it? Xianxia was deeply moved. Because of this, he became slightly more clear-headed. That was someone like him, right? No, the cultivation realm was too high. He was not someone who was going the same way. Even though he was sealed in the dark nothingness, he was still so terrifying. For this type of creature to enter eternal darkness, was it helplessly forced, or was it due to other reasons? What was going on? Why was it so terrifying? Wang! Finally, his primordial spirit trembled, stopping its drifting, completely sealed in this dark space that was difficult to escape. Is this death? One that lasts until I completely disappear and nothing remains. The final moments before death. To be sealed in this dark space. Never before had Xianxia ever felt such a clear and deep impression. I don't want to die. I still have many worries. I have loved ones, friends, I still want to see them, do not wish to abandon them. Even if it wasn't for myself, I still have to continue living. Xianxia roared angrily, struggling, not wishing to fall unconscious, not willing to return to eternal stillness. Moreover, even though his primordial spirit left his body, in the fragments of time he was imprisoned in, while sealed within the darkness, he still had a feeling that the second strand of immortal energy seemed to have taken form, that it was winding about right outside his flesh shell. However, if he couldn't return, was there any other use? At the same moment, someone was drawing close, arriving at the small world in which he was cultivating in seclusion, heading towards this mountain range. Dao, heavenly country's ancient king. They all appeared, cold intent on their faces as they walked over step by step. Coldness and eternal darkness descended. Xianxia was sealed up, his body within the cage of nothingness. No return route to be found. He couldn't see the end. Before his eyes only eternal desolateness. At this moment, he woke up from his muddle-headedness. But the situation was extremely critical. How was he supposed to escape? He did everything he could to forcefully attack, wishing to break out a path and return to the real world. However, this place was unsusceptible to any change, a truly terrifying place. This place was unknown, mysterious. Everything came and went, seemingly forever lost. This place was difficult to tear apart, an indestructible prison. Kill! With a raise of Xianxia's hand, magical imprints were formed. He used heaven's hand, wishing to blast his way out, but he failed again and again. How could it be like this? Moreover, he discovered that everything around him became darker, nothing visible now. Moreover, his primordial spirit was being drained. Yet he couldn't obtain any replenishment. If this continued, he would definitely be erased, completely scattering. He was going to be crossed off the list of the living. In that instant, Xianxia became quiet, no longer moving, nor did he resist. Instead, he began to think, preserving his primordial spirit's strength. In the icy coldness, the dead silent place where everything was pitch black, time flowed on, as if it immediately brought him through 3 lives and 3 worlds. This was a strange type of sensation. Xianxia sat there, feeling incredibly lonesome. He silently thought to himself. He felt like time fragments were quickly rushing past, as if 1,000 years immediately passed. This was a terrifying feeling that left him horrified. There was a type of saying, 10 days in a cave, 1,000 years in the world. Now that he was trapped here, exactly how much time had passed in the outside world? Xianxia didn't know. A chill ran down his back. Back then, was little immortal king also like this, leaving behind his physical body, his primordial spirit entering the world of darkness, unable to struggle free? Xianxia said quietly to himself. He became clear-headed again. The scenes he previously saw on the rough stone walls displayed that little immortal king had failed. Someone returned with his corpse, delivering him into the medicine refinement hall. There was only a flesh shell left, no primordial spirit to be seen. Now he fully understood what had happened. What do I have to do to escape? I cannot follow in his steps. Xianxia's primordial spirit turned into a little person, sitting down there, tightly clenching his fists. He wanted to get out. There was Stone Village, his loved ones, his friends, and things he had to protect. There were people he wanted to see, so he couldn't allow himself to be trapped to death here. However, this place was cold and dark. Endless chilliness swept over. A pitch-black darkness surrounded this place. He couldn't feel everything, unable to make contact with anything. There was no way to rush out. In addition, right at this time, he felt his primordial spirit weakening. His soul force was sucked away from the dark void, about to be gradually erased. Xianxia's entire body grew cold. How was he going to make it through this? How was he to resist this type of terrifying corrosion? Forget about running, just staying here for a moment longer meant that he might scatter like smoke. Was there nothing he could do? The corrosion of primordial spirit, obliteration of the soul, was nothing going to continue existing? Xianxia did his best to enter the most cool-headed state. He couldn't act rashly. He wanted to continue living, wishing to break through this place. He couldn't die just like this. He had previously seen a few dark prisons drift through the long river of time. There were still specks of light within them even now, specks that belonged to powerful creatures. Why were they still alive? Could it be that they had ways of resisting the corrosion? Xianxia carefully thought about this, closely examining himself. Was there any way to resist the darkness corrosion, to make his primordial spirit maintain an undecaying state and continue living? Immortal Tao, Divine Tao, these two great eras have different systems. What should I do? Just now, he used precious techniques, displayed Divine Tao power, but it was useless, unable to fend off that force. The consumption of his primordial spirit was instead more severe. However, Immortal Tao he didn't understand at all. This great era already didn't belong to that system. That type of inheritance no longer existed. Immortal energy. I had previously cultivated a strand of immortal energy, Xianxia said to himself. It was to the extent where he had already cultivated a second strand. Only the primordial spirit had separated from the flesh shell, his body losing consciousness. There is a bit? When Xianxia was inspecting himself, he discovered that neither of the two strands of immortal energy followed him here. But why did he still have a bit inside of himself? He tried to transfer this bit, and then he discovered with shock that the load on his primordial spirit decreased, and even the corrosion was blocked, recovering a state of equilibrium. What was going on? Xianxia was confused. Even though he was pleasantly surprised, he still felt rather confused. When he inspected himself closely to see the truth, he suddenly recalled that while cultivating in isolation on the bluestone paths, after igniting 2,900 bluestone Tao flames, he cultivated an extremely weak and faint strand of immortal energy. However, at that time, his injuries were too severe, almost destroying him. That immortal energy wasn't able to completely form, instead ultimately being used to nourish his body. Xianxia now understood. It was that strand that was nourishing his body, strengthening his spirit. He saw it disappear before, but in reality, there was immortal Tao energy that remained, and it was now revealing itself. Merging with my flesh shell, moving into my primordial spirit. Even though it isn't powerful, it has miraculous uses as well, saving my life, Xianxia said softly. Now, this strand of energy had already become indistinguishable from his flesh shell and primordial spirit, refined in reverse. It could even be said that it was no longer immortal energy, but just another part of his true self. I am going to leave, using this to break out. Xianxia calmed himself down, transferring all of his power to recover and strengthen his true self. He wanted to reach the most powerful state. He groped about, struggling in the darkness, resisting the power that corroded his primordial spirit. This process continued. During this period of time, he encountered danger many times, but later on it stabilized. Eventually, he developed a completely new ability, as expected, able to acquire energy from the nothingness. Only by having immortal Tao energy would this work. He was able to accomplish this. Sure how focused his attention. He sat there, doing everything he could to strengthen himself. He had to continue living, had to successfully open up the black cage. Time flowed on. It was hard to imagine how much time had passed. Sure how's heart was about to go cold, because it felt as if 100 years passed. Was this just a misconception? Only after such a long time did he recover to his peak. It was because the soul force in the nothingness was too difficult to absorb. This was the result he achieved only after doing everything he could. Could this type of power open up the dark space? Sure how didn't know. However, he had to try, had to do everything he could. If I fail, will I have to wait another 100 years? Sure how's heart felt heavy. He absorbed a mouthful of soul energy, and then he calmed himself down, doing his best to suppress himself. He then began to absorb the power of the nothingness again, nourishing his soul, strengthening his primordial spirit. Another few decades should have passed, right? Sure how didn't know. He felt like his primordial spirit became quite a bit more powerful. He wanted to give it a try. He couldn't wait any longer. If 100 years really did pass in the outside world, then was his physical body still there? Was it already destroyed? Meanwhile, Immortal Ancient's power struggle should be coming to a close soon, right? To the extent where everything should have ended. I have to return. Sure how shouted inwardly. So many years passed. Many things could have happened. How could he resign himself to being trapped here? Going to risk it all. The current him was already much more powerful than when he entered. His primordial spirit shone brilliantly, radiant in the darkness. Sure how fought for his life, doing everything he could, exhausting all he had to break free. He wanted to open the dark cage and force his way out. Immortal Tao energy merged with his body's various methods and secret techniques, displayed with his primordial spirit, releasing the most powerful attack he had ever displayed in his life. Wang! The black cage trembled. One could vaguely see it distorting. However, it still didn't open up. Meanwhile, this strike left Sure Hao's primordial spirit shaken up, almost scattering. Again! Sure Hao shouted, using all of his remaining power, continuously releasing secret methods. He immediately released 9 strikes. Pooh! Sure Hao fell back in retreat, dropping into the darkness. His body quickly grew dim, his primordial spirit becoming weak, suffering from corrosion. Just now, the cage was moved, continuously distorting, but it still wasn't broken through. He suffered from a powerful recoil, leaving him seriously injured. Sure Hao operated his own powerful soul force, quickly resisting the corrosion. He then calmed himself down, once again beginning to nourish his soul and strengthen his primordial spirit. After experiencing this once already, he quickly stabilized his primordial spirit. However, absorbing the void's power was still too difficult. Sure Hao cultivated all alone to strengthen himself. How many years have passed? It should be another century, right? When he opened his eyes again, he revealed a type of sadness, and even more a type of unwillingness, as well as a trace of weakness. He wasn't feeling sad for himself, but rather thinking back to the lower realm. He didn't know how that place was now. Those loved ones, those that he was familiar with, how would they feel if they couldn't see him again? He previously told them that he was going to return to Stone Village within a few decades to see his family. However, how many years had passed now? There was also that figure under the fire mulberry trees. Where was she now? Was she still well? He didn't want to see the people in the village grow old one by one. Didn't want to see generations disappear one after another. The graveyard where they were buried behind the village. He wanted to leave. I have to return. Sure Hao felt grieved. He roared out loudly, but he didn't forget to acquire power to strengthen himself. In the darkness, he continuously trained, strengthening himself to become stronger than before. However, he didn't rashly attempt to break out again. He had to reach the most powerful state. He was going to make his divine senses incomparably sturdy, make his primordial spirit extremely brilliant, and only then would he have a chance of breaking through this cage. Just like that, he cultivated and cultivated, continuously strengthening his primordial spirit, his soul force slowly increasing, becoming stronger and stronger. This made Xianxia develop some suspicions. What kind of place was this? Why was there soul force? He could actually slowly cultivate here. What was going on with this black cage? Could this be reincarnation? His flesh died, so now he was just waiting for reincarnation? There is no reincarnation. I will return. The years quickly passed. Xianxia didn't know how much time had passed. He felt like it was 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Great changes had taken place. He had almost turned to stone. Why? He muttered. In this place, within the loneliness, he could see his own heart more clearly. All of the past events emerged in his mind. From when he was young to when he grew up, scenes appeared one after another. His youth, when he lost his supreme being bone, his body covered in blood, growing weaker by the day. His memory declined, only having Amon to protect him, telling him while shedding tears that he had to remember, that he couldn't forget. Then Stone Village, Willow Deity, I am going to return. I want to see them. Xianxia felt as if 1,000 eras had passed. He felt like he had already accumulated enough. His soul force now was incomparably terrifying, reaching an unimaginable level. Hong! His fist smashed outwards, exerting all of his force. It was finally effective, breaking through the dark cage, a bit of light visible. He saw the long river of time as well as the other cages. How should I return? How do I differentiate the direction? Xianxia became excited, his body trembling. He felt like he could break through this cage. But how was he going to get on the road back? How was he supposed to do this? In the outside world, Dao, Heavenly Country's king and Divine Temple's ancient holy child approached, bringing quite a few people with them. Great formation masters took action, unexpectedly breaking through the formation in the mountain's belly, seeing Xianxia's true body. This was an extremely powerful formation master, a native. Within the dark cage, Xianxia felt as if endless time had passed, like 1,000 years, 10,000 years, but in reality, that wasn't truly the case. It was just the corrosion of darkness that gave him this misconception. In that place, soul force was abundant. His primordial spirit had experienced sharpening again and again, becoming ridiculously powerful. As soon as he returned, his primordial spirit would become incredibly powerful, enough to leave others shocked. 2 strands of immortal energy? Dao felt great shock inside. Even the expression of the Heavenly Country's king changed. That person was sitting there, his flesh split apart, but it was wrapped within immortal energy, slowly healing, about to recover. He is asleep. There is no soul fluctuation. Even with all of us here to break through the formation, he still hasn't reacted at all. This is an opportunity. Take action. They quickly rushed forward, decisively taking action. At the center of the mountain belly, Xianxia sat there without moving, his body cracked, those wounds terrifying. Could be said that his entire being was breaking apart. The only reason his body didn't collapse yet was because of the 2 strands of immortal energy coiling around his body, forcefully piecing together his broken flesh shell. Otherwise, it would have long crumbled apart. Heavenly Country's ancient king was too fast, a sword piercing out, making heaven and earth lose color. The void split apart. This was a bleeding, killing sword that exploded like lightning. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, brilliant to the extreme. His entire body was sticking to the ground, moving parallel to the ground as he rushed forward. This sword pierced Xianxia between the brows. His frontal bone shone, and then a kung-chong sounded. Sparks flew about. One could imagine just how powerful his physical body was. This result made many people's expression change. Pooh! Heavenly Country's ancient king succeeded. The sword entered Xianxia's forehead, blood splashing outwards, incredibly striking. There wasn't the slightest bit of suspense. Even if Xianxia's body was outstanding, his flesh near unbreakable. Right now, there was no primordial spirit to guide it, powerless to retaliate. Even the body's instinctive defense could only cause an effect similar to clashing with metal, releasing vibrating sounds. Was he going to die just like that? No one dared believe this. Behind their bodies was a group of cultivators, all of them experts that were invited over. Right now, all of their minds were greatly shaken. The powerful, unstoppable Huang who had suppressed ancient freaks and killed fallen divine child was killed just like this. It made their minds tremble and bodies shudder. Their eyes widened to the extreme. Die! Dao rose, carrying a crazy gust of wind, erupting with great expanses of light. A single step crossed 1,000 zhang. He held the silver spear in hand, and with a pu sound, it shot towards Shihao's chest, piercing through his heart. Dark red blood poured out, trickling out along with the silver-colored spear. Ha ha ha! Huang! So there is a day when you would be like this after all. Dao roared with laughter, the expression on his face cruel, even more carrying a type of coldness. His single arm held a silver spear, hair flying everywhere. Blood covered the ground, making him look like a demonic god. This type of scene left everyone deeply shaken. Huang was dead. The space between his brows was pierced through, which meant that his primordial spirit was eliminated. How was he supposed to escape this disaster? Then, Dao's spear crushed his heart, the terrifying spear tip destroying blood and bones, further proving that Huang completely died. Otherwise, why didn't he retaliate, not display the slightest activity? What a pity. Was he going to die just like this? There were some who sighed softly. The ones at the very front were full of shock. Even though Huang died, his flesh was still incredibly powerful. If it was anyone else, they would have definitely exploded after the first sword strike. This was especially true with Dao's spear, which would have definitely made a deity's body break apart into pieces. However, Huang's body released Kangqiang sounds, as if it was divine gold that had a hole pierced through it, sparks flying everywhere. Cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy? How shocking is this? It's simply unimaginable. The one known to be the superformation master walked over, releasing a soft sigh. He was a native that came from a certain large-scale tribe in Immortal Ancient. He looked at Shihao's body with shock. Even though he came with hostility, when he saw this scene, he still felt regret. A stunning genius was killed by them, falling early. Even in Immortal Ancient Great Era, this type of people were extremely rare, truly an untimely death. However, he cannot blame others. Who told you to enter the ancient medicine garden? He said softly. Then his eyes began to burn brilliantly. In this place, the others found it difficult to calm down, their hearts rising and falling violently. Shihao's body was cracked apart. While breaking through, there were endless terrifying wounds created. However, there were still brilliant and splendid strands of immortal energy that were incomparably divine. One of them was sparkling like snow-white jade, while the other one should have just taken form, a bit blurry, but clearly succeeded in forming. The 2 strands of immortal energy protected the body, winding about it, slowly recovering the destroyed flesh shell, unexpectedly showing signs of recombining. How shocking of a scene was this? Many people felt a great rumbling within their hearts, their tongue and mouth dry, unable to say anything. They swallowed a gulp of saliva with difficulty. A single strand of immortal energy was already too hard for countless geniuses, yet he unexpectedly cultivated 2 strands. This was inconceivable, incomprehensible. Huang truly dazzles both past and present. Even as enemies, they still sighed like this. No matter how outstanding he is, so what? Isn't he still dead? Dao raised his head high, his hair thick, eyes releasing blade-like radiance. He released a large shout, his spear held in his hand fishing Shihao up. This scene made others break out into a cold shiver. A life had ended. Such a powerful Huang even died, making many people feel a chilliness inside. Dao's figure was tall. He stood there, silver spear raising Shihao up, suspending him in midair. Blood flowed down the spear. It was truly a ghastly sight. He. Heavenly Country's ancient freak also laughed, his figure blurry, as if he would scatter at any time. This person was like a wild wolf and also like a fiend. The aura he released was terrifying, his laughter making others' scalps go numb. No one forgot that he was the one who displayed the first attack, piercing through Xiao's brows, successfully killing him. "Break for me!" Jun Dao shouted, activating the silver-colored spear. Brilliant radiance was released, shining like a sun, wishing to blast apart Xiao's flesh. "Stay your hand!" That superformation master shouted incredibly urgently, his eyes flourishing with radiance. Ding! A sword cry sounded. Heavenly Country's king took action, striking that silver-colored war spear with the killing sword, neutralizing those terrifying symbols. "Why?" Jun Dao's eyes flickered with light as he asked. "This body is invaluable. It has cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, so it is more rare than even divine medicine," Heavenly Country's king said, stopping him. "Correct, we want this body. We will exchange with you all," the superformation master said. He had a fervent expression on his face as he stared at that body, feeling incomparable desire. When they spoke like this, everyone's expressions changed. A body that had 2 strands of immortal energy was definitely priceless. Only, they didn't know if the immortal energy won't scatter in the future. Ancient Holy Child frowned. His primordial spirit isn't inside of his body, so he wasn't killed. It's strange. That is indeed the case. Shouldn't his primordial spirit be inside of his head? Why isn't it there? There was someone among the natives who was shocked, asking this question. Inside the black cage, Xiao's primordial spirit trembled. He felt a wave of pain, but he didn't know what was going on. His heart began to beat quickly. What happened? My primordial spirit wasn't harmed. So why is it like this? Xiao's soul pounded, as if the most terrifying things were currently happening to his body. Could it be that my body, after not returning for so many years, already decayed? Xiao's mind was shaken. In his perception, it was as if 1,000, 10,000 years passed. The darkness corrosion gave him this misconception. "Break!" Xiao struck the black cage. He could already see the light. This place distorted, the void splitting apart. He was about to break free. The only troublesome thing was that he didn't know how he was going to return. He couldn't find the way back. The darkness was endless. Where was the road back? The river of time surged, black prisons drifting along one after another. He wanted to find a way back, but who knew how much longer this would take? The outside world, within the mountain belly. It truly is strange. Where did his primordial spirit go? Why is it not here? After many people learned of the situation, they all felt incredibly shocked. All of them took precautions. It should be just like the legends. His flesh obtained the Tao, cultivating immortal energy, but his primordial spirit was lost at the final juncture. Someone from among the natives said, "Correct, Immortal Ancient had these types of people, but they were all formidable heaven-warping geniuses. These people wished to become even more powerful, cultivating in private realms. Yet in the end, only their bodies were left behind, no primordial spirit to be seen." There were more than a single instance of this, the formation master said. Everyone was greatly moved when they heard this. These events were extremely strange, a bit inconceivable. However, at the same time, they made them sigh in astonishment. Huang was too formidable, comparable to the last great era's geniuses that were blessed by the heavens. I really am curious. Cultivating in the private room, where exactly did their primordial spirits go? Even if they died, there should be soul fragments left, right? Someone said. Everyone, please take a few steps back and let me try something. I wish to see if his primordial spirit fragments are still present. Ancient Holy Child said. Everyone trembled inwardly. Divine Temple coexisted with the world, grasping the 9 heavens 10th earth scriptures, known as one of the world's greatest inheritances. There were only a few heavenly arts that were comparable. It was an unimaginable method. Ancient Holy Child sat down some space away from Xiao, and then began to chant true scriptures. Mysterious symbols appeared one after another, entering the void. This was like a soul-summoning tune, but also like a soul-suppressing song, rushing up to the ninth heavens, seeping down into the 9 layers of the underworld. The true scriptures were ancient and mysterious, possessing shocking penetrative force. They entered the void, and regardless of whether it was the heavens above or the earth below, regardless of whether it was the heavens or underworld, it seemed like it could travel to them all. Ancient Holy Child released mysterious symbols from his mouth one after another. They shone with incomparable brilliance, like characters cast out of gold, engraving themselves in the void. What kind of sound is this? Strange characters are gathering together, as if they are summoning a soul. Shurhao was shocked. In the darkness, he stood there alone, currently looking for a way back. His primordial spirit was now shockingly powerful, blasting through the cage and already free. Right now, he suddenly heard weird sounds, saw indistinct symbols. He was deeply shocked. Shurhao took steps outwards, walking towards the source of the mysterious symbols, wishing to see what exactly was going on. In the outside world, within the mountain belly, everyone became calm. They watched Ancient Holy Child chant scriptures, his figure dignified. Symbols covered the void densely, resplendent symbols falling like stellar rivers. Ha! Jundao laughed. Only, it was a bit cold, carrying coldness and indifference as he looked at Shurhao's corpse. Right now, he continued to hold the war spear. Even though he didn't destroy Shurhao's body, it was still impaling his body, waiting for the final result. At this moment, everyone knew that Shurhao's body was more precious than divine medicines. Once one obtained it, it would be a world-shocking natural luck, possessing 2 strands of immortal energy. Can the ruined soul really be summoned? Is there even a need? Some people said quietly, there is. What is the use of killing a flesh shell like this? There's no sense of accomplishment at all. I want to see what kind of expression his ruined divine consciousness fragments would have after seeing this result. Jundao laughed ostentatiously, only there was a wave of coldness. In the nothingness, Shurhao walked forward step by step, unexpectedly finding the way back. Originally, based on his suspicions, returning would take an extremely long amount of time. He never expected to see the light so quickly, radiance seeping through the indistinct void. He was about to leave this dark place. And, in that instant, Shurhao felt that the distance from his body was extremely close. He could sense everything, immediately understanding what was happening. He was furious. Hong. Without even intentionally doing anything, the instant he left the darkness, Shurhao's primordial spirit returned to his skull, returning to his body. He couldn't help but release a long roar from the pain. He suddenly opened his eyes, and then his hands fiercely grabbed the silver spear that penetrated his chest. His gaze was as brilliant as the heavenly sun, and it carried boundless rage and killing intent. You? Jundao was shocked, his body trembling. This wasn't a soul remnant. Kill! Shurhao's head of long hair flew about chaotically. The radiance his pupils released terrifying, immediately taking action against Jundao. Alive, he's still alive. Jundao shouted loudly, warning everyone, but also asking them for assistance. It was because right now, even though his spear was impaled in Shurhao's body, he still felt fear. The current Shurhao's aura was too terrifying, as if a human-shaped vicious beast broke out from a cage. His gaze was chilly, the brilliance carrying fiery light that seemed to be able to burn down the heavens. Shurhao released a loud roar, lightning firing from his tongue. His body was held in midair, so he used divine sound to attack. Jundao seemed to have been struck by thunder. His entire body was shaken, face pale. Honglong. It was like the sound of a great flood. Shurhao's roar carried a stream of energy that turned into heaven overflowing ripples. The white expanse of energy roiled, smashing over like a great mountain. With a wah sound, Jundao coughed out large amounts of blood. It was hard to imagine how powerful this enemy was. When he opened his mouth and roared, lightning struck the skies, making his entire body tremble greatly. Jundao's hands held the war spear, his eyes cold. He fiercely shook the weapon, now completely ignoring the great formation master's advice. No matter how good this body was, he still couldn't allow it to continue existing. Chong. The silver war spear shone. His arms fiercely shook, hoping to blast Sure Hao apart alive. At this moment, he used all of his power. Chi. At this moment, Sure Hao grabbed the spear pole with a single hand, stopping its symbols from erupting and destroying its body. His other hand rose high into the air, and then it viciously descended. A streak of dazzling radiance erupted. His palm was like a heavenly blade, and with a chong sound, the silver spear was broken. With a pung sound, Sure Hao landed stably on the ground. His hand immediately grabbed outwards. All of this took place in the time it took sparks to fly off a piece of flint. It was just too fast, making it difficult for one to react in time. No one expected Huang to still be alive. What was going on? Huang clearly died, the space between his brows pierced through, his heart also penetrated by the spear, yet he could still revive? Was the heavens being defied? Huang's revival triggered huge chaos. Everyone shivered inwardly. His display of power in that instant was too great. If he was allowed to revive, what were they supposed to do? Perhaps many of them were going to die. Everyone took action. Jun Dao withdrew. He knew that he wasn't Sure Hao's opponent. Even though his body was ruptured and seriously injured, he still cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy. That was simply impossible to match. 2 strands of immortal energy. This was definitely an unmatched legend that was difficult to imagine. Once news got out, it would definitely leave all sides shaken. This was an inconceivable accomplishment, tremendous glory. However, Sure Hao's speed was even faster, leaving behind an afterimage in his original location. With a flash, he quickly caught up. The others took action, but they couldn't match his speed at all of them only hitting nothing but thin air. Why did you have to summon the remnant soul? At this moment, Jun Dao's eyes carried great hatred, regret, and shock, venting his resentment towards ancient holy child. They actually revived the disaster. This truly left others speechless. He really wanted to chop up those on his own side. Where else are you trying to run? Sure Hao released a short shout, appearing at Jun Dao's side. He was like a streak of transient light, so fast that his body became indistinct. Kill! Jun Dao roared, doing everything he could, using all of his power. Symbols erupted from his entire body, covering him densely from head to toe as if he had been ignited. He used his greatest power, all for the sake of holding Sure Hao off until he obtained assistance, wishing to create a bit of space between this disaster and himself. If he could just make it through this, then he would live. Hong! Endless symbols erupted, shining incomparably brilliantly. This was his divine ability, great sky technique, known as something that could even weigh down the sky. Thunder poured down endlessly, divine might immeasurable. A wave of energy was formed that turned into a sphere of terrifying light, engulfing all directions. There were many people that were immediately flung out, blasted by this wave of energy until they coughed out blood, their bodies in tatters. This was the highest level divine ability, a method with attack and defense in one, an unstoppable technique. A sphere of light surrounded Jun Dao like a heavenly sun. He was at the center of this dazzling and brilliant sphere. Pong! However, following a light sound, an arm directly reached into this barrier of light, tearing through everything like rotten weeds. The great sky technique was ineffective, unable to stop Sure Hao's right arm. His expression carried cold intent as he directly tore through this exceptional divine ability. What? Jun Dao's face fell, the veins on his forehead jumping, cold sweat covering his back. Break! He shouted loudly, resisting with his broken spear, bringing it over. It smashed down like a small sun, symbol light erupting brilliantly. Kacha! What left him horrified was that Sure Hao's arm had immortal energy swirling around it. It directly slapped that broken spear to pieces, grabbing him over, impossible to stop. Jun Dao was in great fear. He used his arm to block it, and he even more so released the most powerful fist. Pong! Sure Hao's right hand reached out, grabbing this fist. And then with a sudden exertion of force, a J-bong sounded. This sound made one's teeth sore, their fine hairs standing on end. It was just too uncomfortable. Everyone widened their eyes, rigidly coming to a stop. This scene was too frightening. Jun Dao released a loud shout, all color on his face lost. His fist completely deformed. After it was grabbed by Shi Hao, it was like a walnut, thoroughly crushed. What kind of terrifying power was this? The most vicious punch of an ancient freak. Yet it was neutralized just like this, his hand bones crushed under the other party's grip. This made everyone's faces turn pale. Ah! Jun Dao released a loud cry. That fist began to burn. He was doing everything he could to free himself from Shi Hao, not hesitating to sever his own wrist and explode his own fist to seriously injure the other party. Shi Hao abandoned this fist, immediately grabbing his arm. No! Jun Dao was horrified. He quickly shook his wrist. An incantation chanted from his mouth to support his body. In addition, he stirred on cymbals, using that arm to strike Shi Hao. Ka! This sound was extremely sharp and clear, and incredibly terrifying. It was clearly the sound of bones breaking. Pooh! Then, an even more frightening event happened. Shi Hao only slightly exerted force, yet Jun Dao's arm was torn off. Blood gushed out in a horrifying manner. Then, with a casual toss, that arm was thrown onto the ground. It was just too tyrannical. He was like a devil king grabbing a scarecrow, removing its arm with such ease. It didn't use up much energy at all. Pong! Shi Hao grabbed his neck, completely raising him up. Only then did he stop and coldly look at everyone here. Jun Dao struggled, but he felt completely powerless. Nothing he did displaying any effects. 2 strands of immortal energy coiled about Shi Hao's body, preventing all methods from invading. At this moment, everyone trembled. Everyone stopped moving and looked forward. Too powerful. Was this the power of someone with 2 strands of immortal energy? Overlooking past and present, now dazzling to the extreme. Who could compete against this? Shouldn't have summoned the soul. Shouldn't have done that, someone said with a trembling voice. This was simply like opening a door into the underworld, immediately letting out a demonic god. Everyone was horrified, feeling a great sense of powerlessness. Many people's faces turned pale, feeling a wave of speechlessness. Could be said that this was brought onto themselves. Huang's body originally already stopped moving, losing its primordial spirit, but then ancient holy child displayed the 9 heavens 10th earth scriptures, unexpectedly, bringing him back. Why was it like this? Where was his primordial spirit just now? Someone cried out, not understanding why this was, feeling great unwillingness. Ancient holy child felt bitter, truly not knowing what to say. As for the other important figures like Heavenly Country's ancient freak and others, they were in a similar state. Their original intent was to determine the location of Shi Hao's ruined soul, and thus undo the mysteries of the ancient past. It was because based on what they heard from the natives in the last great era, there were quite a few geniuses who experienced similar events, cultivating a 2nd strand of immortal energy. However, their primordial spirits disappeared. Ancient Holy Child grasped the 9 heavens 10th earth scripture, something known as the highest inheritance, able to summon souls. Yet in the end, what returned wasn't damaged divine awareness fragments, but rather a complete primordial spirit. Shi Hao listened to their roars of anger and discussions. Knowing what happened, he immediately revealed a smile and said, "Thanks." At this moment, ancient holy child almost spat out blood. His temperament wasn't explosive, but he almost roared out, because this truly left him vexed. He actually helped his enemy return. "If you have anything to say, then we can talk properly. Please let Jun Dao go," someone pleaded. "It is all because of the 9 heavens 10th earth scriptures," Heavenly Country's ancient king said quietly. He felt rather sullen. This result was utterly terrible. "Wouldn't be in this situation if you all didn't do such stupid things," Shi Hao said coldly. As soon as these words sounded, ancient holy child and the others' bodies surged with blood. They roared like great rivers, yet nothing came out from their mouths. "Huang!" Jun Dao's teeth were clenched. He landed in the enemy's hands, feeling incredibly humiliated. Regardless, he was still an ancient king, yet he ended up in this type of state. Shao's chest was rising and falling greatly. His body was in intense pain. His heart pierced through by the spear, his injuries just too severe. Fortunately, he cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, so he was different from everyone else. Holding me up in the air with your spear, you'll be the first one. Go on your way, he said softly, taking action against Jun Dao. Jun Dao released a loud shout. His entire body burned. He didn't want to die, and as such struggled with everything he had. In the end, he even more so wished to destroy indiscriminately, exploding himself. However, everything was futile. Shao didn't use too much energy. He firmly grabbed Jun Dao's body, and with just a few moves, just like tearing apart a paper boat, his body was torn into pieces. Pooh! Finally, Shao pulled out the broken spear that was inserted into his own body, and then nailed it between Jun Dao's brows. Jun Dao died, but it was different from Shao. There was no way to bring him back, because his primordial spirit had been scattered. The change in situation was so fast it left others stupefied. Just now, Jun Dao's silver spear was still carrying Huang. Yet now, Jun Dao was killed, and Huang had revived. And Shao was startled. His primordial spirit was now powerful to an inconceivable degree. He sensed something, discovering that the formation master secretly moved, currently setting up formation banners. Chi! A streak of light flickered. Shao left behind an afterimage, rushing over. Stop him! Heavenly Country's king shouted loudly, ordering everyone to stop Shao. Many creatures rushed forward, including natives. They had to buy the Great Formation Master time because then perhaps they might be able to kill Shao with formations. Great banners fluttered about. The Formation Master's methods were astonishing. There were a row of formation banners to begin with. Killing light flooded outwards. However, with a PU sound, all of his efforts were wasted. Shao's speed was inconceivably fast. 2 strands of immortal energy swirled about, wrapping around him, bringing him over in an instant. His palm sliced over, and then this generation's formation master's head flew outwards, separating from the neck. Bright red blood shone. Shao didn't stop here. He then rushed towards Heavenly Country's king, using his finger as a replacement for a sword, piercing towards his forehead. Heavenly Country's ancient freak's fine hairs stood on end. In the past, it was always others who assassinated him, yet now he felt like prey that had been locked on. Scripture sounds shook the heavens. Ancient Holy Child sat there, chanting the 9 heavens 10th earth scriptures, taking action from the distance to suppress Shao. Not long ago, it made the greatest mistake of calling back his primordial spirit, so he now wanted to make up for his mistake. Hang! Towards those scriptures, Shao only released a heavy snort. He had powerful divine sense power that was more terrifying than scriptures. Ancient Holy Child's body trembled greatly, the space between his brows splitting apart. Bright red blood flowed out, his entire being incredibly shaken. How powerful of a primordial spirit strength was this? Duo! Shao released a light shout, and then like lightning, the void was blasted apart. Many people in the surroundings were blasted into pieces. In addition, the most powerful wave of divine will swept over again, making another gash appear between Ancient Holy Child's brows. Blood flowed outwards. This truly left others shocked. This primordial spirit power, just by moving around, was enough to kill great enemies. It was just too terrifying. Chong! At the center, Shao's 2 hands clamped Heavenly Country King's bleeding divine sword, and with a fierce shake, this sword released a cry, about to break. Kill! Heavenly Country's king roared loudly. He was an assassin that traveled in the darkness, yet right now he was forced to this state, left with no choice but to face his opponent head-on. Gabbing! Following a crisp sound, this bleeding divine sword that was definitely an exceptional divine object was broken by Shao's hands. His right and left hand each had a strand of immortal energy swirling about them. Everyone was shaken. How were they even supposed to fight against this? This fella cultivated a second strand of immortal energy, simply impossible to beat. No way to match. Pong! Sure how continuously released heavy moves. Magical imprints appeared, symbol light overflowing the heavens. Heavenly Country's king used all assassin great arts to resist. There was a strand of immortal energy coiling around him as well. Pong! However, he couldn't stop an exceptional figure with 2 strands of immortal energy, and was ultimately blasted flying. His entire body was covered in injuries, falling onto the ground like fine chinaware. Cracks covered his body. Pooh! Immediately afterwards, Heavenly Country's king suffered from a vicious blow. His body broke apart inch by inch, starting from his feet and extending towards his upper body. Blood splashed everywhere.